Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noah. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, holy, faster, never freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noah. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
So that cough was for the cameras. I didn't feel the need to cough, but I seem to cough every time I start the session. So I just thought, okay, why not just cough for the camera? So that was a fake cough. So thank you, our friends, for joining us again. The session starts, and your company, of course, we hope in the expectation that we have it. So thank you for your company. Hopefully plenty of you more to come. So thank you for joining us. The session starts, and your company, as always, is required. It won't be a session if you were not here, as you know. So the most power, as Aisha Yesufu said, the most powerful office is the office of the citizen. That is what Aisha Yesufu said. The most powerful office is the office of the citizen. So if you can borrow that and transmute it to this platform, the most powerful office in this on this platform is the office of the viewer. So you are the most powerful person here. So of course, with gratitude, we welcome you to another session. So as we welcome you to another session, we invite you to click on the like button. That is just what you can do so that more people will come join us. And if you're not already subscribed, then please correct that immediately and right now by clicking on the subscription button. Those numbers need to be going up a lot more aggressively than the viewership. We have more viewership in terms of viewing than we have people subscribing. So if you are not subscribed and you have no real visceral objection to subscribing, then do the platform that favor by subscribing. So click on like and subscribe. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard here, click on it. And then that brings you into a studio, into the studio space, and you can speak to all of your favorite voices that you have been hearing. You can have a one-on-one conversation with them. You know, so the usual suspects, the one that you like, and the one you think is always talking yam, you can speak to them directly. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us directly on the studio. And the invitation to donate towards the platform, that's there, the opportunity present via this portal. So if you want to donate towards the platform, you can do that with that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. So there's a particular guy that does that every single day, and his name is Ayo. Even before, as soon as I put out the notice, he has done it. Let me just show you. So there he is. So you notice he has done it just even before the session starts. That was 37 minutes ago. He did it yesterday. Some chap called James joined him yesterday. But if you look all the way through, it's Ayo, then Thomas joined him in one instance, but you can see he has consistently kept that place righteous. But we do set a minimum bar of about three persons to do that. So if you want to join Ayo, who has already bought the platform Cups of Coffee, you can click on that link and go do that straight away. So click on like, that's compulsory. Click on subscribe, that is compulsory too. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the studio. So that's optional. And click on the buy the coffee thing if you want to donate towards the platform. So that's optional too. So the two things that you must do though is to click on like and subscribe. So click on like and subscribe. As guys, I bring you this. 2023, I am not championing sectional interest, says Peter Obi. So it looks as though now that narrative has gotten close to the bone, and he has now felt the need to react to it. Because, of course, you ask a lot of people outside of his sphere of influence. If you ask people outside of the sphere of influence of the Obi phenomenon, they derisively dismiss it as just a southeastern movement. So he has been hearing this a lot, and he comes out now to address it. I am not championing sectional interest, says P to B. So that's P to B, but still staying with within the arenas of, maybe not directly to, still staying within the arenas of P to B. Soludo hails Atiku, says Nigeria bigger than any politician's ambition. So this is even from that headline is heavily loaded. That is an AK-47 headline right there, locked and loaded and ready to shoot. So that's an AK-47 headline right there. Let's unpack even the headline. Soludo hails Atiku. So that already is a move right there. Soludo, an Igbo man, the governor of the state that Peter Obi governed just previously. So very indigenous to Peter Obi. So he hails Atiku. So that is one already, AK-47 headline right there. But then it goes on to say Nigeria is bigger than any politician's ambition. So now, the second half of that is just a scatter gun. That is just spraying the bullets to hit whoever. So Nigeria bigger than any politician's ambition is it's a one bird, two stone comment. One bird, two stone. So Tinubu, of course, is lifelong ambition, and Peter Obi, of course, an ambition that is happened upon now, and is trying to ride it all the way to the glory. So Soludo hails Atiku, says Nigeria bigger than any politician's ambition. So we see what Soludo is up to. But we also have like a 5-minute video clip of that interaction, because it said a lot more than that. But I'll play you the video clip at the end. So just hang around. Then we'll play the video clip at the end. So there is that bit. So from that bit to this bit, NBS, heavy concerns as Nigeria inflation rate hit 21.47%. So your heart just goes out to the downtrodden in Nigeria, because they are going to be trodden on even heavier just by the weight of being a citizen of that country, as though things were not. And by the way, when you hear inflation goes up, that is to tell you that the price of Gari that you bought for 100 naira, you are now going to be paying 135 naira or even 140 naira. So if you look at that percentile all across the purchasing necessities of the average person, then it's a real heavy hemorrhage on their finances, a finance that they don't have available at the moment anyway. Heavy concerns as Nigeria's inflation hits 21.47%. I wonder if that's a record, because I'm not sure that the Nigerian economic space has ever really hit that high. I've only ever known single digits or the low double digits inflation in Nigeria, but we're headed towards a 50% inflation is just what the thing is. But this, of course, this alarming, this next headline, Nigerian Islamic cleric Abdul Jabbar Kabara sentenced to death by hanging for blasphemy. So there it is right there. So what system are we operating in Nigeria is the question to go to. What system are we operating in Nigeria? Are we operating a constitutional state, or are we operating a Sharia state? Because we cannot have this two-tier system within what purpose to be one country. So there it is right there. And what even is the meaning of blasphemy? I don't think their holy book even recommends this to this extreme. But then, of course, the Nigerian northerner, a creature unto himself, Nigerian Islamic cleric Abdul Jabbar Kabara sentenced to death by hanging for blasphemy. So sentenced to death by hanging, well, I think the only reprieve is that they've not chosen to stone him. They've not chosen to stone him is the only reprieve. So this next headline is a deviation from politics somewhat, but it speaks to the heart of the desperation that is the Nigerian space. Nigerian police arrest 49-year-old man bathing with blood in Ogun State, sends sample to laboratory. So there it is right there. And this, of course, this is a story that is fairly commonplace, by the way, with all this voodoo money sort of thing. Nigeria is probably one of the most dangerous places to live on earth at the moment. Nigerian police arrest 49-year-old man bathing with blood in Ogun State, sends sample to laboratory. So there it is right there. That is how low the country has fallen now. So how low the country has fallen now, enough for the Americans to pay attention. Biden urges Buhari to protect democracy, ensure INEC's neutrality. So the Americans now wielding the big stick, threatening all manners, insisting that our democracy must be observed. But then, of course, if we are going by the template of 2019, when El Rufai told them that anybody that interferes in Nigerian politics would leave the country in a body bag, and then they went on to rig at the most alarming rates that we've ever seen in 2019. So quite what Biden is speaking to now, maybe he's not speaking to fulfill righteousness. Certainly with disregard, Buhari will treat this. Biden urges Buhari to protect democracy, ensure INEC's neutrality. So I'm not quite sure if that will land anywhere. But this final headline, it sums up the entirety of the 8-year experience that we've had with the Aboki from Daura. Reps kick against federal government's plan to build another hospital in Buhari's hometown. And there it is right there. So you don't have to fly abroad, by the way, if you have urgent medical need in Nigeria, because one of the best hospitals in Nigeria was built in Buhari's hometown. And who built it? It was Rotimi Amechi. And if you need an education, you don't really have to fly abroad, because some of the best, especially engineering related tertiary institutions, is in Nigeria. It's in Buhari's hometown, of course. And who built it? Rotimi Amechi, of course, when he was minister of whatever it was that he was, Minister of Transportation. So having now built one hospital in his homestead, he wants to sign off with another hospital, and that sums up the totality of what we have experienced in the last 8 years. Reps kick against federal government's plan to build another hospital in Buhari's hometown. So there it is right there. They've just treated the whole country like a conquered territory. They've treated the whole country like a conquered territory. So there it is. Those are the headlines. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just surrender. Look at my hands. Put your hands up like this and surrender yourself to the experience that is to come for however long the session lasts. It's going to be a wild roller coaster ride. And I'm only saying that because it has always been a wild roller coaster ride. So just get your coffee, get your chocolate, put that orange juice next to the pastry that you're not meant to be eating because you promise yourself you're going to lose weight. So steady yourself in and then go in with the ride. So go in for the ride, be in for the ride. So we're going to play another musical intermission and then we come into the throes of it. But before I play that music, let me just say to Apostle Agba, you have to, I'm not sure, your device is not connecting. It's telling me that, hold on. So this is to Apostle Agba. You have to make sure your mic is connected and then click back on. So as we wait for Apostle Agba to click back on, let us come in then via what, let's go to actually the Kegites in this instance. I was going to go to a Sunday or Wendy, but let's mix it up with the Kegites. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko niru agbeshe agbalagba adura. That's a senior prayer right there. Ikuko niru agbeshe. A Yoruba person will tell you what that means. You'll be saying amen immediately. May death have nothing to do with us. That's what that means. And amen on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, Ikuko niru agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. I am not championing sectional interest, says P to B. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has said that he was not championing sectional interest in quest to be elected Nigeria's next president in 2023, noting that his church visits were consistent with his ways, not prompted by politics. So let's just pause there for a moment. So it looks as though that criticism, and we've labored heavily that criticism also, that this guy here has really religionized, although he did not religionize the Nigerian political space. That would be a dishonest thing to say. But he has leveraged, certainly, that's not a dishonest thing to say that he has leveraged religiosity as the front banner of his campaign. So the front banner of his campaign, the biggest poster around the Peter Obi campaign, bigger than ethnicity, is religion. So he has frontally canvassed on a religious footing. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has said that he was not championing sectional interest in quest to be elected Nigeria's next president in 2023, noting that his church visits were consistent with his ways, not prompted by politics. A statement issued by the Obidate campaign organization on Thursday said Obi's candidacy is being driven solely by a patriotic determination to birth a new Nigeria, adding that it was not by any sectional or religious consideration. So there it is right there. So Sowore Omoyele, he would never on God's earth ever have the need or feel the need to issue this statement. So why would Sowore not ever have the need or feel the need to issue this statement that his campaign is not wrapped around ethnicity and religion? Because there is no thought within the Nigerian political space that Sowore is canvassing on religion or ethnicity. So why is that? Because the tone of the Sowore presentation is a complete deviation from that. But why does Peter Obi feel the need to continuously distance that he's canvassing on religious sectional grounds? It is entirely because the tone and texture of his campaign is all wrapped around religion and section. So there it is. If you draw the parallel, it'll highlight and heighten it even more. A statement issued by the Obidate campaign organization on Thursday said Obi's candidacy is being driven solely by a patriotic determination to birth a new Nigeria, adding that it was not by any sectional or religious consideration. The party said the clarification from the Obidate media office contained in a statement signed by the head of the office, Deron Onifade, came in the wake of attempts in the media to label Obi as a champion of sectional interest in a bid to douse his current popular standing as the obvious choice of majority of Nigerians. The statement noted previous efforts by people it called detractors. The statement noted previous efforts by people it called detractors to tag Peter Obi as a mere social media candidate without any political structure on the ground. So there it is right there. Who the cap fits? What was Bob Marley's song? Who the cap fits, let him wear it. So I'll give you a few more paragraphs. It's long and winding, but I'll give you a few more paragraphs where I think the essence of it already captured. Having seen their previous attempts at whittling down Obi's popularity amongst Nigerians founder in the most spectacular manner, they are currently embarking on another miserable attempt at derailing what is obviously a fast-moving train. Their mission now is to label Obi as a jingoist of religion and tribe in a bid to curry favor with other religion or ethnic interest, the statement said. The statement added that Obi, being a front runner in the presidential race, his movement and by the way, sorry, I was going to abandon the story around, let me see if I even have it. Just bear with me one moment. I was going to abandon the story around the excuses that they gave for the poor turnout in Kogi State. But now that they are claiming that Obi is a front runner, why don't we just add that to the list? because, of course, a front runner, the crowd should be thronging in his presence, in anticipation of. The statement added that Obi, being a front runner in the presidential race, his movement, whether private or public, were more trailed now than before. It said because of Obi's high visibility, mischievous people see his frequent appearances at churches or secular programs as religious adventures with political undertones, pointing out that anyone knowledgeable about the Labour Party flag bearer's past knows that he has always been a regular sight at church services, irrespective of the denomination. Even as governor, Obi has always been involved in religious issues, whether Christian or Islam, whether Christianity or Islam. He always seeks prayers for himself from those around him, including subordinates, because he sees himself as a child of God's abundant grace and therefore needs constant supplication. As governor, Obi sponsored Muslims to Mecca for Hajj and always urged them to pray for him. Obi, although a Catholic, has not limited himself to his faith, even before becoming a presidential candidate. We recall vividly when Pastor Adeboye visited Anambra State to dedicate a church built by one of the top Anambra citizens in Nnewi. Obi was physically there with the revered pastor. These instances are verifiable to buttress the fact that Obi's the Labour Party presidential flag bearer has been consistent in his way of life as it relates to his faith, prayer, and relationship with his maker, the statement said. So it goes on and on in that vein, but I think we get the gist of it. Methinks they protest too much. But as I said, Obi stands almost peculiarly alone of being accused of campaigning on religious grounds. And of course, you know, it will be in another church near you tomorrow, but we'll claim that it's not there to campaign. But they told us that it's the front runner, but so let's not hear now how he's running at the front. Labour Party, reason Peter Obi Kogi rally had poor turnout. Source. The National Secretariat of the Labour Party LP has reportedly queried the Kogi State chapter over the poor turnout in the campaign rally of the party's presidential and vice presidential candidates Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed, respectively, on Tuesday. Sources told correspondents that the state chairman, Abdul Ahmed, and members of the state executives let's take that from the top again. The National Secretariat of the Labour Party LP has reportedly queried the Kogi State chapter over the poor turnout in the campaign rally of the party's presidential and vice presidential candidates Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed, respectively, on Tuesday. Sources told correspondents that the state chairman, Abdul Ahmed, and members of the state executives demanded an explanation on how they spent the funds meant for the rally. So spent the funds meant for the rally. So now, what does that mean though? Because you spend funds for the rally, but then those funds do not guarantee you a crowd unless you are financially inducing a crowd, which is a different thing. But then, of course, because that goes contrary to the doctrine of we know they give shishi. So the funds that are meant to be spent for the rally is to provide for logistics, rent the venue, do the catering, pay security, and then await the crowd to come at their own free will, of their own volition. So if they are querying that monies was spent, but the crowd did not turn up, then you can extrapolate and infer that the monies was meant to induce. So that's what they said. The National Secretariat of the Labour Party LP has reportedly queried the Kogi State chapter over the poor turnout in the campaign rally of the party's presidential and vice presidential candidates. Sources told correspondents that the state chairman, Abdul Ahmed, and members of the state executives demanded an explanation on how they spent the funds meant for the rally. According to reports, attendees who were mobilized from neighboring Enugu. So there it is. So there it is right there. So there it is, right? So I mean, let's keep it 100 in this electioneering. Let's keep it 100. It's all embedded in there, and these are informations coming out of the Labour Party space. So this is not the opposition party throwing digs in the Labour Party towards the Labour Party. This is the Labour Party querying itself about corrupt practices where money is meant to induce support was corruptly purloined. According to reports, attendees were mobilized from neighboring Enugu to Lokoja to attend the rally, stormed the secretariat, and held officials captive for several hours, asking for their mobilization fee. It was also noted that the Igbo community in Kogi State did not show up at the rally. Whilst a few participants were from Kogi West, the majority of the party faithful at the rally were from Kogi East. When reports of the situation got to the National Secretariat in Abuja, officials decided to send a letter to the Kogi State chapter of the party demanding an explanation on how the monies earmarked for the event were spent. However, when the aforementioned publication contacted the Labour Party campaign spokesman, Tanko Yanusa, for confirmation, he said no one contacted him. According to him, nobody queried me or anybody over our performance. You are aware that we got our venue very late. I am sure that the state chairman mobilized all the zones accordingly because he was in charge. Kindly find out from him. Despite the challenge, the rally held. So there it is right there. Mobilization fee, which is to say, voters or rather supporters been induced. Supporters been induced. So now to the headline narrative. Soludo sticks the knife in his clansman's back again. So 2023, Soludo hails, and by the way, there's a video clip to be played when I finish all the readouts. So wait for that. 2023, Soludo hails Atiku, says Nigeria bigger than any politician's ambition. So he removes the knife from the essay that he wrote just a couple of months ago, and he inserts it back straight into Peter Obi's back again. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra says the Nigerian project is greater than any individual's or political party. Let's take that again. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra says the Nigerian project is greater than any individual's ambition or political party, whilst welcoming the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the state. PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar, alongside his running mate, Ifeanyi Okowa, and members of his campaign council, visited Mr. Soludo at the Governor's Lodge, Oka, on Thursday. The PDP delegation were in Anambra for the launch of their presidential campaign. Mr. Soludo said the business of building Nigeria is bigger than any politician. He commended Mr. Abubakar for coming to the state to canvass for votes, saying that Anambra and Southeast remains home to all Nigerians. He urged him to explain to the electorate how he intends to fix the country's multiple challenges if elected. The governor said that politics is about development, adding that reconciliation and reconstruction is what we have not come to terms with. The federal highways constructed in the Shagari era are no longer passable. My administration is already spending a few billions on federal roads. The bottom line is that we want to change the life of the average citizen. Our people are all ears. We pray for you, for Nigeria, and we wish you the very best of luck, the governor said. In a speech, Mr. Abubakar said the courtesy call on the governor was to inform him of his presence in Anambra State. He said that his relationship with Mr. Soludo was beyond partisan politics, but a commitment to undertake reforms in the nation's economy. There should be a consensus on how we move forward, and I consider Soludo a partner in that respect. In spite of our different political affiliations, there should be some core values we should agree towards the development of our country. I thank Soludo for going beyond party politics. He did not shut the gate against us. We are all partners in our reform agenda as far as Nigeria is concerned, the presidential hopeful said. So there it is, a lot to unpack from that. A lot to unpack from that. So the first thing is that, so let's just establish what is known first. Atiku Abubakar, of course, the PDP presidential flag bearer, but Charles Soludo, he is a senior functionary of APGA, and that party, of course, has a candidate running in the presidential election. So APGA stands no chance, of course. So I'm not even going to label that as anything. But additionally, he has his own clansman, Peter Obi, who a lot of people would argue has a better chance of becoming the next Nigerian president. So he has not shown any inclination towards that, any support towards that. In fact, to the contrary, he has shown aggression towards that ambition. But towards Atiku, though, he was quite gushing and effusive in the reception. So to be polite, you can welcome him, but not with this elaborateness that we have seen. And you will see the video clip, and you'll see just how elaborate the welcome was. You could see that it felt somewhat dominated by Atiku, who was, of course, his former boss under the Obasanjo administration. But there it is right there. Charles Soludo, he removes that knife he originally inserted in the back of Peter Obi, not to then put a band-aid on the wound, but really to reinsert the knife again. Heavy concerns as Nigeria's inflation hit 21.47%. So it never rains, but it pours for the poor in Nigeria. So to it, headline inflation rate increased by 21.47% on a year-on-year basis in November, the National Bureau of Statistics and NBS has said. It made the declaration in its Consumer Price Index CPI and inflation report for November 2022, released in Abuja on Thursday. According to the report, the increase of 6.07% are higher compared to the 15.4% recorded in November 2021. This means that in November 2022, the general price level was 6.07% higher relative to what it was in November 2021. It's stated. So that's exactly what I said. So it's almost ungodly. The prices of everything has gone up by close to 500, if not 700%, throughout the course of this Buhari administration. It's almost, in fact, it is ungodly what's going on. But the minimum wage, of course, it stagnates at 30,000 naira. So just think of an honest person that lives on that minimum wage and imagine what his or her life will be. This means that in November 2022, the general price level was 6.07%, higher relative to what it was in November 2021. It stated. It added that some of the factors responsible for the rise were increase in import cost occasioned by persistent currency depreciation and general increase in production cost occasioned by increase in energy cost. So there it is right there. The fall of the dollar because Nigeria is an import-dependent country, as you all know. So the cost of the purchase internationally remains consistent, but with a very slow increment somewhat. But the price of that naira to make that purchase, it fluctuates sharply domestically. So what you could have purchased for, let's say, $10, and you are now purchasing it for $30, and then you put your markup for your profit, and then that burden comes onto the people. So this is where we are. The report stated also that On a month-on-month basis, our headline inflation rates in November was 1.39%, which was 0.15% higher than the rate recorded in October at 1.24%. So everything goes up on a daily basis. It is because they are now macroing it down to the macro level or the micro level. And even at that level, virtually, you go and buy bread today, you buy it for 100 naira, and then you go back tomorrow, they tell you it's 110 naira. Pardon me, I'm completely messed up by the weather in this country. I should really be in the Caribbean somewhere, on some beach somewhere, but this is it, what we have to do. The report stated also that on a month-on-month basis, headline inflation rates in November was 1.39%, which is 0.15% higher than the rate recorded in October at 1.24%. This means that in November, the general price level was 0.15 higher relative to October, it added. According to the report, the likely factor responsible for the increase in the monthly inflation rate can be attributed to the sharp increase in demand usually experienced during the festive season. The report stated that the percentage change in the average CPI for the 12 months ending in November 2022 over the average of the CPI for the previous 12 months was 18%. So that's a concurrent figure, by the way. So from November 2020 to November 2021, and then from November 2021 to November 2022, there's been a marked near 20% increment in inflation right across the price levels. So there it is right there. It never rains, but it pours. There it is. Let me just abandon that. It's too depressing for further reading. But you already know it. You know it anecdotally from the increase in the phone calls that you're getting from home. Breaking, Nigerian Islamic cleric Abdul Jabbar Kabara sentenced to death by hanging for blasphemy. An upper Sharia court sitting in Kano has sentenced controversial Islamic cleric Abdul Jabbar Nasiru Kabara to death by hanging. The embattled Nigerian cleric was arrested and detained by the state government for allegedly making blasphemous statements against Prophet Muhammad. Sorry, let me just take that entirely all over again. An upper Sharia court sitting in Kano has sentenced controversial Islamic cleric Abdul Jabbar Nasiru Kabara to death by hanging. The embattled Nigerian cleric was arrested and detained by the state government for allegedly making blasphemous statements against Prophet Muhammad. According to the charge, his statements are capable of disrupting public peace. So the punishment for public disturbance is death in Kano. Abdul Jabbar was charged on July 16, 2021 by the Kano state government before Justice Saki Yalo over alleged blasphemy and incitement. Abdul Jabbar Kabara is famous for his controversial religious commentaries and statements, which some Muslims have regarded as sacrilegious to Prophet Muhammad. So having a contrary view will lead to your beheading in the northern parts of Nigeria. On Thursday, the court sentenced the cleric to death by hanging. After delivering the judgment, Justice Saki Yalo gave the convict 30 days to appeal the judgment or forfeit his right to do so. The judge also ordered the state government to seize 2 mosques belonging to Abdul Jabbar and called on all media to desist from using any of Abdul Jabbar's teaching and pictures, correspondence reports. Before giving his verdict, the judge said, I am convinced that the prosecution counsel has done their part and proven their point beyond reasonable doubt. They're even using secular language in a Sharia court. Oh, all right. He thereafter convicted the defendant of all the charges leveled against him. However, there was a mild drama in court when Barrister Aminu Ado Abubakar, who stood as the defense counsel, asked the court to accord leniency to Abdul Jabbar for he did what he did out of ignorance. At that point, Abdul Jabbar stood up and said he did not know the lawyer. So this is a guy that is ready to die for his belief. This is what is coming through. According to the cleric, he was seeing the lawyer for the first time. I don't know him. This is the first time I am seeing him. He should not be allowed to speak on my behalf. I can and should be allowed to speak for myself, he said. The judge, however, said the lawyer was recognized by the court as the defense counsel. So it's a parallel universe, isn't it, really? It's a parallel universe. Somebody that stands accused of something that carries a capital punishment is telling you that the person that is standing in his defense is not somebody that is familiar or known to him, and he is not on board with that person speaking on his behalf. But you, the court, you are saying he's going to speak on his behalf anyway, and that is how the system works there. It's unbelievable. It's a parallel universe. A parallel universe. Pardon me. The judge, however, said the lawyer was recognized by the court as the defense counsel. My lord, after I heard how you twisted all my evidence, you turned around all my submissions upside down. You have assigned words to me that I have never uttered. Deliver your judgment, and I am not going to ask for leniency at all. I want all my followers to know that I will die a hero, and I don't want you, the judge, Ibrahim Sakiyalo, to do me any favors or grant me leniency. This is my last word. Assalamu alaikum, he said. So there it is right there. I can say no more than just to say it's a parallel universe. It's a parallel universe, but not more stranger than this one. This one even more strange. Nigerian police arrest 49-year-old man bathing with blood in Ogun State, send sample to laboratory. The Ogun State command of the Nigeria Police Force has arrested a 49-year-old man. Pardon me. Yeah, it's my voice, is going because my throat is dried up for reasons of being weighed down by the cold weather in the United Kingdom. I don't know why. I'll be a glutton for punishment. I should really be in bed. The Ogun State Command of the Nigeria Police Force has arrested a 49-year-old man identified as Gani Yoshina for bathing with blood in a community river in Kotoko area of Odeda local government area. Shina, who lived at Oguji Street, I'm not going to attempt the rest of it, was arrested on Thursday, December the 15th, 2022, according to a statement by the police command spokesperson, SP Abiola Oyeyemi, which was made available to correspondents. I'm only really bringing you this story to highlight what is going on in the country, because this is a story that's familiar, I'm sure, to all of you in different guises. Oyeyemi said that the suspect was arrested when members of the community sighted him at the river, where he parked his Nissan commercial vehicle, came out with a local sponge and a container filled with blood and started bathing with it. He said immediately he discovered that some people were watching him. He took to his heels, but was chased and apprehended by members of the community. A call was made to the police at Aragbe Divisional Headquarters by a member of the community, and DPO SP Bumi Oshogbon immediately led the patrol team to the scene from where the suspect was brought pardon me, from where the suspect was brought to the station. On interrogation, the suspect claimed to have a spiritual problem and that a herbalist instructed him to perform the ritual. He claimed further that the blood in his possession was not human, but that of a cow. Meanwhile, the commissioner of police has directed that the remaining blood be taken to a laboratory for analysis to ascertain whether it was human blood or not. The CP also praised members of the community for not taking the laws into their hands. He therefore assured them that the suspect will be thoroughly investigated, the statement says. So there it is. If it's not human blood, then I don't have a problem with it. If it's not human blood, though, then I don't have a problem with it, because we are instinctually, innately, and over the course of our history, traditionalist. So the fact that it is not the Bible or the Quran that is turned to, and has turned to matters of tradition, if it's not human blood, then that guy, not only should he be set free, he should get a good lawyer and seek compensation. Biden urges Buhari to protect democracy, ensure INEC's neutrality. President Joe Biden of the United States has encouraged President Muhammad Buhari to deepen democracy and ensure that the Nigerian electoral umpire INEC continues to be totally non-partisan. Mr. Biden made the demand in a meeting with leaders of 6 African countries slated to have elections in 2023. Pardon me. The meeting, which was held in Washington, D.C., is on the sideline of the United States Africa Leadership Summit taking place in the U.S. Capitol, per a statement by Garba Shehu, Buhari's media aide. So I think I'll leave that there. I'm not sure that there's much more to that than Biden wagging fingers at Buhari to do the right thing. So let me give you this last readout, then hopefully there's sufficient enough in the room to take on these talking points. Reps kick against federal government's plan to build another hospital in Buhari's hometown. Nigeria's House of Representatives have kicked against the construction of a second federal hospital in Daura, Katsina State. The Federal Ministry of Health is planning to site a federal medical center in Daura, which is the hometown of President Muhammad Buhari. During plenary on Thursday, Babangida Ibrahim, who represents Kafi Federal Constituency, moved a motion against the plan. He noted that Daura already has the Nigerian Air Force Reference Hospital, a world-class hospital that was established in 2019. Following Ibrahim's motion, the lower chamber directed the Ministry of Health to relocate the hospital to Funtua, also in Katsina State. So it's unbelievable, you know, it's unbelievable. But they will not be able to sustain it, of course, because they have no track record of maintenance in the north. As soon as Buhari comes out of the seat and free money is not being pumped into that space anymore, it will become derelict and be taken over by snakes and rodents. But this is what they do. This is what they do. Well, how many federal hospitals are in Onitsha is my question. Yes, following Ibrahim's motion, the lower chamber directed the Ministry of Health to relocate the hospital to Funtua, also in Katsina State. The House resolved that moving the hospital to Funtua will serve the interest of the public. Ibrahim had argued that Funtua Senatorial District has no single medical facility. He said, in August 2019, the federal government established Nigerian Air Force Reference Hospital as a world-class facility to address the constant medical tourism abroad in search of the best medical services. The interest of the large populace in Katsina State will be adversely affected if the cited federal ministry sorry, let me take that again. The interest of the large populace in Katsina will be adversely affected if they cited Federal Medical Center in Daura again, despite the Air Force Reference Hospital and its geographical proximity to Katsina. Funtua, so it goes on to ask them to cite it in Funtua. But it's just ridiculous, isn't it? It's just ridiculous. So there it is, and here they are. So Eze, I see you. Babati, I see you. Agbalagbi Rabbit, your thing is not connecting. You have to make sure that your devices are connected to the system. Otherwise, it won't let me let you in. So go back out, Agbalagbi Rabbit, and then come back in. But make sure your camera and mics are switched on. You don't have to switch on the camera itself. You can use an avatar, but make sure all devices are switched on. Ajale Koko, good to see you. And Thomas in Australia, good to see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. But before we dive straight into it, I promised a video clip. Let's watch now Soludo as he welcomes Atiku to Anambra State. So let's watch this.
I said you get him much younger. All right, welcome, sir. Good to see you, sir. I said you must tell us the
Toys here. Yes, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, GCON. Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
Many people may be wondering, why would I pay a visit to an Abga governor in Anambra State? I just want to make it very, very clear, that my relationship with Governor Soludo and many other people as well from this part of the country is beyond partisan politics. Our relationship are born out of sense of patriotism. I think there should be a consensus on how we move forward as far as the challenges of this country are concerned. So I want to say that Governor Charles Soludo is a partner in that respect, and therefore it is my singular privilege and honor that he's receiving me, in the government house today. And I think that is the kind of politics we should aim to achieve in this country. In spite of our party differences, there should be some national core values that we should all agree to implement if we have the opportunity to do so. So Governor Soludo, on behalf of my entourage, I want to thank you very much indeed for going beyond party differences to accord us this opportunity to pay you. You didn't shut your gates against us. You welcome us very, very warmly and brotherly as well. And we want to assure you that we are all partners in our reform agenda as far as this country is concerned.
You are one of the two front runners for the presidency of Nigeria. I'm still struggling whether I've become a politician or not. I say it as it is. And we come to say, for the sake of this country, for the sake of Nigeria, let me, on behalf of the government and good people of Anambra, the light of the nation, welcome you to Anambra State. Well, now I will say, welcome home. because he is an in-law as well. Now people forget that. So welcome home. Nigeria is one great country that, as far as I'm concerned, destined by God to be the largest, most prosperous, and most powerful black nation on earth. It's a God-given mission to make it great, to make it realize its fullest potentials. And so, and for me, in this business, Anambra State, Igbo land, and the entire Nigeria should be open space for everybody to play. Be open space for everybody to play. There's no, you come and you give us your value proposition. How are you going to fix Nigeria? How are you going to fix Southeast? Now, Anambra has got its own unique challenges. We are the erosion capital of the world, for example. You know, what is the name for us? And I want to believe that in the fullness of time, I'm very glad that you are here to canvass for votes. Speak to the people, present your value proposition to them. And I want to believe that our people will listen carefully. Part of what we're asked for is to have a level playing field for everybody to be able to canvass. And that is my own orientation.
So there it is right there. Thomas, man, Kilode, only Obianini, what's all this? Look at this guy. Let's go to Babati first. So I'll come to you in a moment. I was blinded by the glitter. But Babati, you're up.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to say this real quick before we get the show started. Yesterday on the platform, I used in describing the conversation yesterday. I used the term. I said people on the platform were engaging in intellectual masturbation, and I wanted to apologize for describing the discussion as that. Even though I joined towards the end of the conversation and emotions flared and it was kind of interesting. So I had to go back and listen to about an hour before coming back. So apologies to anybody offended about the way I described the conversation yesterday. Thank you.
No, that's fair enough. You're a gentleman for doing that. But when you said, I caught me off guard somewhat because if you now you've gone to listen back, it was such a quality conversation that I had to clip it and then repost it as a standalone. You know, and you know that conversation between Kulata and World Peace, you know, it's still going on. My Instagram, I'm not sure if I'm going to block both of them because they are just throwing evidence after evidence at each other with essays, clips, you know, research, pictures. And then let me show you my Twitter something.
Woman, I have a suggestion. You know,
yes.
You remember I asked you about the morning drive. Maybe
yes.
something like maybe the two of them can just go at it for maybe in the morning for 2 hours or 3 hours.
Yes.
And just open floor and they can have at it with their pictures and whatever they want to do.
Yes. So if you look at this is Kulata evidence is, you know, being the scholar that he is even highlighted and red marked and everything, you know, images, pictures, whatever, you know, streams and streams of it. So that's Kulata. And then this is War Peace, you know, he goes at it. Video clips after essays is just, you know, it didn't stop. They're still at it on our Instagram, but there it is. That's the joy of it.
Just chip in something, please.
Yeah, go on.
I think both of them, their lack of native intelligence, you understand?
Oh, wow.
Because at the end of the day, they allow book to overrule their memory. Go back to village and ask of all people that sat in the village. Those people will give you the history of the reality of what we call your kingdom. But if you keep reading book, that is just completely. It's like
engineer. I have to disagree with you because
okay.
They have both World Peace and Kulata, they have a rich body of knowledge, but then there are gaps within that knowledge, and they are trying to marry their knowledges together. Their knowledge, there's no such thing as knowledges. They are trying to marry their knowledge together to have a greater understanding. So it was a very civilized, very educated.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's something that if they started it, it's gonna take more than millions of hours. And
it must now. We're trying to nail down our history now.
This is what I said to you. This is what I said yesterday. If you can open create a day that will be History Channel, that's it. So all these things will be sorted out once and for all.
Yeah, all right.
You know, at least others will have something to say. It's just like Babati now said he's gonna buy something to please the gods. You know, so.
No. I was saying, okay, but because yesterday, one of these I was saying about intellectual masturbation is that it bothers me, one man, as an African, as a black person, that we are referencing foreign books to justify our position on history. It just, but I understand why.
Sorry, where else is our history documented?
No. I agree with you. You know, yesterday I asked the questions. Why is our manuscript? We don't have anything written. And when engineer talks about go to the village and ask them, you are forgetting the displacement. People have moved around so much, and you cannot really rely on oral history as being concrete enough to justify your position when it comes to
the only thing that I admired about how Kulata, and I admired both gentlemen, by the way, but the only thing that I admired about how Kulata presented is he was marrying information to artifacts, you know. Right. So it got the pictures from certain periods in time which are already carbon dated. So that's as categorical as you can. And then he marries that to a particular piece of article to present then a narrative that coheres. So once again, apologies for saying intellectual masturbation. No, it's all right. You're a member of the family.
You have to please the God.
Yeah. All right. Let's kick it off.
But Babati, I don't know when people say we are referencing what the white man wrote and this and that. Well, there are a lot of history books right there, out there, that are written by our people and well researched. Right. But the problem is that we don't read. We don't read. Even during our hold on. Even during that time when we had that this Oduduwa and all the rest, that we have people that are writing and that can read and write in Ile-Ife. They call them Oluorogbo. They read and write. But the problem that we have is that they confine them within the royal house. They didn't use that read and writing skill to educate the larger society. So everything that was being done then was actually documented. But due to several wars that we fought among each other and long-time colonization, destroy all these historical documents. And we all know, we have, Egypt used to have the best of the best library in the world. What happened? European came and burned it down. A lot of historical books about the greatest of the greatest kingdom in Africa, among which are Ile-Ife, were there. But this criminal came from Europe and burned that library down. So it's just sometimes because we don't care about our history, and we have government that does not show interest in, you know, they don't show interest, and they don't invest on education. They don't invest on research and whatsoever. That is why it look like, oh, we don't have our history documented. They are documented. And some of our great professors have written a lot of books, and which we can go and read and get a lot of fact on our history.
Okay, so nobody is disputing the history written by professors. My argument and bone of contention from yesterday is that I find that I'm going to question any history written using English syllables or English alphabets. I want our own history that was written by us or passed through by us. And
then you will have no history.
No.
I'm actually telling you
no.
Let me
see
what I'm saying. Written by professors.
Let me see what I'm saying. I'm saying that we should not be myopic in the way we look at history. I agree. There's the oral part of it, there's the written part of it, and there's the collective from the viewpoint of the outside, that what they saw when they came in, what we say for ourselves, and what was written down. So it's like a comprehensive viewpoint. But I'm saying that as a Black person, I'm troubled that our forefathers didn't have that historical record that was written, maybe some kind of...
What I'm suggesting is that window is already closed, because our history was traditionally oral, and you cannot place any veracity.
That's why I used the word the displacement earlier.
But what we do have as documented history is written in foreign languages. So if we are going to disregard that, then we cannot have the history.
Not disregard it, but at least question it. Because if you see Black person as 1/3 human as far back as then, when racism, slavery was rampant, then of course you're going to have biases writing those books. So I'm going to question some of those historical documents. Not saying that they're not accurate, but at least question what was written. That's what I'm saying. But let's go back to the topic today before I digress.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let's kick it off then with Thomas, and let's start it off with the Charles Soludo space, quite gushing in his welcoming of what's it called, Atiku. But what really struck me was when he said that there are two front runners in the race, and of course, if Atiku is one of them, then I'm sure that it's not discounting Tinubu either. So is Soludo writing Peter Obi off yet again? Is this what we've heard?
Good day, good morning from here. One man, this is my Ankara from Abeokuta, maybe Adire from Abeokuta.
Adire
from Abeokuta, from Babati's hometown. I said I should flaunt it today. Yeah.
Nice.
So back to the politics.
It looks nice on you, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. So, by the way, good evening, good morning, as Radio Biafra normally say, and good everything. Back to the politics, one man. Immediately, what they call it, Soludo said there is two front runner. I said, what is going on here? But there are 3 major or 4 major candidates on this presidency. So, if he can't Atiku as one of the front runner, so who is the second front runner? So maybe he's discounting maybe Tinubu or Peter Obi. Then we can actually say they can discount Tinubu because Tinubu is the front runner. But one man, before I go on, I saw your contraton in Rudolph's channel. It was very exciting.
Which one? Every time I go there, it always talks.
Oh my God, the one you have with the Doze,
Oh, the one that was looking constipated, yes. Oh, look at Thomas, he's frozen. Eh? look at that.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. The one you have with the doses asking you how long have you been living in the UK.
Yes, yes.
It's just I really enjoy it. They you know you sound intimidating when you go there, as if you are very knowledgeable more than them. So
They
they
don't know
always
what to make of me is the thing, you know. So they just reach for the knives, you know. But
yes, they just read for night. That
uh,
back to the politics, yeah.
Yam
So
head.
yes,
I don't I don't know why to do. Soludo can be saying there is two front runner, but there is three. We can't discount Peter Obi in any way. But if you remember with the contractor with Peter Obi, the essay that he brought, so maybe it's still not going well with Obi. Maybe they haven't. And you remember sometimes ago they met in the church, they greeted each other. People said they are in good terms, but I don't think they are still in good terms for now. For him to be saying there are two front runner in this cycle of election, and I think they are three, because we can't actually discount Peter Obi. Peter Obi is at least the phenomenon is there, the movement is there, but we can't discount Peter Obi. But for him to be saying you are two, you are among the two front runner, it should be saying three. So I don't know why is what they call it. Soludo will be saying that, and Atiku going to his to visit him. What is Atiku is trying to do? After they
no,
have
no,
their own.
it's campaigning now. So I think it's traditional that when you are campaigning at the presidential space, you pay a courtesy call to the governor of the state that you are looking to have a rally in.
But it doesn't oblige to do that.
Mm.
Yes, it's not important to do that, but going there is good for PDP. At least they can canvass one more. One man, why don't we just forget Atiku on this cycle of election? Atiku has Atiku is done and dusted. I don't think is we should just go back to Dubai and continue enjoying his life. If for him not to settle with still with Wike till now, I don't see any headway for Atiku. This election will be in between Peter Obi and the Jagaban. And as we really know, the Jagaban is having this election. There's nothing, there's
Do
no
you
equivocation.
do you think that the loyalty that Soluto has towards Atiku is both the fact that he doesn't rate Peter Obi, and by the way, we have to all agree that Soludo does not want Peter Obi anywhere near Aso Rock, because if he gets there, it's going to derail his own ambition. So Soludo does not want Peter Obi anywhere near Aso Rock. But equally, is it not the respect? Because, of course, you have to remember that he was the CBN governor under the then Obasanjo, which, of course, Atiku being the vice president then. So that established relationship, is that part of what we're seeing play now?
Maybe, as you rightly said, Atiku can be in the state and ignore him. No, he can't do that. It's just I think it's just the respect and paying the courtesy greeting to him. I don't think Oludo will be campaigning for Atiku in any way. I don't think so, because it's because Soludo is in the Abga, the Atiku is in the PDP, and I'm feeling that in the nearest future, if Soludo wants to go for presidency, maybe he has to cross over to maybe to APC or PDP or maybe any strong party. Then I don't know why they are just using this Abga. They should propel this party to a national level, that it will be much stronger for the southeast. Everybody will use them as a governor. Then when they are going to the presidency, they will abandon them, go to the PDP or go to the to APC. They should try and build this party. They should build it more. Even though if they don't have any relevance in the presidency, but they should continue building it. Building it. Atajale could rightly say that every region should have a strong party. Like the Southwest should have their own strong party, the North should have their own strong party, the Southeast should have their own strong party. Then when they get to the presidency and they can form maybe alliance or unity party, so that everybody will, at least everybody will have a sense of belonging in this dispensation of election that we have. But they will use them as a tool to go for the governorship. They will spend 2 years. When they are going for presidency, immediately they leave. Peter Obi left Afga. Immediately after he left governor, he changed to PDP, isn't it? So I don't know why they are doing that in the Southeast. They should prepare that party. That party has been there for so long. It should be stronger more than this. That is just my opinion. One man, I don't know why they are abandoned that party. That party should be stronger more than this.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, a lot of what we do here, when we gather every day, is really to fight for the betterment of Nigeria. And that betterment of Nigeria that we're fighting for is for you and I, but not really primarily for you and I. It's for the downtrodden, the lower rungs of society who are really carrying the heavy burden of that our country. So that heavy burden, Thomas, it gets even weightier. Are heavy concerns as Nigeria's inflation hits 21.47%. How is the country able to insulate that, especially the people at the bottom of the ladder?
Oh, I can testify to that. I just came back from Nigeria. Oh, no, no, no. The inflation is too much. I'm spending money, I'm not complaining, but I put myself in the shoes of the Nigerians. How are they surviving? How are they coping? The inflation is crazy. I called a lady selling all this hawking in the traffic. Mortina, the last time I bought Mortina in Nigeria, it was 100 naira. Mortina is 350, 300 now. That can 350, 300. I said, wow. A sweet, a little sweet is 20 naira. Sweet, just one lolly.
You know what always mystifies me about the Nigerian situation, Thomas. I often wonder who is able to afford the things in the because the average person, they don't have the funds for it, but the markup in the prices are at the level that they are. So who is buying anything in Nigeria?
People are buying. People are still buying. Some people are still averagely okay. They are still buying. At least I witnessed many eateries, Domino's, fast food, big ShopRite. People are still spending money. Some people they still have that money. But this downtrodden, this Mama Lata, the artisan, I was just, how are they coping? How? How are they coping? One fish, a 5,000 naira fish, just one fish, a tubal of yam, 2,000, 3,000, one tubal of yam in Lagos. How, how are people coping? I'm not talking of building house. I'm not talking of buying cars. I'm not talking of doing something exotic. Just basic things. Food. At least food. To buy
You you
food
you,
is
you know I cannot imagine how a Nigeria based Nigerian can afford to build a house. I can imagine how somebody from abroad, because what you spend doesn't really change. What you would have spent for when it was 200 to then it's still the same currency. The year change it to whatever volume the naira is. But the person that earns in Nigeria, how are they able to afford to build a house?
one man, it's not easy. One of my neighbors, my mom's neighbor, if you can imagine, they build a boys quarter, like 2 bedroom flat. The foundation of the main building that the man did 10 years ago, I left Nigeria, the foundation is still there. The foundation is still there. The main building, they are still living in that BQ. as you rightly said, how come are you going to build? Cement now is 5,000 naira. 5,000 naira per cement. A load of truck of cement of sound, you can't even name it. I bought a bag of rice, 45,500 naira for my mom. 45,500. You can imagine. And our minimum wage is 30,000 naira. Even some states are not paying that 30,000 naira. They are paying half. Some are paying 15. Some are paying 20. So if you can live in Nigeria, Nigeria is the most enduring human being on earth. With the inflation, with everything, they are still living. Some people are still giving back every day. I just wonder, how come people, why are you still giving back? You have 2 kids already. Why are you still giving back? People are still born.
Thomas. It's some sort of upside down logic. But in the situation that Nigeria is in now, you'll be seeing people, because they have nothing to do but to be at home. And then when they are home, of course, then they make babies, Nobody that's gone to work and then slugged it out for 8 solid hours and then come back in traffic will be looking at his wife, So
when I get back,
the climate even makes for multiple births. It's a thing.
Mama Sikira has given back to 3-4 kids in poverty, in abject poverty. Why are you giving back to all these babies? Why? Abject poverty. Why can't they just tie their this thing? Just go and tie it.
Settle down, Thomas. Settle down.
No. I'm just being concerned because people are just giving back.
Thomas.
People are just giving back.
Thomas, where would they get the money to go and tie their tubes?
There's another way now. Now we are on internet. You can protect yourself. You don't have to. It's just I get annoyed. So people that have they giving back to 5, 6, 7 kids in abject poverty. There is nothing on the ground. No, the kids are not going to school. They are just.
She will be like Asia now and make laws saying that you can't have more than 2.
It will be better. It will be better.
Thomas, do you know that some people, their belief is the more kids they have, the more chances they have of their kids making it. At least they believe one of them will make it. There is this man, he's a driver. He has 2 wives. It's like they do competition with pregnancy. Once you see the first wife with pregnancy, by the time she's heavy and she's due, you will see the second one coming out of their house too with another pregnancy. So I think that is something they need to enlighten Nigerians too about. We have a horticulturalist guy that comes to take care of the garden in my dad's house in Ibadan. The guy has given
a gardener. You mean what is a horticultural? What's all of this? A gardener is a gardener.
A
gardener.
This guy,
horticultural. A gardener. You have a gardener.
The guy's name is Bidin. So this guy will come every time and say, Daddy, Mobimo, I've given birth. My dad said, congratulations, that one would tip him. So he had come like 30 times. So my dad was worried that he now called him. How many kids do you have now? That's how the guy said 5.
A gardener.
I'm telling you, you need to see the way.
How much is the salary?
Which salary? Does he get salary?
Like, in my own...
Five. What you need 5. So when my dad was now forced to say, this guy keep coming and say, I've given back. Me that he works for himself. I have just 3 kids. You get that? You coping? My dad was really worried for him and was really complaining. You need to stop. What are you doing? How can you be giving birth to 5 kids? What's your job? How much are you even earning? That you just make the kids be suffering. The guy gave birth to the 6th one. So he received the phone call in my front when he was doing the garden. So I asked him, "Oh, have you told daddy?" He said, no. Am I a kid daddy boy?"
Yeah, but that's the thing now. But Babati, what you were saying about legislating like the Asian is that entirely a bad thing to legislate to control the population?
You know, our culture, like somebody was saying earlier, like we have this culture of having kids because, but back to those days, it was because people they were having all these diseases back then. So they like my grandfather for that had about 21 siblings. He was the only one that made it alive. So, but they were doing that because they didn't know who was going to survive back then. So, like, let's just have a lot of kids. Hopefully, somebody makes it. Like, I mean, survive. So that culture is still there, and it needs to change. Now, it's a very good question to ask.
Can it be legislated though? Can it be legislated, or can it be enforced?
No, it
can it be
but,
enforced?
yeah, but can it be enforced? Okay, forget people in the south now. Look at the north now, for instance.
Yeah.
Can I interject?
Yeah. Coming back.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Anyway, I was away a little bit from my computer, but I heard about somebody mentioning about one person has 5 kids, right?
6 now. The gardener.
6 now.
Yeah.
6 now.
Yes, 6 now. Where
if not 10.
Where it will even go to 20 if the country continues like this. It's not the intention of Nigerians to have kids, right? Just the kids like that. But when you get to a situation whereby there is nothing else where you can find happiness than to have sex with your wife, that is the fact.
I agree. That's what I just said.
That is the only thing that Nigeria enjoys. Nothing in Nigeria to enjoy except those who are stealing our money. And that is the reason why you see people having more. No, it's not their will. They don't really want to have.
But Baba, correct? Don't you think?
Go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, don't you think these people need to just be enlightened because nothing stopped them from having sex? I just think they need to know about how to go about it, family planning, and all those things.
Yeah, it is good to enlighten them, but I'm just saying that it's not that they really wanted many kids just like that. I know that somebody just mentioned here that I think maybe Babati or something like that. They just mentioned that his father was the only person left back out of 20. In my own family, we are 18 in number.
Grandfather, yeah, he's the only one that, yeah.
From my father, we are 18 in number. So at that time, it was easy to have more kids and stuff like that because they will help you in your farmland and stuff like that. But now, and at that time, you still enjoy it. But now, the problem is that the only enjoyment that most Nigeria has right now is to have sex with their wife, and when they do that, bam.
Why are you limiting it to their wives? Any girl that strolls beyond that, they say, "Oh yeah, about me one will all over me
Can you tell us about your story? Can you tell us what you really want to say?
No, we all know it now. You know all
no,
those.
We don't know it.
We're talking about all those brother adubos that always tie a wrapper around their waist and chupako and stand in front of their gate at 12 They wear this singlet. You know them now. They wear singlet and tie wrapper between Paco.
What of Paco? Did we have Paco in his mouth?
Of course, it must have Paco in his mouth. I'm waiting for something.
But
before you know it, the girl is pregnant.
Also dismissing the
Don't spoil me,
I said, how about the part that has to do with history, like with religion now? You know, if you're a Catholic now, they're not really welcome to contraceptives like that. So even their religion itself is kind of like you know, they're not very receptive to like birth controls, use of condoms and stuff like that. Couple that with lack of funding to
but they preach abstinence, don't they? They preach abstinence.
But you're married, for God's sake. I mean, come on.
But see, I have a Catholic background. I've been going to Catholic church. Even my grandfather's name, if you mention any Catholic organization, they know him very well. Right. I've not come across anybody in Catholic church that give birth to kids the way I've seen, especially with people that you can even tell they can't afford to look after those kids. It's just ridiculous when you go
Yeah,
to Nigeria.
but the average Catholic person, they have a degree of education. They are, even at the base level, they still have a degree of
So
education.
Yeah, that's
to the
correct.
average
Yeah,
Nigerian.
that's
Okay,
correct.
sorry. So to the average Nigerian, but yes, but how? Wow, it's a very tough one because one man, remember that guy I was making fun of in the house that came with 20 of his kids to the house. So what's
Yes,
his name?
we've got a clip of
That
him
was
somewhere.
bragging that is
Yes.
very fertile.
Hmm.
How would that one promote what you're talking about? It's for having more kids. He had like 22 kids and 4 wives, and he was bragging on the house floor, like, look at me, I'm very fertile. So if you have those kind of people running the government, how can you have legislation to even educate people? So that's the problem.
Yeah, but
Can I
because
make
you
a
see,
contribution?
the population growth in Nigeria, it's outstripping the growth of the economic space almost by 2 to 1. So that's a disaster. The pace of the economic space in Nigeria is not growing at the rate of the population. So the resources remain somewhat slow at speed, but the population is doubling to still rely on the same resources. So at some point they'll be cannibalizing each other.
Can I make a contribution?
Yeah, come in, Fatai.
I think these discussions will be, it's just going to be going in circles. It's not like it's not mysterious in academia. There's only really two fundamental factors that are in this space, which is number one, the size of middle class, and then women empowerment. The more the middle class shrinks, there is many studies that it's correlated with the birth rate. Like middle class is inversely proportional to birth rate. The population will start to grow bigger the less once the class starts to shrink. And also women empowerment. If the women, it's the key. It's not the men that hold the key. It's the women. If you have a lot of economically strong women base, the women decide not going to have sex with women if they don't want it. But in the situation where the women can only rely on the men to take care of them, so now Nigeria, we're basically there's practically no middle class. So the women, anybody that's gonna, like, I don't know, give you money to cook and everything like that, you're gonna marry. So the population will keeps growing if we don't take care of the middle class of Nigeria, and also if the women are not.
Nigeria does not have a middle class
Yeah,
anymore.
it's been eradicated. So the population, it's also the simple explanation for the north and the north. The women. I mean, okay, you are in the
Because
home.
even the professional class in Nigeria now, they classify as the poor.
Yeah.
Yes. So you're either rich or poor in Nigeria now.
Yeah.
Or, there's no.
Before, like about a decade, 2 decades ago, the educated ones, if you see, the birth rate is already was like you would say the birth rate declined among the educated people. But even now, even the educated people are not necessarily middle class anymore. Even the women who are even educated also are going to need to be dependent on anybody that can take care of them. So too much dependency is what makes population grow a lot. The West is like you have a very strong middle class. You don't want to. The women don't need the man to do anything before, but when the woman is dependent on the man,
It's true because
crazy.
in the West, if a girl doesn't like you, then you stand no chance.
No, you don't have a
But
chance. It doesn't matter.
in a third world country, the girl doesn't care if she likes you or not.
No,
She wants to know what the content of your wallet is. But
that,
and that's the difference.
and that thing you suggested about legislation is a very dangerous thing. It's not. We need to fix the economic situation of Nigeria, and these other things. It's always dangerous to want to
No, it's a
legislate
multi-pronged. No,
human
hold
tendencies.
on now. Hold on. It's a multi-pronged approach now. Having some sort of national bat strategy does not preclude then tackling the economic situation.
What
So
about China? What about China? Because if you do that in a very near future, you're going to have a problem where these many people, population, they are going to grow old, and you're going to need a very big whatever
No,
workforce to take care of their retirement.
Yeah, but we have an overabundance now. So it's the middle ground that we have to find. Somebody was just telling you of a gardener that has 6 children, and it's not unique or peculiar. It's the story of so many people.
One
So
man,
we have to, yeah.
Can we put this in context, please? Fatai, let me just
Sure.
Let me just read one stat out so you can reply to it. UK's population in 1960 was 52 million. Nigeria's population in the same year, in 1960, was 45 million. So we had roughly the same population in 1960. Right now, as of this year, UK is about 68 million, and we are 210. Okay.
Yeah. No.
So the population growth is outstripping resources. It's a disaster. It's a recipe for disaster.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in, Babakure.
Okay, now I to me, I'm very sorry to say this. I know my friend over there, Thomas, might not like what to say anyway. But how do we know that Nigeria population is 200 million? Or over 200?
That's a political question.
That is my question, because to me, I will not believe that until the kingdom come. Unless
accurate, even if it's 150, it's too much. Like I said earlier, UK is now 68 million. We are over. Okay, let me even give you 150. We had roughly the same population size in 1960, 52 and 45. We are like 150 right now, and they are about what, 68. They only grew
they've gone by 10-12%.
Right,
We've
and
gone by
like
about 300%.
Come on now,
you know,
that's ridiculous.
And the resources of the country diminishing return.
The point is that over 200 million, I don't believe in that. But based on the landmass of Nigeria and the resources we have, if we have good government, we shouldn't be complaining about the issue of population. It's just because the country is not working good. The money that belongs to everybody is in pocket of some people. That is why we are here saying this.
Yeah, but Babakure, even if we have good government, we will not have population explosion. It's more the wider thing. Because if we had good government, which is to say that there's sufficient enough labor for people, that you've gone to work from 9 o'clock, you are coming back at 7, you just want your dinner, it's sleep that you're thinking about. Not madam, you know. So
that is very that is very true. Also, if the government fixes the country, the population the rate of growth will come down. And BT said before, when UK transited into industrialization, and they never look back. They are they are advancing more and more and more. But we are going down. So the relationship is inverse. In theoretical and academic terms, it's not a mystery. If your middle class keeps shrinking, you keep going down economically, your population will be exploding.
So how much of that population explosion do we think Thomas contributes to? With a lot of these designer glasses and all the
Louis Vuitton shoes, the Ray-Bans.
I'm sure there's a small village somewhere filled with little Thomases.
I know. But back to the politics, one man. We just gave it to Soludo for even appreciating Atiku. At least he could have sent the the invitation earlier on. I know he can't just bargain into his domain, but let's just give it to Soludo for giving him respect, welcoming, and Atiku is doing what he thought is good for him. But I'm not seeing any headway for him. We are not even hearing more from Wike lately anymore. Maybe he has shielded his sword somewhat. I don't know. But Atiku needs to go and calibrate.
No, I don't know if anybody saw a video of Wike recently. I don't know if it's recent. It was talking about Christians, warning the Christians that they should. I think he's trying to get to Obi that Christians should not allow people to use them. He was saying that in a video. I saw that video somewhere this morning on YouTube. So I was even wondering if that is directed to Peter Obi or something.
Yeah, let me comment on that. I saw that same video. He went to a church on a Sunday addressing the Christian community in that church. And he said politicians that churches should shine their eyes, let politicians not use them for political whatever. Then after saying that again, he now went to the issue of Tinubu and said some people are saying that Muslim ticket is wrong, which me he now say which me Wike also does not support. And he now said again, but those who are talking about Muslim tickets, if they say it is bad, are they also saying that it is good to have a northern candidate after the north, so that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands? So if you are saying that Muslim ticket is wrong, which Wike also believes is wrong, we will also say it is wrong to have a north after north. So he's like he made points that we can point to the three candidates, in the same presentation in that video. So that's what I'm trying to say,
All right.
That
Thank
makes
you.
sense.
Thank you, Saki. I'll be coming to you with the Peter Obi Soludo space in just a moment, because a lot of what you said is still wraps into some of the conversations around Peter Obi and this public statement that is felt the need to make to distance himself, that is campaigning on religious and ethnicity. But now that space has been opened, maybe you want to go to it, Thomas. Peter Obi trying to distance himself from being an ethnic and a religious jingoist.
Yes, I've been waiting for that, one man. Thank you. At least you could remember we spoke on this many times. That number. That Peter Obi is trying to what they call it, do a Christian or try to go on that route. If Peter Obi said going to church is not campaigning, but we saw videos of people shouting his name in the church, even in the presence of God. Church is the presence of God. There is nothing politics should be in the church. It's even, I'm a Christian. I'm not happy about it. You spoke about it a countless of time on this platform. You can't do that. You can't take politics to church. Take your politics to politics arena. Leave church alone. Church is the presence of God. It's the only place. We saw videos of him in churches. People shouting, Obi, 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 Obi. Isn't it? Can he deny that? Can he say he's not campaigning? So it's to me, it's trying to use this Muslim ticket, going to churches, people said he has been attending churches. Fine, he has been attending churches. Why are they giving him microphone to man the pulpit? You can go to any church, sit down like normal people, but people were in that church shouting your name, and he called himself a Christian.
Yeah, Thomas, it is impossible for, in fact, they shouldn't even bother trying to, it is impossible for the Peter Obi space to say that they're not campaigning on a religious footing. Just countless, endless, clips and clips and clips of him. And he always goes to the biggest event in that church. And then, of course, he will be announced by the lead pastor. And then, of course, the crowd will cheer. And then the pastor might say something in his favor. Often instances they will. Whether he then takes the mic to say anything or not, it doesn't matter. His mere presence in those churches is a campaign. But the curious thing is, he seems to be the only candidate doing that. I've not seen Atiku in a mosque. I'm sure he goes to a mosque every Friday, but he does that privately as a citizen. I've not seen Tinubu in a mosque. I'm sure I'm not sure that he does. He looks like Amugo. But, he seems to be the only one that is stomping all these religious big arenas. So there's no equivocation that is campaigning using religion is beyond question. Beyond question.
No, there is
It's
no
so
equivocation.
it's so obvious that he's trying to take the advantage of the Muslim ticket and the
That
anger
is it.
of
That
Khan.
is it.
That is what he's doing. It's obvious, man.
It's creating political cleavages, like it's exploiting those tendencies already. So creating those cleavages kind of favors him, because by default, without saying it, what you're saying is look at them, look at us. So you're creating a us versus them dynamic, which is very dangerous to the country. So I don't
Can
think.
I chip in something, please?
Yeah, carry on, engineer.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's doing well.
Yeah, for himself, he is.
Thank you, engineer. Thank you,
He's
engineer.
doing well because, look, he can go to the places that will recommend him to go, places that they will like him, places that they will cheer him, places that they will give him hope, places that they will give him that positivity. So he's doing well.
You think so?
Of course.
Right.
But it's also a sign. It's also a sign of desperation.
Can I come in?
Yeah, come in, Babakure. Yeah, come in,
Okay.
Babakure.
Well, the issue is that my friend Thomas said religion should get out of. The politics should get out of religion, and religion should get out of politics. It has been there since Greek time. So it's not. It is going to be there until the kingdom come. Now let's talk about this issue of Peter Obi. What happened to what of Tinubu also? Because this thing we will continue talking about this.
Yeah,
now,
what of Tinubu? What has Tinubu done?
Okay, now do you know that he was also trying to recite the Quran and also pray in the Lord's Prayer? What's he trying to do here?
You mean at his rally?
Exactly. So everybody is just trying to use any. What do you think he's trying to do too? He is trying to tell us that okay, well, I'm for Christian, I'm for Muslim. So that is what he's trying to do there too. He is using that to convert people to himself. So don't let us play game on anybody. So whatever strategy you want to use, you go ahead and do it. Let Nigeria decide. You can do anything you want, but Nigeria will decide who they want.
Yeah, but about Kure, I think it's two different things. If you stay in a rally, I have pastors that use Quran and Bible together to preach. I know pastors like that. So I don't see, you can't compare him to somebody that goes to the church deliberately to the congregation for them to chant his name and for the pastor to mention his presence. It's quite different from when you're in a rally and you try to make
now
people
what
know
you are saying now is that he is not even trying also to prove to us that he is with Christian, right? But I want to try to recite.
How many mosques has he gone to?
He is doing well.
It doesn't really matter. Even if he does it once, it's still
it doesn't
the same
matter.
thing.
You have to create the balance, and what is why we are concerned as Nigerians.
Let everybody use whatever they want to use.
Thank you.
No, but that's very dangerous for the society, though.
Yes, especially the fault lines in Nigeria, which is aggressively split along religious lines.
But what we are dismissing that by default, there's always a power tussle between politics and religion. It's always been there. And what they have
church and state.
So when people say separation, I just laugh. No, one has to be subservient to the other one. So if I'm a politician, I will use religion as a tool. Like let's say in Iran now, they have religion using politics as a tool. In Nigeria, it's the other way. Politics uses religion as a tool. So you can't dismiss that dynamics. Now, I prefer secular states because it is very dangerous to have religion infiltrate our politics because it is hard to change people's mind because people tend to bank on God. They will say it is a divine calling. It's a God called me to do it. And it's harder to change people's mind about anything God in Nigeria. So I'd rather have a secular state where at least it's of persuasive mind. Like you must persuade me to vote for you as opposed to God sending you to save me. I think that I will lean towards more of the politics controlling religion.
Yeah, but Nigeria, in theory, is a secular state.
Yeah. I'm not dismissing that. I'm saying that,
In theory, but not in practice, of course.
I'm just saying that they exploit religion because they will claim that they are very religious when they're campaigning, but we know realistically they're not religious people, but they exploit that space for their own gains. So that's what I
Yeah,
just
actually, the argument is not that it's not attractive. It's very attractive, but throughout history, it's always been dangerous. If everybody, just imagine if all the candidates also everybody starts campaigning, going to their mosque, at least going to their church, it's going to lead to chaos. If all of them, it's going to lead to automatic divide. All the Muslims will go with Atiku or Tinubu. All the Christians will go. Even PWP will not even win because the Muslims, at least as far as we know, they have more population than the Christians. So it means no Christian would ever become president of Nigeria. So it's always been there in history, but it's always been settled that religion needs to be separated from state. Otherwise, the consequences is very bad. Peter Obi needs to come out.
Fatai, 1 sec, please. Can you imagine Tinubu walking to every mosque in the north saying the Christians are ganging against us because I pick Muslim ticket? How is it going to be? How is it going to be? It's going to be chaos.
Let me play you this clip. It's only 4 seconds. Let me play you this clip. I hope it's the right one.
Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
So there it is.
Imagine if Muslims also start saying that we're going to have it's going to be dangerous for Nigeria, and there will never be a Christian president.
But to add to that, you see, I don't have a problem with politicians trying to tap into religion and all that. But as a good leader, and there is a way you balance things and the way you deliver your messages. Sometimes the way Obi say things is like he's trying to turn people against each other. He has made many like one man just played now. There are several statements the guy has made that is more like you are trying to pit people at each other. And if you are going to churches, okay, fine. I would expect you to create a balance and go to mosques too. So don't make it look as if because they put Muslim tickets.
Should the security services issue him a warning?
I think we should even have something in the constitution that people should come apart from the security. I think a lot of people that knows the constitution well should come up with something and bring it out and let maybe the forces don't even know the laws. Maybe that will give them a wake-up call.
What is the role of your media? Why are they not questioning him on that part? They should have his feet on the fire for that. Why?
I think because what he's doing is very dangerous for the country. I think the DSS or somebody, maybe they should have a friendly word with him. Church, take back your country. What does that even mean?
Woman, can you just expatiate that word? What does that mean? What is what is trying to insinuate there?
No, Thomas.
Or can I correct that?
If you're American, you know what take back means. It's a low key sectional.
Can I correct that?
The Tea Party movement. We all know what Tea Party take back a country. We know what that means. So he's playing to the gallery. He knows what he's doing. So he's not naive. He's a very
give him credit. He's doing well. Give him credit.
Doing well for him. No, engineer doing well for himself. But does this favor the country as a whole? Come on now. Let's
all right. Saki is insisting it's being quoted out of context. Saki, father.
Yes, I think you quoted him out of context. That is just 3 seconds. I watched that video very well. I think you brought this video before here and tried to crash it out. I watched that video very, very well. That very video, it was Anglican bishops in Nigeria invited P2B on a conference to come and present in their conference. This is not even inside church. It was a presentation. And then he came to that very conference and was presenting before the Anglican bishop. He started reading out the problems of Nigeria, the way he used to talk about the problems that Nigeria is facing. And then P2B now went further to advise the church, the Anglican bishops, that it is time to stop being passive when it comes to politics, saying that you cannot participate in political activities of Nigeria. That if the church continues to be passive, then we will continue to have the bad leaders. That it is time for the church to wake up and start taking back their country. That was what he said in the presentation. What is
And you
bad
don't say
about
anything bad about that?
what is bad about
Okay.
the admonition?
There's nothing bad about it, my brother. Tell
He
them.
was telling the church that you cannot just. It's just like Catholic Church now. Today they will tell you that Reverend Fathers are not allowed to contest in an election. That they are Reverend Fathers. So he's telling people that the church has been passive when it comes to political engagements, political participations. You know, that it is time for them to wake up and start and take back their and start by participating in elections. Yeah.
Zagifad, can Peter Obi do a wrong? Can he do a wrong?
Of course.
No, because you never condemn him. Anything you will just try to spin it.
If he does wrong, I will condemn him.
To be fair, Saki Father, it can be critical when criticism is needed. But round off that space, Thomas, and then actually, where are you, Thomas? Are you at home? Is this your home?
Yeah, this is my home. Yeah,
My goodness me, $1 million house.
Horticulturist, I mean, it's a horticulturist.
What happened? I'm still in the middle of in the spirit of holiday, so I have 1 week to rest.
You're not back at work yet.
No. I have 1 week to rest before resuming work. 3 weeks in Nigeria, 1 week in Australia.
How large are the houses in Australia?
Like this apartment is we just bought this apartment, 3-bedroom flat, and suite, 2 sitting room, kitchen. It's not that big, like one plot of land. It's just like a one plot of land.
So they're not American style. They're not American style big houses.
No. People who have
Australia
houses,
is more like
it's in the city.
Sorry, carry on. Sorry, D. Let Thomas round off so I can move on. But go on, Thomas.
Yes, they have big houses, but that will be in the city, like the skyscraper. People don't build. No, why will you build? The biggest house you see here is duplex with 4 rooms. That is fine. They don't build mansions. No. They don't build mansions like Americans. They build mansions. Even if they are rich here, the biggest building you see is duplex, maybe 5-bedroom duplex, and they will have a vast land mass for cattle, for animals. They like rearing cows at their backyard, big backyard. So that is just it. So it's very good. It's very okay here. Maybe I will invite you to Australia on 1 month.
You know, of all of the places, I've never given any thought to visiting Australia. I always see it as just that it will be like England. It will be no different from England.
That's what I was going to say earlier. The setting is the same thing as England.
There's nothing different. There's nothing different from England.
Just better weather.
Yes, better weather. We don't have snow like you guys. If you want to see snow here, you have to travel like 4 hours before you.
If you want to see snow, go to Baba Akure's house. You see. I'm surprised. I'm surprised he's able to get out of the house.
One man. Don't you think Australia? Thinking about Australia, I think the distance is quite discouraging, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's
just the distance.
That is my problem.
It's just the distance. It's just the distance. No, it's not far. I'm used to it.
Because you live there, you reside there. It's different from someone that wants to visit.
The longest flight I ever took was from Lagos to Atlanta. 13 hours.
How many hours?
13 hours from Lagos to Atlanta.
From Australia to Qatar, we spend 14 and a half hours. Then from Qatar to Nigeria, 6 hours, 25 minutes. That is
that's not bad.
That's a day, isn't it?
That's a day. That's a day. That's how it is that. Yeah,
Okay.
it's very tiring, one man. 14 and a half hours on the
How
plane.
do you have a snakes? Do you have problem with snakes there
Of
in
course, there's
Australia?
snakes. Yeah, of course, snakes. Yeah. Because the land is too big. How many people? 25 million people. Australia is the sixth largest country in land mass and
Yes.
25 million people.
Yeah, but most of it is unlivable, like the outback. The outback is
No,
nobody,
it's unlivable.
except the
No.
Aborigines. Only the Aborigines can live
It's
there.
just only the Aboriginals. There are some places here in Australia, nobody can live there. Maybe until the earth will finish. No, you can't now. You can't live there. It's too bushy. No, you can't live there. You will travel. Nah, it's too big. And we don't share land borders. We are just in middle of ocean.
With the Aborigines, do they, in terms of their physiology, do they look like every other human being in terms of their physiology?
No, they look different, but they just have the black skin like us. But they look different. They are still killing ecolo,
Yes.
killing rats. Till now, they don't want to educate themselves. No, they've turned them. They chase them away
Because
from Melbourne.
that is part of their culture. It is you guys throw away your culture and you embrace
No, but they
somebody's
have a
culture.
drink. They have a drink problem as well. The Aborigines and drugs.
No. They can
we
drink
have that here
from
too.
morning till night.
We have that here too, but let's say you take them away from their ancestral land, then it is going to cause a lot of trouble. So because they've already used to that system, they have already used to that culture. So it is for them killing, like you said, that is part of their culture. Okay, here fishing is one of the major things for Aboriginal people. They live on that. So that is why government give them permission to fish throughout the year. But other people cannot do that. You have to have an Aboriginal license before you can do that. So it is part of their culture. So I'm not going to blame anybody. I'm not going to castigate stone on them.
Baba Kure.
Honestly, hold on,
civilization is here.
Honestly, I see them like that of Africa. Their culture, everything is almost the same. I don't know about Australian Aboriginal anyway, but those people that I see here. So I always, when I see them, I see me in them.
Are you trying? Are you not? Do you not stand the danger of holding them back as some sort of anthropological exercise, like some? They are not specimens; they are human beings. They are not. They're not some anthropological experiment for you to.
Woman, let me tell you the experience of the government of Australia. When they came here, they put them in a big house, like water closet. They are still going outside in the bush to defecate. So they just pack all of them to the northern region. We call them Darwin. Now they are in Darwin. They are still killing Ekolo, killing rats, killing. It's just.
What's your relationship? What's their relationship with the black population, with the Africans and the Aborigines? How do they see you?
No. We don't know. Never. Umba, their lifestyle is because they are just there. They are not civilized. They are not trying to get out of their
but they
old
must
ways.
have. Hold on. That wasn't my question. They must have a view of you. How do they see you, and how do you see them? Not you specifically, but black people.
Oh yes.
How do they see? What's their view of you?
Oh no. Oh, we see as brothers and sisters. Of course, we have the same skin. So we are like brothers and sisters,
and we went through the same problem from these people. I'm not going to mention anybody's name, but we both went through the same agony of life. So that is why when I see them, I see me in them and I see them in me, because we went through the same problem. So
yes,
in the hand of European.
Yeah, but you have come from a foreign country and you've landed in their country to be on top of them.
No. They don't see me that.
They don't present that
No,
you've come
no.
from a foreign space to be privileged over them in their
As a
own.
matter, I have a colleagues that we were working together in the same program. When I talk about certain immigration rule and stuff like that, he said this government is just full of crap. They should just allow people. I said it doesn't work like that. What are you talking about, man? It doesn't work like that. You have to follow a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of things before you can just let people in just like that. So to me, I have a friend among them, and I meet with a lot of them, and there was never a time they look at me like, who is this, or like overlook or just downgrade me. We go along because we see ourselves, we put ourselves in the same shoe because we went through the same thing.
Yeah.
So that is it, one man.
All right, brilliant. And finally, Thomas, that famous girl that used to run 100 meters, what happened to her, the Aborigine girl?
I don't remember. I don't know.
You don't. Yeah, you are the Australian. You should know.
No, I don't know. I don't know her. But yeah, Aboriginal, they need to step up. Yeah, they are so backward here. The Africans came here and took their spot. It's very pathetic. They are not trying to move out of their old ways. They are still killing rat, killing Ekolo, killing Nana. It's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
Cathy Freeman. Cathy Freeman. Her name is Cathy Freeman.
Can I ask you a question? Thomas?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever seen them when they practice their tradition, like do smudgy and stuff like that, like Catholic, the way Catholic always do turari? Have you seen them?
Yes.
Okay.
They are still traditional, even traditional more than Africa. They still do all this, their ritual. They will paint their face, paint their neck, all this. Even Australia give them the preference. Any Australia normally do like Melbourne Cup. We do horse race. They are the one that they are the one that normally open the section, do their ritual.
Yes.
The smoke will be coming out. All these rituals.
Yes.
They give them preference for that. So no, they don't leave that one. No, you can't take that one from them. If you take that one from them, you kill them. If you take that one from them, they will paint their face very scary, dancing like, I don't know, all this stuff. So they still do that here. They still do that. They don't change. They can never change.
All right, thank you, Thomas.
Baba Kure, is Catholic Church traditional? I don't understand what you mean.
I'm not saying that Catholic is traditional, but in the Catholic, they always do something like this, like I don't know what that
incense,
incense. Exactly.
Incense.
So Aboriginal do that too. They have something like that. They will be do like this to everybody, like the way Catholic does their own too. So I'm not saying that Catholic is traditional.
Yeah,
Thomas,
the Catholics are Ogbonis now. We know that they are Ogboni.
It's like this shit, Thomas. It's like you have one for each day. Remember your brother.
All right, I want to move it back to the politics. Thomas, thank you, gentlemen. Thomas, stay with us. Let me move it on to Saki Fada and move it back to the politics. And let me move you then, Saki Fada, to the space of Peter Obi. So I am not championing sectional interest, says Peter Obi. So when I was reading it out, I was just trying to invite that he peculiarly seems to be the only candidate that is having to address this issue of ethnicity and more so religion. So why is that, Saki Fada?
Anyway, the issue of ethnicity, of course, we know that Peter Obi is not presenting himself as an ethnic candidate. By his words and his actions, he's not presenting himself as an ethnic candidate. It's just that some unscrupulous elements are trying to find a way of giving him that ethnic coloration, So, but they have tried and tried and tried. People are not buying the idea of that ethnic coloration. But then we come to the issue of religion. I'm sorry, I don't thought Thomas, let me make it categorical. P2B is a human being, he can be wrong. And when he's wrong, I will call him out, he doesn't pay my bills. I'm only I'm only wishing we have a good country. That is why I come here to deliberate on political issues. He's a human being, he can err, he's not divine. Whenever he errs, we can criticize him. But whenever I want to present my criticism, I fall back to logic. So let me use logic again to come to the issue of religion. And I will cite examples so that I will give context to that. There is this program, I think, organized by the Catholic Archdiocese of Lagos. It's a yearly program. It's called Unusual Praise. They started that program in 2017, I think, and they have been doing it once a year. It's an annual event. And then P2B has been going for that program since 2017. He has even been like donating in such programs since 2017. In 2017, he went for that program. Nobody saw him as a religious person. 2018, he went for the same program. Nobody saw him as a religious person. 2019, 2020, 2021. Then this 2022, he came to that very event again, called Unusual Praise. And maybe directly or indirectly, because this is a political season and also a campaign season, it is very easy for people to say he is going to that place because he is contesting an election. But if you could go back to 2017 and those other years and still see that P2B has been attending that very program in Lagos, I think it might affect the judgment we are trying to make. Number one example. Then I'll cite another example. One of the greatest personality Anambra State has ever produced, who is still living today, is Cardinal Arenze. If you call the people in Anambra State that are prodigious and they are still living today, I think the first person you should call is somebody like Cardinal Arenze. We know his history. We know there was a time they could have even elected him as first black pope in the world.
Yes, he should have gotten that post, by the way. Racism,
Yeah,
it was racism.
yeah, but why is he celebrated? He was ordained a Catholic bishop in 1965 at the age of 32. At that very age, he was the youngest bishop in the whole world. Before he went to Rome and went up to that scale of being a cardinal. So I'm trying to bring a background to this. So in 2015, Canarense became the first man in the world, the first bishop, a Catholic bishop in the world, to celebrate 50 years as a bishop, 2015. By then, P2B was no longer governor of Anambra State. It was a very great event. P2B attended that same event in Basilica of the Holy Trinity in Onitsha. So, and when he attended that very event, he was recognized. They called him and said, "We thank the former governor of Anambra State. He is here with us celebrating this program." Now, last two weeks, I think, the same Canarense was celebrating his 90th birthday, and he invited the same P2B, who he also invited in 2015, and P2B attended that very event. Maybe because this event he attended is within the period of this campaign season. That is why it is easy for people to see it as maybe he's using these events, these religious events, to get present, gather presence, politically. People that didn't know he has been attending, he even attended Canarense's event in 2015, we misinterpret it. Yeah, that one aside. In Enugu, one of the largest church program we have in Enugu is the what do we call it? The adoration owned by Farambaka. You know, they do their, what do we call it? This is their bazaar every year. It's an annual event. And when why P2B was governor, Mbaka used to invite him, and he used to go every year. He even went in 2019. Remember when Mbaka even embarrassed him, in 2019, when Mbaka was trying to make him donate money, and
yeah, the no shishi, the no shishi space, yeah.
So you remember that very year. So he has been attending. Suppose Mbaka is organizing his bazaar this year and invites the same people, and people comes to that adoration ground. It will be easy for people again to say he is going for it because of politics, Then P2B attended a church service. Another one I want to give you. This one is no longer Catholic. This one is Pentecostal. He attended this guy's church. What do we call him again? This man that contested election under APC.
Bakare.
Yeah, Bakare. He attended Bakare church, and Bakare, like announced his presence. And at the same time, Bakare said, this is not the first time he's coming here. He came, I think, either 2 years ago, thereabout, that he came to this same church, and he has like contributed in this church, sort of, So last 2 years, people didn't see him as going for anything. But suppose people have seen this video this year, it will be very easy for people to say he's going for it because of political reasons. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think these examples have been able to cite makes us believe that P2B, when he was not a political candidate, he has been attending these church events. But it might not be conspicuous in those previous years.
Do you not think he should tone it? Should he not tone it down? Should he tone it down?
Believe you me, this time around, he's a very popular personality in Nigeria right now. So any events he attends, indirectly or directly, consciously or unconsciously, people will take videos.
Should he not tone down this? Hold on. Can you hear me, Saki?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you not think he should tone it down? This stomping of church pulpits.
You can't tell somebody, how to live his life as a person. Forget about politics. You can't tell somebody to stop going as a Christian, stop going to worship, stop going to Christian events, because you are now a political figure. Even if you are going it with your own good heart, I don't think somebody will tell you how you want to go and worship your God, whether you are now popular or you are not popular. The question you have to ask yourself is, before becoming this political personality in Nigeria, before now, has he been attending these programs in the past?
Wait, Saki, sorry to cut you short. Yeah. All this event is not going in the name of is going to attend the church program. You said he's been invited, some maybe a birthday, some maybe bazaar and all that. And if it's election period and it's campaign time, everybody sees that campaign, regardless, because that is not your own personal church. That is not the church you go to personally. Because obviously, Obi will have a church he goes to. I have a church I go to. But when I start moving around, and you are telling me, they've been inviting him for those things since way back. But now that is election time, there is a way and manner, if you have the best interest of the country and the way the religion separation is right now in Nigeria, that is the way you keep a balance. You try to even go for some Muslim programs, because those are not your main church. So you are going there for the sake of what? So don't let's fool ourselves. I understand what you are trying to say, but for me, it's election period and it's contesting, and going from one church to another is obviously a style of campaigning too.
Well,
carry on, my brother.
That's what I'm saying is that
he is doing well.
No, what I'm saying is that before becoming this political candidate, he has been going for different church programs, whether it is Catholic or not. I've cited examples of different Pentecostal programs here.
Yeah, but Saki, he should tone it down because he stands accused.
And it then means no. If somebody is accusing me of what I am not, it doesn't matter the level of accusation. If I'm not that, I'm not that. If it is not what I'm not, even if you accuse me, it doesn't matter to me. Yeah.
Zaki Father.
Yes.
Why no media coverage in the past? Why media coverage this time? Everywhere, every church. Why must it carry media coverage with it? Hold
videos?
On. Why do you want to go to church, to a place to worship God, and media coverage will follow you?
Can I send you 4 videos of church events he attended in the past, big events that they announced his name in that big event, and people
we are not seeing. I mean, it was not noticeable as it is
it
now.
was not noticeable in the past. Yeah, it was not noticeable in the past, because in the past, some of you here don't even know who is Peter Obi in the past. Who was him? Some of you have not even had that name, Peter Obi, in the past. It's just that now he's very popular and people are misinterpreting him.
So what you are saying now is that all this visitation to different churches doesn't carry any political undertone.
What I'm saying in effect is that if he has not been attending it in the past and now he's attending
No. That question. So are you saying is frequent visits to churches that we have seen these days does not carry political undertone?
It depends on how people will interpret it. So people will easily interpret it as having a political undertone.
Let me rephrase Agale Koko's question.
Yes.
If frequent visits to churches these days, does it not have a political intent?
Based on my own interpretation, I won't interpret it as having political correlation because he has been doing it in the past. So I think he's just consistent as his person and the way he is. He's not. There was a program I went. Let me remind you. There was a program I attended in 2000 in the East. You know, the topic of that very program was "It is possible with God." The person it was an all-night program. The person that delivered that program was Father Mbaka. Mbaka came to a program in the East, I think in Anambra State, not even in Enugu. He was invited by the maybe youth program, something like that. He came to deliver that program. And the topic is, "It is possible with God." That was the topic of his message. Peter Obi was in that program and he stayed from the program started around 9 o'clock and ended around 5 o'clock in the morning. Peter Obi stayed from that 9 o'clock till 5 o'clock worshiping with people.
Brother, can I interject a little bit?
I attended that program, so I remember that. So he has been doing it in the past. This is the way, this is his life. This is what he has been doing, all these things you see he's doing now in the past. It's not just that because he is contesting an election that he now suddenly remembered church.
So the perception does not matter to you that he is doing it for political reason to counter Muslim and Muslim tickets. So the perception doesn't matter to you.
That reminds me, there is a book I just read 2 days ago. Perception does not really matter. That is
perception does not really matter.
Yeah,
so
perception does not really matter. The way
it's about but you have talked of perception on this show before, you know. But now you are saying that it does not really matter because you want to defend your man.
No, it's not because of it's not because of defense. I will give you an instance. You know, I will give you an instance. If you see somebody that is crippled, you know, how would you perceive the person? Usually, you begin to have this feeling of pity. Hey, this person is disabled. He is incapacitated. He cannot achieve much in life. That could be our perception, you know. But then, it is possible that this person We have actually seen some of these disabled people climb ladders of life and achieve great things beyond human perception, beyond the way we perceive them. So the reality is that it is always good to be you. Try and be you. Try and be the you in you that is you. Don't change your behavior because you are now in this position or because you are now in that position. If you believe that you have been doing a particular good thing in the past and you still want to continue that same good thing you are doing, it doesn't matter the position you find yourself in life. Try and be consistent with that. It doesn't matter what people say. It doesn't matter whether people are saying that, hey, people are very good to be judgmental. People can judge. People can just say what they want. It is you and your God or your conscience that
In
knows whether what you're doing is this.
Okay. In view of what you just said now, that it is good for somebody to stand by his conviction. So, what Soludo is doing, standing firm and saying that Obi is just a distraction, it's not it worth to nothing, and it cannot achieve any result for Igbo interest in this presidential race. So it should continue with that. You think that is, Soludo should continue with that stand?
Can I ask you a general? Can I ask you a general? Let me give you a.
Yeah, no, you want to ask question? No, I'm just asking you a question. You have to answer that before you answer me.
We'll answer that with
this
this question. I want to use this question to answer it. Suppose you are John Lekuko and I myself. Suppose two of us are in a class, and I'm coming first in a class, and you are giving your efforts, and at the end of the day, maybe you come third, and then I want to describe you to another person. I say, in fact, that guy's result is worth to nothing. How will you feel? How will you feel? Yeah.
How would I feel?
Yes.
Yeah, I will not feel. I will not feel good about that.
Or rather, how would the society, if we tell the people in the society now, we tell them like, this is what this person said, though. He's coming first. This other guy is coming third. But this is the way he described this guy. How do you think the society will see this? How do you think society will make this judgment?
Hey, Soludo substantiated it with empirical fact. He didn't run it. He didn't say it on emotion.
What's the empirical fact
people, unlike people. Yeah, he laid it down.
Tell me what you said.
How he wasn't able. I mean, how he invested the money and the investment that worth like 100 million back then has depreciated to 5 million. He mentioned some other things that he did that are not economically viable for the state and some other things.
Yeah.
So he mentioned them. He didn't just say it blank. You didn't just make a blank
maliciously
rather. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway,
he provided evidence and he supported it. And today, by what you said, by what you said, that somebody on whatever you have conviction on, you should stand by it. This guy repeated it again today when Atiku visited, that it's only two people that are in the race. That is Atiku and Tinubu. In fact, he didn't mention the name Tinubu, but he mentioned it in his article that only two candidates, that only two parties, that only two parties that can win the presidential. He said the candidate of PDP and APC are more viable to win, and that is where Obi should align with. He mentioned, he confirmed, he stand on what he believes in today. So do you agree that with MC, what you are saying?
I will still come to that topic. Yeah, I'm still reserving my energy for that topic. But then let me tell you what Soludo said about investment working to nothing.
Saki, father, please, can you answer Jalikoko's question? Because he asked you a question first. You throw a question to...
Hold on. Hold on, D. Let Saki father go with the flow as it's going, because I also want to take him to that Soludo space, but let him go through first Obi and his religious campaigning. Back to you, Saki.
Soludo said investment P2B did in Anambra is worth to nothing. Number one. Then number two, he said he should not have done this kind of investment. This is, as an economist, there are investments that are more viable. He should not. The little knowledge I have in economics, there are two kind of reasonings we present in economics. There's what we call normative economics, and there's what we call positive economics. In normative reasoning is always based on value judgment. There is no one way, to approach a thing. That is normative reasoning. People bring their own, and it is always like, it should have been this way. Another person could have come and say, it should have been this way. There is another person that can come and say, the investment Soludo is doing, if I were him, I should have done this. Just like the way they are criticizing him now in Anambra State. But now trying to discount somebody's effort as if the person didn't make effort at all. That is what is condemnable. Telling someone that what you did with your positive mind, you invested money with the aim that this investment will yield profits. And at the end of the day, due to economic circumstances and conditions, maybe the investment didn't do well as I suspected. Then you now come and say that investment is worthless. That means there is no value. Even if for any reason, even if the investment is not yielding profit today, the investment, as I'm telling you, is still standing in Anambra State. Anambra people are still working in these companies. For the fact that Anambra people are still working in this company, it is still giving value to the state. Because if the investment is not still operating now, those Anambra people working there will be unemployed. Possibly. So for the fact that there are people still employed there, at least attach some values to that when you're making statement. You can't just come out publicly and say, it's only the one you do that worth things. No other person can do anyone that worth something to you. I think I see it from the angle of pride, proud, arrogance. That's the way I will see it. If I am meant to judge it, that is the way I will make my judgment.
So you've not answered the question yet.
Your question was, Soludo's question. That's what I'm telling you now. That he making that statement, I interpreted it from the angle of pride. Saying that investment is worth to nothing. That is my answer. That's the way I will interpret it.
Can I make a comment?
Okay. The Obi's frequent visit to church now, it is nothing wrong for him to visit church, as far as I'm concerned. I don't see anything wrong in him visiting church to worship God, but his recognition and the way the church, allow him to have the microphone and speak in front of the congregation. Do you see that as? Don't you see that as political in one way, a political campaign in the church by the church leader allowing him to speak in front of the congregation when he's not a religious leader, when he's a politician contesting for election?
Okay, forget about whether they allow him or not. Let's assume he visited a church without those pastors giving him microphone to talk. Let's assume. Suppose this happens. Is it possible in your view, based on the popularity P2B has gained, is it possible that P2B can come into a church without people noticing that he entered a church? Any church now in Nigeria?
You are not answering the question. You are pushing back on the question. The question is clear. that for the church leader to allow him to give him a microphone to speak in front of the congregation, having known that this man is contesting for election, is in the race, don't you see that as a way of turning churches to a political campaign ground for a Christian like them? That is my question.
Well, I don't see that. I don't see anything wrong, honestly.
Is
Can
he a religious leader? It's only a religious leader that should be able to speak in front of the church, and not him. We know how church service is operated. We know how they operate church service. But
Let
for
me
a
answer
politician,
Can I interject, please?
Hey, can you let him land first, Abi?
And speaking in front of the church during campaign season, I think church has been turned to campaign ground.
My brother, let me help you to answer Mr. Ajeni Koko. I think it's not on Peter Obi if that is the question. It's not on Peter Obi it's on the church leader if they call him to speak. A lot of people when they see celebrities, it's up to them how they behave. That particular one is not on Peter Obi. They call him. They call him. He's not. I mean, no, you can't shoot Peter Obi because they call him and he answer. They shouldn't have called him. They called him. It's their problem. But I think what I find interesting is the other analysis that Peter Obi has been going to this program from many years before. I will have bought that argument if you reference that he's been going before he was a politician. The ones you referenced were times he was already a politician, and the, that time it didn't really matter that much because Anambra was almost one religion state, maybe few other religions here and there, but the majority was Christians. So the state doesn't, but now it's a national stage. There is so many religions. There's possibility for conflict to break out, and it needs to be careful. There is no defined space that you can't go to church, but this thing is very nuanced. It needs to know how to do it. Whatever you do, you know how to do it, not to make it like a religious campaign. This is personal.
And also, Saki Father, you need to understand that in that congregation, there are also PDP members there. There are APC members there, and there are largely people that are also apolitical. So when you come to a space, don't tell me it's been to how many churches now? 10, 15 churches. Who goes to 15 churches in a year just for it's political. Let's be objective here. So the people there are members in that church that they don't subscribe to Labour Party ideologies. So you are there to campaign to get their votes. So let's not get it twisted here. Let's just be objective, please.
Yeah, Saki Father. So, Obi
Then Ajale, they were sharing his name, Obi, in the presence of God.
That's right. They
in the presence of God.
Don't praise. Come on. Remember that woman in Redeem said, "We are here to praise God, not man." She had to correct the crowd in that Redeem whatever. That said, "We are here praising God. We're not praising men." She had to correct the people in that environment. You don't. That's not a. I'm not buying that.
Thomas,
He was invited.
Thomas.
No. They can't turn it. No, they can't turn him down. If you say, "I want to go," you can't turn people down from going to church now. So he knows what he's doing. They can't turn you down in church.
My question is,
Zaki Father, you can't defend indefensible. No, we know Obi is your candidate.
Listen. I cited examples of what happened in the past, and I used it to judge the present. I just cited examples. I'm just arguing like from an objective point of view, based on the information available.
How is that objective? No. How? Sorry. How is that objective?
This is the question I wanted to ask Thomas. That he went to church and people started shouting Obi. Crowd. This is organic shout. How could P2B have organic shout? How could P2B have how could he have controlled the fact that people started shouting his name when he entered the church?
So do you want to tell me Zaki father is that church he met himself, he was there accidentally? You want to tell me that the pastor is not aware that he's coming to visit? Are you
Of
telling me
course,
the
he's
church?
invited.
Let me finish, please,
Yeah.
please, I beg of you. Are you telling me the pastor of the church is not aware he's coming? Are you telling me the members of that church, they are not aware that she is coming to that church? Is that what you are telling me?
Of course, it
Yeah,
is a program. If a church is
they
having a
have a
program and
foreknowledge
invites you
now,
for the
and
program,
obedient bombarded the church, and all of them they turned the church to campaign ground, and even the pastor was
Abaja,
supporting.
anyway,
Was supporting.
we have flogged
wait,
this.
guys,
Is
wait,
We have
the
flogged this
card
to
now?
the
You
He
know
was
the card they are playing
invited.
now.
wait,
It's a religious card.
I
It's a
have a
religious
suggestion.
card.
Abaja, please,
We know it.
I
Ajale
have a
Koko, he
suggestion.
was
Thank you guys for the
invited.
analysis.
Remember,
Wait, guys, I have a suggestion.
Obi,
Wait, D. Any organization that is religious in nature that invites politicians should lose their tax exemption. If you want to be political, then you must pay taxes. How about that? Maybe that would be a deterrent. So if you're going to be all political,
Exactly.
then
That makes sense. That makes sense.
then since you want to open your mouth and be all open, then you must pay taxes as a body. If not, you lose your tax. If not, if you want to play that game, you must pay taxes at check them. Let's start playing that game then. Since they don't want to be all political. The reason
Exactly.
the reason that government don't tax churches because you do the work that they cannot do in some areas. If the man of God says Thomas Osaki, God said that you should go to the village and go and serve the people, you will do it as opposed to your politician telling you that. So the government will now use them to help other people out. That's one of the reasons you get tax exemptions. But since you want to be political now, guess what? You should lose those tax exemptions since you want to be political. That would be the best solution.
That is the solution of the West for this situation.
Forget West or East. Once you open as a church, you should lose those tax exemptions in anywhere in the world.
I mean West, the world, not West Nigeria, like the Western world. This is the general solution.
No, because once that picking size, if you like I said earlier, they have PDP members there, they have APC members there, they have good at apolitical. It should be a neutral ground for everybody. It should be a welcoming platform for everybody else. But once you turn into a political battlefield where you come and campaign for the candidate, you should lose your tax exemption.
Yeah, you are right. I'm supporting you. You are right.
Look, in America here, politicians attend churches, and during the church service, you will never notice anything. They will not even call them to the front to speak jargons or to say anything. There you could see people going around them after the church service. People can be greeting them and so after the church service. But during the church service, the pastor will never hand over the microphone for a politician to address the congregation. They don't do it. This is
More
what
so,
I know.
election is coming. So,
And particularly during the election season, they don't do it.
Ajale Koko, he was invited.
It was invited, but what we are saying that for the pastor to hand over microphone for him to speak in front of the congregation is a way of advertising him. It's a way of marketing him.
Correct. It's a campaign now. You're campaigning in church.
Yes, yes. Look, they have Muslim. This is our own Christian brother. Vote for him. We know all this kind of game, and it's unacceptable. Church
moreover, I
should
think
not be
Obi
turned
can
to
be
political ground.
Obi can't be the only one that was even invited for the program. So how come the others were not called? All the other invitees, even there will be pastors that were invited from other churches for those programs. How come they were not called up to come and talk? They know what they are doing.
Apart from we now getting upset, which other people are giving that kind of narrative now? Apart from
Nobody's
this,
upset here. Nobody's upset. We are just trying to make sense out of the whole thing.
No, but who else is giving this kind of narrative in part of the world right now?
You can Google it.
I've seen a church program. I've seen a church program Okowa recently.
What kind of question?
No, because I was following Saki's point earlier until he said that it was coming from a very objective point of view. I'm like, how is that objective? That's not objective now.
I just gave you why I say objective is that this is what he has been doing in the past. So he didn't start doing it today because he's just a politician. He has been doing it as a person that when he didn't even have this popularity.
Zaki,
so
let me tell you.
Cited examples. And then I now connected it to...
And they called him to the altar and gave him microphone in those instances too.
Zaki, if you want to
course.
count, we want to count number of churches this guy have attended during this election season, is more than number of churches he has attended.
That's my point. Don't tell me it goes to 10 churches every year. Now who goes to 15 churches every year?
No.
What is that?
During this election season, the number of churches he has attended is more than 10 years altogether in the past. Put them together.
No. Let me tell you.
Look, we have to look, Zaki Father. Look.
From Pentecostal to Catholic.
This is our problem.
Let me tell you,
accept.
Let me tell you.
Oh yes, okay, Kagboy.
These places he attended recently, they are church programs,
and he was invited.
It is not like Sunday church service. These are just programs lined up during this period, and in each of these programs he was invited. So if you are telling me that he has been attending Sunday churches to maybe Pentecostals and different churches, and he attended 50 of them within this period, I will see it that one is Sunday service. This one is just that these churches are having their annual program, and he was invited. He attended Experience. This is not the first time he's attending Experience as a person. He has gone to Experience program in the past. He attended is it Oyedepo? This is not the first time he's doing it. Just look at his past and then judge him, compare the past and this present, and make your judgments. That's my point.
All right.
One more. Let me talk on that Soludo space.
Apologies. My system dropped. I'm sure you didn't notice, but my system dropped. So my system dropped. So to the Soludo space. It's quite a thing, It was quite effusive, almost gushing in his reception of Atiku Abubakar. And that's one thing. But then it was quite pointed to say that Atiku is one of the two front runners in the presidential election. So that's a second space. So in spite of all of the backlash against the essay that he wrote, it looks as though Soludo is still doubling down that Peter Obi no show.
All right, very, very good to talk on this very issue, Well, Soludo is a human being, he's a person. He has right to make his free choice. You understand? He has right to make his choice. His choice is supposed to be proposed, not to be imposed. Of course, he's not imposing it to Anambrarians. Every Anambrarian has right to make their own choices, But when a choice that will affect a generality of the people is made, out of love for the generality of the people, it is a very good choice. But if the choice is made out of selfish reasons, that is when I might fault that kind of choice. I don't know why he's making his own choice, whether it is born out of selfish reasons or whether it is born out of benevolence. I don't know. It is left for us to make our judgments, But then there was, like I told you last week, we had a space with this guy, this Senator Victor, and in that very space, one person asked him a question. The person said, is there a problem between Soludo and Obi in Anambra State? Why is it that Soludo is not showing like he's supporting Obi, at least the first Igbo man that came out from that region and was this popular? And this is a opportunity for Igbo people to make inroad in the political space. Then there was an answer he gave. I don't know whether the answer is correct, but I'm trying to connect those dots. So the guy started by saying that it appears Soludo is someone that doesn't have forgiving spirit. That was what Victor Mess said. So we are waiting for him to talk more. He now said that when P2B, that in 2013, because Victor Mess was the former chairman of APGA in Anambra State, that in 2013, Soludo came to him and indicated interest to run election under APGA, because APGA is the party in Anambra State. Then he now told Soludo to forget about that period, that is not going to work out that period, that he should just be patient, that it is the turn of the Anambra North senatorial zone, that P2B has P2B has introduced these zoning arrangements in Anambra State, until today Anambra is practicing that zoning arrangement. So he now told Soludo that it is the turn of Anambra North. But Soludo is coming from Anambra South senatorial zone. So he now told Soludo to be patient, that after the turn of Anambra North, then by the time it comes to Anambra South, then he will give it, APGA will give him the ticket, Then Soludo now told him that this is not a good arrangement, that this zoning arrangement is going to produce mediocres, that we might not get what do we call it, experts or like professionals in this administration if we continue preaching these zoning things, Then Soludo again tried everything possible to get that very ticket. They didn't allow him to get the ticket based on this zoning arrangement, So Soludo now felt that P2B frustrated his ambition during that time, and also Victor May also frustrated his ambition, sort of. That is the explanation Victor May is giving. Then Victor May now said that when Obiano finished, that was when Victor May, personally helped out Soludo and made sure that it was Soludo that very ticket went to. And that was how they made sure that Soludo became the flag bearer of APGA, Then he now said Soludo has now come in as governor, and Victor May wants to now get the ticket of APGA, the senatorial ticket, to become their senatorial candidate in Anambra North Central. Anambra Central, Then he now said that Soludo, frustrated his that is Victor May's ambition. And that is why he couldn't get that ticket for the Senate. And he now said this is what again he is doing to P2B, that it appears Soludo has not forgiven them for that thing that happened in 2013. That is the way he explained the whole thing. That's what he said. Whether it is correct or not, I don't know. But I'm just saying based on what he said on that very space, So according to him, it's like Soludo is fighting this. Soludo is just trying to like frustrate their efforts based on what happened in 2013. Then we now asked him a question. We now say, this thing Soludo is doing, what about other APGA members in Anambra State? Are they buying into this narrative of Soludo? He said that most APGA members are criticizing Soludo for this, that they are not even listening to Soludo, that all of them are going to vote. Most of them are going to vote for B. Do you understand the point? So I'm trying to ask whether he is actually doing these things for just selfish reason, or is actually doing it out of like, maybe the generality of Anambranians, That is a very important question we might ask. But apart from Soludo, something that happened today during the visit of this guy,
Atiku.
Atiku. There are two things for me that made me sad. If I loved Atiku yesterday, my love for him might have dropped. Those two things made me sad. Number one is that Anambra State is the first state Atiku entered. There is a very highly revered traditional ruler, the Obi of Onitsha. Do you understand? I think I can compare him to someone like, just like you come to Lagos, the Oba of Lagos or the Oba of Benin. The Obi of Onitsha is highly revered. So I kept asking myself, does it mean that Atiku doesn't have regard for?
Are you saying he didn't visit?
No. He didn't visit. He didn't pay him visit. Rather,
who should take responsibility for that? Is it Atiku or Soludo?
No, I'm coming. Rather, the Obi of Onitsha came to Oka. He came to government house to see Atiku. So you can see that the Obi of Onitsha was there, but it was in the government house in Oka. So, but I think that the tradition, most of these political people, anywhere they go to campaign, like Tinubu and others, anywhere they go to campaign, they go to pay homage to the traditional ruler of that place, right? So why the question that I was asking is it how Atiku has disregarded the Igbo people that you came to almost the heart of Igbo land, and there is a highly revered traditional ruler, you didn't pay him homage, rather you invited him to come to Oka. So the question I was asking, if Atiku had gone to somewhere like Lagos or Benin to campaign, would he have invited the Oba of Benin to come to maybe the government house?
But who are you placing it on? Is it the Atiku that invited the Obi to come, or the Obi that did not respect his stool and got into his car to drive to the Fulani man?
Is it the governor? I can't blame the governor for that.
No. I'm saying, who gets the blame? Is it Atiku that invited the Obi to leave Onitsha and come to Oka, or the Oba or Obi that actually then went to follow the instruction of the Fulani man rather than respect his stool?
Yeah. I will blame the two of them have share in the blame. You understand? But the
Obi let the Fulani man command him, and you are blaming the Fulani man.
But what I'm trying to say is the way the Anambradians will interpret it, you are asking for their votes as a politician, right? So Anambradians, the way they might interpret this is that this guy appears to be showing disregard, to maybe the highly revered traditional institutions in Anambra State, and the people might like compare this thing he did to what he would have done.
But Zaki father, look, one man asked you a question. If that traditional king, if the traditional king have respect for his throne, he is not supposed to go to the government house to meet him.
That is what I'm saying.
So you cannot blame Atiku, or you see your people will look at him that he has no respect for the traditional leader for not visiting. It might be for the reason for security. We don't know what happened. It might be for security reason. It might be for other reasons why they decided to meet at the government house and not come to Oka. The obedient now have been some other violent people that are really anti-PDP now, or Atiku in particular. It might be for security reason why they said, okay, let's make it at government house. And I believe that king have some relationship with Atiku. For him to leave,
is it a relationship of the dollar kind?
No. My issue.
I believe they're becoming a long way. This is not the first time Atiku is contesting election, and Igbo have been supporting him. So I believe they have a long-time relationship, and that is why the king have to leave his throne to go and meet him at the government house. So don't let us spin it and spin a commander-in-chief of spinning services.
The issue is not who is right or wrong. This is a political season. People could use this as propaganda. And I think I've even seen people writing about it. Can you see the level of disregard, Atiku is showing for Igbo people, to the extent that, he couldn't go and pay homage to the house of the king, the traditional ruler.
Zaki father,
people that think like that, I think they are not thinking right, because it's the king that left the throne to go and meet him. If the king is a king that have respect for his throne and the people of Anambra State, that he is their traditional king, he should not leave that throne and go and meet Atiku at government. Atiku should be able to come and pay homage to him there. So it's your traditional king that you people should be talking against. It's him that you people to attack and not Atiku. It disrespects everything.
Let me add something. 30 seconds.
It's acting like the Oluwo of Igbo.
Let me add something, one man. Last time I checked, they said charity begins at home. But we heard on this platform every time that we Igbos, we don't respect our king. Isn't it? So if you don't respect your king, you want people to respect your king, it can't work.
That's a different slant on it.
I stand on that. Igbo said it all the time on this platform.
I don't understand what you mean by not respect.
Let me finish now.
All right.
Let me finish. Igbos said on this platform, I've heard it from many people, from X0, from I can even count, that we don't respect our king. So, do you want somebody else to respect your king? That is my submission.
All right. Saki, leave that as rhetorical, because Enigmatic is putting a question to you, which I would like you to take on if you want to. But before I go to Enigmatic's question, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. It says, well done, folks. Enjoying the dialogue. Season's greetings. So season's greetings. So I've been delaying actually on season's greetings till next week, because I like to keep that Christmas period short. So when we get to the 19th, I'll start doing season greetings. But season greetings to you, Alexander Gomez. So thank you for that. So and by the way, the super chat is not exclusively for Alexander Gomez. Anybody that feels inclined can use it as well. Enigmatic puts this question to you, Saki Fada. It says, ask Saki when Peter Obi and Victor Ume reconciled. What caused their bitter and intense fight? And what is Victor Ume's political relevance today? So, Enigmatic, very much invested in the Southeastern politics. So, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, very simple answer, because this question was also thrown to Victor Ume in that space.
All right.
They asked him that they discovered that for some time there was the relationship between him and Peter Obi was somehow, before now, that they recently came back together again. And people asked him what actually happened, So he said that there are two reasons. Number one is that when Peter Obi came for a second term, that Peter Obi, that Victor Ume, wanted local government election to be conducted, so he insisted, and during that time, that Peter Obi was using this local government caretaker committee, something like that, that P2B was not yet ready for that local government election, you know. Then P2B now said there is a subsisting court litigation in court, you know, about these local government issues. That they should that he should wait until that judgment came, and he was pushing. He Victor Mel was pushing. So P2B was like, he is the governor and you are the chairman. He is the person that is governing. That you can't like be pushing on what he as a governor should do or not, something like that. You know, so that very thing like affected sort of their relationship. Then secondly, again, another thing that affected their relationship sort of was on issue of when they were deciding on who is going to take uh, the mantle of Anambra State, like after Peter Obi, you know, that he, Victor Ume, had a candidate and Peter Obi had a candidate. So we now asked him, who was that very candidate Peter Obi had in mind? Was he Obiano? Because we wanted to know whether it was actually Peter Obi that brought Obiano now. So he said no. We now asked him whether it was this guy, what's this guy that follows Peter Obi very well? Osei Obaze. Was he his Peter Obi's first choice? He said Osei Obaze was not Peter Obi's first choice. He mentioned one name, one barrister in Anambra State, that was the first choice of Peter Obi. So, but when the disagreement was too much, because he, Victor Ume, there was a candidate he wanted, and it was like the whole thing was like bringing some issues between the two of them, you know. Then they even met a lot of big people in Anambra State and other people, like before they now resolved, you know, that since Peter Obi wants this candidate and Obiano wants, I mean, Victor Ume wants this candidate, that they should bring a neutral person from that not Anambra North senatorial zone, you know. That was how Obiano came into the picture. Now, Obiano was in the US, you know, and I think that he was some director of Fidelity Bank, I think that time, you know. That's He said that was how Obiano came into that picture. He now said that these two scenarios actually like impacted somehow on their relationship politically. He said it was politically, like he didn't say personal relationship, but he said it affected their relationship politically. And he now said again that when Peter Obi now joined the PDP, you know, that the relationship politically was also like somehow, you know. He said, but now they are together. That was how he answered the question that day, you know. So I don't know any other details.
All right. So hopefully that satisfies you, enigmatic. So hopefully that satisfies you. So is there anything else going on politically that you want to bring to our attention, Saki Father?
No, there is nothing going on political, but the only thing
nothing caught your yeah. Go on.
the only thing that I just want to conclude with is that I wouldn't want us to have a northern president after 8 years of North. You know, it is the time for this presidency to go to the south. You know, because if this happens, it is going to change a pattern in Nigeria. You know, if it happens, it is going to be unprecedented. It's going to change a pattern in Nigeria. It will be like, oh, since it is possible for a northerner to go after 8 years of a northerner, then it is all, since they have been able to achieve that, it is also possible after this, another northerner will still come and they will say nothing will happen. So I think we should strive everything possible to make sure that, you know, power should go to south. You know, that's my ending point there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So thank you, Saki. Stay with us. I think any. Huh? Yeah, come in now. Yeah, come in.
Thanks, my brother. The question is, will the Southerners will they agree to work together as one? You understand? Because they have the chance to work together as one, which they didn't do it, and everything is going back to the northern side now. So the question is, will the Southerners work together as one? Will they unite themselves? Because they will end up killing themselves. But will they unite themselves and work and see the progress of becoming a president in the country? That's my question.
But Kwankwaso is still there, unless he has united with Atiku, which I don't know to the best of my knowledge.
Kwankwaso is not from South. Is he from South?
No, what I'm saying is that it's like in the South, there are two candidates, and in the North, there are two candidates.
Yeah, but
No,
you don't
I think what engineer is saying is during the primary phase, when the South had a golden opportunity to nail down that they could have had a southern candidate in PDP with Wiki, but they stabbed themselves in the back. That is what he's saying.
Yeah, the Southerners, that's the issue. They stabbed the PDP, they actually stabbed themselves in the back, you know. So PDP is quite the basis of this mistake, you know. So they actually stabbed themselves, like you said, you know. They shouldn't have. They should have like maintained this going to the south, you know. So this could have been like a struggle between a southerner and a southerner, you know. But they have damaged everything, so I don't really know, you know.
Yeah, the question is, will they still work together as one? That's the question. Will they work together as one? Because the last meeting they started having, the South governors meeting that they have, one of them end up even recording everything they're doing to send it to Abuja. So this is how the Southern people, they like betraying themselves. Have you ever seen where in the North, where all of them, they have meeting together and you see one of them recorded anything and send it to Abuja? No. So those are the things that you have to look and weigh it. If they can't do it, then the Northerners will continue. That's just the basic truth.
All right. So, enigmatic. Did you have? I suspect you've come in to address Saki. Enigmatic.
Oh, well, I'll just leave Saki with his. I just want to say whatever Soludo is doing now, he basically said it in the op-ed. You know, they were so focused on the messenger, that is in the person of Soludo, instead of focusing on the message. He actually gave them like a pathway in that op-ed. That op-ed was laced with, if you carefully peruse through the lines of that op-ed, you know, without primordial sentiment or without any form of, you know, maybe animosity towards the guy, the person himself. You understand what Soludo is basically saying. So, and there are two front runners in this campaign. Take it or leave it. And then we've said it over here for a long time. You don't need a soothsayer. You don't need to be clairvoyant to understand that this is a two-horse race, right? The two legacy political parties, PDP and then APC. Then Soludo actually preached the politics of handshake beyond the Niger, which is what he was basically speaking to the point that
Can I ask you, sorry, before you continue, can I ask you a very simple question?
Okay, go ahead.
Just be very plain with this answer based on the article of Soludo you read.
Okay.
From the tone of that article,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to be very specific. From that tone of the article,
mm-hmm.
If you were asked between Atiku and Tinubu, who do you think Soludo as a person, you know, by virtue of what we read from that article,
Mm-hmm.
who do you think he's tilting towards?
Okay, you said I should be very objective, and I'm going to be very objective. Okay,
So,
from the tone of the article.
yeah, first of all, I don't really read, I don't really read meanings to, I don't really read tones of articles. I
Let
just
me
read,
remind you. Let me remind you one sentence.
yeah,
Let me
hold on,
remind you
hold on.
one sentence. No, let me
No,
remind you one
I
sentence.
have it in front of. Don't worry, I
No,
understand.
no. Let me remind you that sentence so that
Okay, go ahead.
you use that sentence and answer the
As a
question.
guideline, okay, go
In
ahead.
that very article, he said that the more P2B is getting votes, the more he's creating pathway for Tinubu. And he said, if I were Tinubu self, I would pay P2B. I would pay like P2B to continue what he's doing.
Okay.
So how, if you are critical enough to interpret that message, who do you think ordinarily, by virtue of this corrugated message he gave, who do you think ordinarily he is tilting towards?
Well, okay. I think it's just the first question you asked, and I'll answer it this way. First of all, when you look at I'll crystallize the answer by landing on what I actually wanted to say. Soludo, right? I don't need without much ado, and then without even any equivocation, you understand the fact that he is more or less like a Atiku's political boy. So there's no gainsaying, no matter how he tries to, pontificate the idea of what you just read out now, he's gonna be tilting towards Atiku regardless. So is
So if so you have answered the question. So
yeah.
if it's tilting towards Atiku, that's for me. That's
Yes.
for me. That for me more of selfish
Interest, right? Okay.
interest
Well,
rather
okay.
than mere what do we call it? Message that is born out of benevolence for
Okay.
his people.
Let me just one. I've given you a reason why Soludo would accept people who don't really read politics, right? I read politics without emotion, and I will see the way it is. If Peter Obi were to be in Soludo's shoe, he will be doing the same thing instead of tilting towards a certain Ashiwaju, because I won't blame them. Like sacrifice, politics is about interest. What drives you to a political office? What drives the ambition? What drives emotion? Is interest, right? So these people, they've had relationships in the past, and the relationship transcends a lot of things. If you do not break it, if you not if you stay on it, right? When you look at Kwakwanso in the north, right, why Kwakwanso is still very relevant in so many places in the north is because of the long-standing relationship is had with a lot of political juggernauts and oligarchs in the north, and that's why you've seen Atiku struggling where Kwankwaso is flourishing politically, because Kwankwaso has this kind of semblance of a real cultured Hausa Fulani man, that a man with integrity that can stay on his word. Atiku does not have that. Atiku is treacherous, and they've known that about Atiku. But regardless of that, when you are talking politics, Soludo will tilt towards a certain article, or B will tilt towards a certain article. Then speaking to the optics of what could be the reason why Soludo is
Just
doing
to
what
interject
he's
you
doing.
a bit there.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah. Just to interject you a bit. Sorry. You are talking about relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Between Atiku and Obasanjo,
Mm-hmm.
who does Soludo has more relationship with?
Well, this is I would say it's quite different, because you cannot really say, if I would say, right, by virtue of what I understand, Atiku was very instrumental to Soludo's to Soludo coming to work
Do you know
for
the
them.
person that brought Soludo? Do you know the person that brought Soludo to that government? Do you know the person that recommended Soludo to that
It
government?
was the guy that contested against him the last time now, and I think Aduba played a role. I don't really
You know
know to
what?
the
Anduba played a role, but
yeah, I don't know to what
major
extent.
person, the major person is Obi.
Obi Ezekwesili, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Not Atiku.
Yes, but
So
when you look,
in terms of relationship,
Mhm.
Soludo is more related
to OBJ.
to OBJ in every dimension
No, you
than
can't
Atiku.
really say that, because when you look at the constitutional functionality of both Atiku and then OBJ, right? And then by the virtue of Soludo's office, constitutionally, he has a more parallel role to play with Atiku than OBJ because Atiku is the CEO, quote unquote, right, of the economic team. And then Soludo is part of the economic team. So they will relate more to Atiku than OBJ. And from what I know, he's been very, very close with Atiku since that very time. And they've had a lot of even beyond politics relationship that has come across.
And another question that follows it is, since Soludo wrote this article, do you think in your view, do you think that someone like Obasanjo may not have reached out to him?
Of course, Obasanjo would. But you know, Saki father, look, let me tell you one thing, right? Soludo, have you noticed that Soludo come across as a very stubborn guy? Have you noticed that about him?
It's not about being stubborn.
You can call it arrogance, but
in this, I'm trying. What I'm trying to bring out, is for you to see possibilities that
he's envious, right?
No, not just envious.
Because that's the default, or jealous of Obi.
No, for you to see possibilities that there is selfishness undertone embedded in this article he wrote.
I understand that
Because if he's coming from the angle of the Southeast should organize themselves as a political bloc, that is how politics should be played. If he's being very objective, now it is the turn of the Southerners. You have acknowledged that there are two frontliners in this election,
right?
And this is the time of the Southerners. So wouldn't it be necessary to say, okay, now North has had it. Okay, naturally, let us now go and negotiate with Tinubu rather than negotiating with a Northerner again. Who is coming after a Northerner?
Okay, Saki father, look, we are basically just projecting what we think, or where we think he tilts, right? But in the article again, in the op-ed, he actually he defined the importance of these two men. So if Tinubu is yet to campaign or to have his rally in Anambra State, right? Tinubu may be in Anambra State probably next week or anytime soon. You're probably going to see the same demonstration of love and the conviviality of intention from Soludo when he comes, because basically he will be working towards a political alignment or a political alliance with all these two men, being the two front runners. So when you look at what who is that?
Temperature 101.
So when you look at what Soludo
so is that you, Joel? I think that may be Joel. Yeah, carry on.
Okay,
it's not me. It's not me, please.
Well, it's usually you, isn't it? It's Joel. So if you don't get the blame now, you get the blame from what you did previously.
That's Baba T.
All right, sorry, carry on.
Joel, don't hear my voice, and I don't run come sharp.
He came all the way from Nigeria to say, I've had enough of this guy. I have to wrestle him to the ground.
So
your business partner.
Saki father, when you look at what Soludo is doing now, right, is basically playing right to the depth of his message, and that's what people are missing, and that's why I say people should focus on the message. Soludo will probably be playing a two-horse race now, right, for Atiku and then Ashwaju, because he believes they are the two front runners who whoever becomes the president.
Until I see how he plays, until I see how he
with Tinubu, right?
Tinubu.
Yes, we can say that, which is fair. We can say, okay, let's wait until.
Enigmatic. What will be interesting? It'll be interesting to see how he responds to Tinubu. But then we cannot form a conclusion until we then see how he responds to.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to explain to Saki father. Because from what we can conclude now is that he has concluded, which is very factual to him. He has concluded there are two front runners, right? And those two front runners, he didn't actually mention the other guy. Atiku was there, which we have concluded that is one of the front runners, right? And then the other front runner, we can basically pretend to understand that that would be Asiwaju, right? So now let's see what he will do or how.
Enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
He didn't mention the name of the second. The second front runner today, but in his article, he mentioned about two parties then, PDP and APC.
Yeah.
So we know who is this second front runner now.
Yeah,
Tinubu is referring to.
Yeah, just for the purpose of this, this conversation I'm having, I just want to keep it on the basis of hypothesis for now. So we've seen how what he's been able to achieve with Atiku. Let's wait until Asiwaju now. Then the center now is what I want to address, right? And this is politics at the highest level that Soludo is playing. We can call him anything. We can demonize him. Soludo in his mind, right? He's already playing the highfalutin politics that he believes that should be played in the southeast. If you look at the man in Enugu State, the former governor of Enugu State, Chimaroke Nnamani, right? Is quite playing the same thing because there's every possibility the way I've heard, I don't know yet, that the Enugu State governor, which is a member of the G5, probably they will be working at the federal level, presidential level now for an APC candidate, which is Asiwaju. Then every other political contest in the state, right? Both state legislative elections and the federal, they will go for PDP. And that's why you are seeing that he's equalizing that. And he addressed that in one of his tweets yesterday, that he's campaigning for all the House of Rep members, he's campaigning for all the House of Assembly members on the platform of PDP, the candidate of PDP in Enugu State. If he has chosen to campaign for another political party's candidate at the presidential level, it means he's staying with the southern region agenda of having a president, and he has chosen Asiwaju. So look at the picture now that Chimaroke Nnamani and somebody like Soludo is painting to
enigmatic. You are just painting. It's like you're in a movie world. In a theater, trying to paint a picture of I don't know. You are not on ground. Hold on, let me finish. Okay. You're not on ground. You don't know anything about Nigeria as presently and constituted. You don't know what is happening on the streets of Nigeria. You don't know what the Nigerian people are thinking.
Hold on, everybody. Joel, let that conversation take place between. I think they're both capable and they're matching it up. But you can interject. But
no, because I was trying to interject, man.
I think they are delighting. I think the audience is delighting in that conversation.
Yeah. So when it comes to politics, Joel, I don't need to be in Nigeria, but I tell you, this is not about this is not a bragging. This is not about bragging. I'm not bragging about anything now, right? But it is like in konti omo kekere ti owe o to lori iroko ori joko, right? Ni agbalagba ma de. So I don't know how to interpret that. Maybe Baba Ajayi can do that. But when it comes to politics in Nigeria, even if I do not go on, if I'm not on ground for 100 years, I know more than you do. I can tell you.
You don't because you did not go to Nigeria. I just came back from Nigeria. I think one man I should have the privilege.
That's what I'm still telling you.
I should have the privilege of telling someone.
That is what I'm still telling you. You can be in Nigeria and you don't even know information, you don't even know Jack.
No. I'm just telling you, it's not a question of knowing Jack or not. I mean, you always have your bar. Just like you did not know.
All right. Sorry. Enigmatic. Can you via the conversation back to what you were discussing with Saki Father? So go back there.
Saki Father.
Enigmatic. There is a point you just brought, and I want to say something on that. You gave example of this Chimaroke Nnamani, right? When we are making conversations in the southeast, there are names you don't need to call,
Exactly.
Yeah, Chimaroke Nnamani is one of them.
Okay.
He doesn't have what I feel is just taking money from Tinubu. And again, he's to his own calculations. He believes
is Sabo.
No, not Sabu. I don't want to call him. I'm not saying he's Sabu. I'm talking about relevance. The way the people perceive him in the southeast. You know, the people see him as somebody that is very corrupt, has eaten their money and impoverished the people.
He's a criminal.
Yeah, so they don't believe in him. So people see him the way they see Joseph Zakalo.
Okay.
So I think the only person you should be calling now that is an important people we are talking about now is somebody like Soludo. But what I am driving at is it will be very interesting for me. I just want to see
what will happen when Asiwaju
how he will, what he will say, because today when he was addressing Atiku today, he was already even telling him as if he has already become the president.
The president,
He was even telling him that you are going to work erosions in Anambra State. That erosion is affecting Anambra, and he was bringing those matters to him. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
You know? So I believe in my strong conviction, and I believe that a lot of people here still share in that sentiment. You know, Soludo, from that very article, if you read it critically and analyze it critically, you know, you will see that there are implications we can draw. You know, and one of the implications is that he is tilting more towards Atiku. You know, and if he's tilting more towards Atiku, if he's more comfortable with Atiku winning this,
that defeats the purpose of the Southern presidency, right?
Yeah. If he's more interested in that, then I will be very, very
disappointed.
I'll be very quick to conclude that Soludo is planning a part, you know, a presidential contest in the future.
Well, this is a very fair, fair argument, right? But like I basically laid it out to you the other time, right? I've laid out the hypothetical view of what we should be looking out for. We've seen what he's been able to do today. Then let's see what he's gonna do when, quote unquote, his own is the second runner, the second front runner comes to town, and see how he plays the game. So now we can actually draw some kind of inference that okay, probably by his body language, his choice of stuff like that.
Me as a person, I wouldn't even advise P2B to go to a government house and see Soludo when he wants to campaign.
No,
look. Soludo might say something.
No, Saki father. This is why you right? This is why you are.
No. Why I'm saying that is that I don't want Soludo to publicly make a statement
that will embarrass Obi, right?
Something like that.
No, he won't do that. No, look. Saki father, Soludo has made a point. One thing you need to know about Soludo now, probably you guys do not know before, right? I know his political capital is already in shambles in Anambra, in Southeast. I know the way people used to love him is probably, if not completely evaporated, it's probably diminished or stuff like that. But he's not looking at that, right? And he's a stubborn man to the core. You can call it arrogance, and you can call it a man on purpose, a man that is not is not perturbed by all those mundane issues. He's basically focused on what he believes in, and he believes in the cause. He doesn't. He cares less a huge of what even anybody, even if there's a pope in Anambra now, he cares less a hoot of what that pope would think. He believes that he's doing whatever he's. When you can change a lot of people's mind, but when a man stands on principle, it's very hard to change them. So he's a man that believes he has a principle to protect, and he will do that. If you look at that op-ed, right? He said I think one of the first paragraph, he first stated the dangers of the action he's trying to do now by publishing that op-ed, and is ready to take, he's ready to face the brunt of the consequences. So basically, he's ready for anything that will come. The worst, and I've said it over here, the worst that Anabrarians will do, and the Igbos generally will do to punish him, is to deny him of a second term.
And he's not going for the second tenure. It's not.
You say what?
He's not going to go for second tenure.
So and so what to Soludo in his mind? And so what? That's the best they can. That's probably the best they want to do to punish
It's okay.
him.
That's no problem.
And so what? Because it means, because it means it just shows, and it basically, clarifies to the fact that they are not seeing beyond what he has seen, and they are not seeing what he's been able to tell them. That politics,
because he's saying nothing. He's saying nothing. He's just he's just a rest seeker.
Because you basically read that op-ed with a primordial mindset.
It is not because okay. Look, I have a stand on this issue.
In what he wrote,
presidency must go back to the South.
Okay, that's
and if Soludo in his senses, in his right senses.
So as it is now, Jewel of Nashville. Look, listen. As it is now, the presidency is not going to the Southeast in any way because Obi.
Don't worry if he's going for the South. You're not God. You're not going to talk to anybody.
This is not about spiritual or religious.
Just speak for your candidates.
This is about fact. This is fact.
It is not fact. It is not fact. It's not based on any damn fact.
As it is now,
the candidates.
The presidency is not going to the Southeast.
Don't worry. It might not come to the Southwest as well, right? It might not come to the Southwest.
Now, we have two front runners.
Please stop saying two front runners. Okay. We have 3 front runners, and take it that way, or you leave it.
You understand
what I'm saying?
Of Nashville, the one we just come back from Nigeria. Listen.
Enigmatic. Yesterday, we were making a statement on the poverty level in Nigeria. You said nothing like that.
Forget all this. Forget all this.
Today, hold on now. Today, it came up in one man's talk show that we're really hungry. So you know nothing about the country. You're just here just blabbing. Let's leave it to the people to elect their candidate. That's my point.
Okay. So Blabbermouth Enigmatic has now been rebranded by Joel of Nashville. Take 5. Sorry, that was a joke, by the way. Enigmatic. He came here to flog you. That's all he came here to do. He came here to flog you.
I did not come to flog him. No, I just saw you put in the link. I was trying to get in earlier on, so I saw the link and I just came in. I didn't know he was going to be there.
What Soludo is saying now is that, look, what Soludo is saying and what I'm telling you, and what reasonable Nigerians who knows Nigeria's politics, what they are saying now is that take it or leave it. This electionary campaign is done, right? Done as dodo for Southeast and for Peter Obi. Then let's plan for the next 4 years. That's the real picture out there. So
the problem of Nigeria, Mr. Enigmatic, it's not the question of the Southeasterner. So whether the Southeasterner is the president or not, it's not the issue right now. The issue right now is that we have 3 frontline candidates, which you and your Soludo, the delusional Soludo, things that okay. It's still okay.
Relax.
Look, if you're waiting for Soludo to appeal or maybe welcome Tinubu, you must be on a long thing.
Okay, you are relaxed now.
We really know where he lies.
You are reaching different minutes to the conversation I was having with Saki Father, right? We defined the situation, as it is. The status quo of the situation now is that we've seen how he's been able to play his right hand. Let's see how he plays his left hand, right? It's still that is a suspense for now, because in his op-ed he basically spoke about or wrote about 2 frontliners, and then in his speech today, he basically evidenced the fact that he was just speaking to 2 frontliners, not 3 frontliners, as you are saying now. So let's see how he plays that.
Soludo has no political capital without the people.
Okay,
Soludo has 1 vote, so he doesn't tell me what happens in Anambra State. So I am here telling you, Enigmatic, that the views of Soludo and the likes of
Father, before you jump into this, because we are not talking about political capital of Soludo or whatever his political career is going to be. No,
You're trying to say that whoever he endorses is like, makes it.
No, Saki. Sorry, Joe. Rather, what the conversation is the conversation is around Soludo's reading of the political landscape and how he's trying to politic himself to an advantage after February. So what Enigmatic was inviting was that Soludo has already discounted Peter Obi, which we all know that he has.
Okay.
But then further, he's now going to try to step on Peter Obi's head to leverage himself into a greater space. So that was the conversation that was going on between Saki and
Saki Father was asking me, hold on now, Joel, hold on.
One man talk to me. Let me just answer him.
Just hold on. The issue was asking me some questions, right? We're having like
one man
just come to disrupt. Listen to what they are saying
now. Nobody is saying your opinion go win. Nobody has said
wake up all, Joel. Wake up all.
Welcome back from Nigeria, Joel. Look at that.
When you heard Obi, you don't jump into the conversation. You are flying blind. Come on, boy. Come on, calm down.
One man asked me a question. Let me to answer.
They ask you a question. I was telling you what the conversation was. Just come to disrupt the pro section.
Okay, address that question, and then with your permission, let Joel and let Enigmatic and Saki carry on. They are both very clever people, as we know. Yes,
okay, so what I'm just trying to say is this. I don't like your. I listen to the conversation. Can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm not saying it.
No, hold on, Thomas. Let him just. I want to get it back to that conversation as quickly as we can. So let Joel have his say, and then we get back to it.
1 minute. I'll be short with it. I'll be short.
Yes,
so what I'm saying is this, right? Whatever Soludo is doing in Anambra State today is invariably trying to give vote to Atiku. That is my point. I don't like beating around the bush. At the end of the day, at the end of it all, he is saying that Peter Obi is standing in the way of Atiku in the Southeast. He's depleting Atiku's vote in Southeast. It's about getting Atiku some votes. If Peter Obi is not in the race, then Atiku will get his normal vote in the Southeast. That is the point I'm trying to make. So at the end of the day, it's about the vote, getting more votes for Atiku.
Okay, Joel.
That's my point.
Joel. And that's why you can ask Saki Father, right? When he asked me, who do I think Soludo will probably be tilting towards or be working for? What was my response? Did you listen to that? What was my response? So you need to calm down, bro. We are not fighting here, okay? And when I mentioned Obi, don't just rush into the conversation and think, no, we already know the kind of game Soludo is playing. He's playing to the game. It's like a middleman trying to know what he wants to do. But if he has an opportunity, of course, I already told Saki Father, he'll be working for an Atiku instead of an Atuaju.
Yes, but that's exactly what I wanted to bring in as well, Enigmatic, because for all of the permutations, and we can see how gushing it was when he received Atiku. So from all of the permutations, the only thing for him to emerge as the clever man in the East, this is Soludo, Atiku has to be president, because otherwise he will look very silly. He's playing a high-risk game, Soludo.
Yeah, so Soludo as it is now, right?
So which means we have been able to establish the fact that most of the things he's doing is coming from a place of selfish interest.
No, not selfish interest or self-interest. Because
self-interest.
Yeah, that's the right one. Not
self-interest.
Yeah, self-interest.
Self-interest.
Yeah,
self-interest. Yeah.
And that's the object of politics. Every politician goes into politics.
That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
Is he condemned for that though, Saki Father?
No. He's not condemned. But me, I would have preferred a situation where if he knows really that he's working for the people, and he knows really that there are only two frontliners, morality will come to play. The morality is there is a northerner who has ruled for 8 years. Is it moral again for us to still be rooting for a northerner? So why couldn't he begin to market Tinubu in the southeast.
Okay, Saki
No,
Father.
no.
Let
Because,
me ask you the question too now.
can I go to that space just that Saki opened up? Uh, the overall, if we are reading that Soludo's intention is to be the lead politician in the southeast and also to be the politician from the southeast that stands the most realistic chance of becoming the Nigerian president from that space, then he has no business with all this power must transit to the south. You know, the whole of all of his strategy is for Atiku to sit on that seat.
Exactly, and then Atiku, because let's
And Atiku made that promise as well that the best chance of a southeastern presidency is
That's
through him.
another thing Atiku said today that really
that annoyed you.
but Saki Father, you know, if Atiku becomes the president today, it is I can say more than 60% possibility that Soludo will be joining PDP. I can say that.
Of course,
you know?
Soludo will not be in a.
Yeah, but will Peter Obi go back as well and they take the battle to that space?
That's another.
I wouldn't advise Peter Obi to go back.
You know,
so
now I hope Joel will understand where Saki Father and myself, where we're coming from, or what we are trying to understand. So not that we are saying already Soludo has taken the position, and the position.
But the problem is that more Soludo is pronouncing his position publicly in Anambra State.
Why?
The more he is losing the goodwill of the Anambrarians. Anambra people are not buying into what he's saying.
But do you really think? Do you look Saki Father?
Yeah.
You know, Soludo now, the way I see Soludo, or the way I think about Soludo in his mind is
there are two things that are playing against Soludo now in Anambra.
Before you say those things that are playing against him, right? Let me tell you the way I see Soludo now. Soludo has zeroed his mind on the fact that you know, I started my career, you know, as a professional. I've seen it all, you know, to the highest level, to the peak of my career at international level. And then at a point, as one of the key member of a nation's economic team. And then at a point, CBN governor. Then he wanted to be governor. We saw the desperation in him to be governor. And then which was probably like a lifetime ambition for him. He's a governor now. What next could be probably maybe being a president. And now the kind of politics or the kind of pronouncements he's making is not syncing well with his people. And then he has come to the realization that the worst that can happen is they won't vote for him a second term. And so what? That's where he is now. That's where Soludo is now. So if anything is playing against him, he knows in his mindset that by the time this election is over, Atiku does not win, right? In his mind, it's not written Obi again. It's just Atiku and Tinubu. If Atiku does not win, eventually he stands a very big risk of losing for second term. And you may be surprised, right, that things could turn around. People will just all these things, politics, right? It has a season. So people may yell and cry for a while, and then they coalesce again and see the need to make him go for a second term, because
sorry if I may come in there, enigmatic. Just two things. If Atiku does not win, you are saying, because of course, if Atiku wins, then Atiku can use the power of incumbency to return Soludo. I think that's where you are. But it depends on how he negotiates the Tinubu space too. So does he play it down the line so that he can, whoever wins, still say, I supported you? So that's the one thing. And the second thing is, like you may be suggesting, is so early into his administration now, Soludo, that by the time 4 year elapses, he would have done sufficient enough for people to have forgotten about
exactly, Woman.
Woman, you're very right. I see it as a win-win situation.
It's a win-win situation for him.
On that point, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not even looking at Soludo's second term. Definitely he's going to go back to second term. You know, people forget so easily, you know. People will later forget all this, especially when he has worked very hard in
very,
Anambra.
yeah.
And the churches will help him. You know,
And
Anambra
probably
people are like
when they see what it, because Saki Father underlined this,
yeah.
and I want you to hold it in your left hand, right? When we say that in Yoruba land, it means keep it, don't mess with, don't eat with it. Soludo, right? You know, we were having more or less like this academic permutation that he probably, that we do not know, at least we know his game plan now, right? With Atiku, we do not understand his game plan yet with APC and Tinubu, right? But more than what we've seen, right? You asked me, who do I think you probably work for? I said Atiku. But Soludo is not stupid. Soludo is smart, right? Soludo is that quote and unquote that Nigerian from the southeast that any Nigerian, right, will coalesce for to become the president. He wouldn't even need much to do more. He wouldn't campaign more. They will see him, they will accept him. So he probably stay in the middle now. What you see he's done today to welcome Atiku on board. And that's why I say, let's hold on, suspend it. If Ashwaju comes to Anambra State, it's 50-50. Ashwaju may give Ashwaju a cold hand, not even seeing Ashwaju at all, or the other way around. It's politics, and he's just less than a year in his administration. Then he will know that 4 years is far, 24 hours is a long time in politics, let alone talking about 3 years ahead. So, and then when people buy into what they've been able to see, and then they will say, oh, this man didn't really do any damage or probably whatever. So people will coalesce around and see what can come out of it. We shouldn't blame Soludo too early. People who can read out of, like, and that's why I use that word, cautiously, that primordial sentiment. Let's take it out and see what he's doing. If it pays out for him, then it's for the good of not only the Southeast alone, because I can see Soludo as somebody that we have the patronage of the whole Nigerian. When are you laughing? I'm serious.
Let me ask you.
I'm serious. People will vote. I'll pray.
Soludo is the acceptable face of the Southeast. No question about
Let
that.
me tell you.
I think again is playing that politics the way he should be playing it right now.
Let me tell you, we all know how Nigeria has been designed. The southeast has been somehow stereotyped.
Hold on. Do you think he will be kicked out of office? I'm seeing somebody
not by the Westerners, not by the Southwesterners.
Do you think he will be kicked out?
But I'm talking about how. Yeah.
Do you think there's a possibility of him being impeached or kicked out? Because some people are saying that is it possible?
Is it possible that he's what?
Is impeached or kicked out of office before his tenure is
over? No, he will not be kicked out of office.
Okay, I've said that several times because I believe those are just political.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say in effect is that what I'm trying to say in effect is that you people saying that Soludo is going to be the acceptable face in Igbo land, acceptable politician nationwide coming from Igbo extraction. I think it might be easy for Southwesterners to accept him. But I know that when that time comes, you will still see how the Northerners will begin to bring up certain propaganda.
No, the Northerners like him too.
No.
It's not about.
The Northerners like him too.
No. It's not about. Listen, it's not about.
But nobody likes Peter Obi, though.
It's not about. No, you can't say that.
It won't be a hard sell, and that's what he's trying to do now, right? That if you
no.
And that's why I say people should read that op-ed. People should comprehend that op-ed with an open mind.
Can I ask you enigmatic?
Okay.
The way somebody like Mike supported Tambuwa almost with his life, in 2019, would you in your like kind imagination, would you think that Tambuwa would have done what he did to him this time?
Okay, let me answer with a very simple. I placed something in that in both APC presidential candidate and PDP presidential candidate. And I called it for Atiku. If you know Tambuwal very well, and this is what we are speaking about political history in Nigeria. If you know Tambuwal very well,
since his days as a speaker, he's always been notorious for treachery.
You will not be surprised at what that thing he pulled that 9 minutes. You won't be surprised. I can take a bet on anything that Tambuwal. I saw it and I cleaned up. I cleaned up seriously. So Tambuwal, you know what Soludo, right? And that's how I say, Southeast people, please, you guys should be careful how you mess that guy's chances up before it's time, because the politics it's gonna be like a natural, coalition for him when the time comes, because they've seen him already. They've seen what he did as CBN governor, and they see that this man is not just is smart, is brilliant. Nobody in the Southwest, right, with the likes of, I don't know if Obasanjo will still be alive by God's grace.
I don't wish that
they will
Obasanjo.
not come around him. Forget about what the North will do. Look at
Hello,
what
Oh
no, by God's grace, still be alive. Look at what the Northerners did in APC, right, for Asiwaju. So when you play the card very well, when
yes,
you
no, that well said, but sorry, enigmatic. Well said. I was just waiting for you to pause so I could insert that to counterweight what Saki Father was saying about Tambuwal. Then look at what you counterweight that with what El Rufai, Ganduje, the rest of them, they went against even Buhari.
No. Do you know why? Do you know why I will not? Do you know why I will not counter him? Do you know why I will counter what you said just now?
Yeah.
It is very easy to see a very popular candidate from the Southwest region being accepted by the North so easily. I don't think whether you understand the level of stereotype that have really characterized this southeastern space, sort of. Do you know that? Do you know? I think I heard that if you go to the north, you will hear people referring to South to Igbo man as, I think they call it in Nyamere or what?
They call them Nyamere. But look,
those things are stereotypes. So when that time comes and Soludo comes out, you will still see certain propaganda still going on.
No. I don't think they see. I don't think they say Soludo as a Nyamiri, because he has straddled the national stage and they've had the chance to interrogate him. But they might say Peter Obi as a Nyamiri because he's unlikable.
When did Soludo straddle the national space?
When it was the CBN governor now? Yeah.
During the time of Yoruba person, right?
Oh God! How did that come in?
It was a Yoruba person as a president.
Saki Father, look, if
you see, Saki, sorry, enigmatic. I think we've always been saying on this platform about when we talk about how the Igbos play their politics. And I think what we've been complaining about is what Soludo is now doing correctly.
Correctly. God bless you.
And enigmatic has said it all. If you read all those things and you don't put, I'm a Obi supporter and I'm thinking this way, you just read it with pure mind and you just reason with the guy, you will see where his target is. So I think he's wise, and that is what enigmatic is trying to say now. Don't spoil his chances before they come. Try and study this guy and see what he's aiming at. Because what's the point? If he knows Obi will be president, why would they go and put all the support for Obi and spoil his chances when his turn comes? Because he's dealing with these people the correct way. He's playing the politics right. And this is what we've been complaining about the Igbos. And he is doing it right now. But because people are supporting Obi now, emotions and sentiment won't let you even reason along with whatever anybody is saying, which is sad.
No, but nobody has been complaining about the Igbos, but this is what we've been encouraging to see from the Southeast. It's probably how it should be put. But
let me give you one lead real quick, right?
Yeah.
If the next president, right? The next president, whoever emerges between Atiku and Asiwaju, if Soludo,
what of Obi? Obi now?
Forget Obi now. Obi is not going there. Look, okay, sorry. Let me hold you there because Kulata threw this up and I just packed it to. It says is Peter Obi's campaign dead? Weak rallies, no more Million Man March, Labour Party officials stealing funds, independent campaign council. What is happening to our Okute? So there is no equivocation that they pay. I mean, we saw the Kogi rally now. We had a good laugh about that a couple of days ago. And then they have even told the spill out is that the monies that they were meant to use to buy a crowd, officials in the Labour Party in Kogi stole it. So it's just,
before we come to that, right?
You know,
before we come to that, let me just I just want.
One thing with the light.
Oh yeah, you know what? You know, it's between
àwọn owó yẹn easy láti kó jẹ because the money is coming from different individuals from different parts of the world, so I think it's easy for them to even mismanage the money easily because nobody has account for what is even coming in. I don't think they have proper account for it.
What they were meant to do was they gave them a bunch of money to go and use to ferry people from Enugu to Lokoja because Enugu is not far from Lokoja to give an appearance of a crowd. But the person they gave the money to, he stole it. And then the people they were meant to mobilize, they came to fight. And then the National Labour Party space, they are trying to settle it. So it's just back to normal. Back to normal.
What is happening now is just what people who once again who can basically or who are conversant with Nigeria's political landscape, what they've been able to see a long time ago. Look, one man, when you see, you know, I said it here, right? There's regardless of or irrespective of what Atiku is going through, Atiku is a political force in Nigeria. He has a national political party behind him. Forget about the divisions or whatever. They still have structures in each of the states of the federation. That is an advantage. So look at what happened in Kogi State, and I can bet you, one man, it would have been worse in Ondo and Ekiti State if they actually pull it off.
So to the obedient, do we see any structure or we don't need structure?
Well, they can answer that, but what I'm just saying now is that Abati, if you see now that the handwriting is on the wall and they give you 50 million to mobilize, what will you do? You know, go shop your thing and clean out because you may not see that again. So
enigmatic. That thing that you just said now, let me give you one example. There was a politician, I won't mention the name, during Lamadeshina, Thursday to Saturday election, the man was given 350 million naira. He's from Okeogun. To go and, if you calculate where you figure out who the person is, to go and share money to sort Okeogun out. But you can all see then that Lam is not going to win the second term election. The man didn't share Shinshin. He put the money in his boot and drove to his house. So people can tell, they can see these things, the writings on the wall. So instead of sharing the money.
Ekiti State here, the last PDP election, the state chairman, haven't seen the handwriting on the wall. He moved with their almost 75 million naira. So look, and we just have to be realistic with ourselves. We have to tell ourselves the truth. And that's why if you see people now, they are basically begging our people, our brother from the south, do not spoil this guy's chance. Because Soludo, what I see Soludo doing, whoever becomes the president among these two guys, he will work very well with them, right? He will have a good understanding and good relationship with them at the presidential level. And then they will be able to, he will get close to them, and then he will try to pull his people to let people to let them understand the fact that, look, this may be our turn. And if the government actually wants to do a very good stuff, open up Southeast, ensure that this nonsense of Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, all those things, is completely muted for that. Nobody will disturb them. Then Soludo can work with all, because at a point in Southeast, Soludo will be the most senior governor in the Southeast. So that political standing alone, he will be able to use that, to move with either Atiku as a president or Tinubu as a president, and then they will be able to have some good bargaining for the Southeast. That's what Soludo is looking at, because we just have to be patient with this guy. We can't for the like whatever this guy from Lagos State, Baba Bode George, is doing to Asiwaju Adebanjo. You see, nobody cares about them because they are just focused on the big picture. Let's see the big picture. And Saki Father, you sound elderly, so you should understand better.
Saki Father is a young man, no, but let me paint you this scenario. If this played out, it will be for the betterment of the country. If for instance, and every chance that Tinubu will win in February, but then Tinubu serves one term, and then Soludo wins the next election to serve a two-term tenure, that will transform that country, because they are of the same mindset space, big thinkers. If we have two big thinkers in succession, I think that will transform the country.
One man.
If that happens, one man for life, for life. Forget Ashwaju now. For life, Soludo would have been the biggest political player in Nigeria. Not even Ashwaju again, because people will try to understand how has it been able to pull this off, and people can probably see what has been built, try to build from now. So people should just calm down, and you see that if you don't like what he's doing now, but calm down and let the election. Don't spoil him in the face of the Northerners or the Southwesterners. Probably when you want to bring him down to us, you would have already messed him up before that time, and there will be when we start throwing all the vitriol you've had against him, then it becomes a problem again.
Please, can I interject, please?
Yeah,
I mean, we've been on. It's getting boring. We've been on this Saki Father, life is good issue for. I mean, it's just like still going around the bush. But let me just make this point real quick.
Hold on, Joel. Let me bring you in properly, because your fan base, they've been missing you and they delight in you coming back. So the first one to delight in you coming back, Polata, is super fast to say, Joel of Nashville, welcome back. So
we don't miss you. We don't. It's not true. We don't miss you, Jerry.
Well, you may not, but Polata means name, and not only Polata, Prince also comes in to Super Task to say, happy to have you back, Joel of Nashville. So your fan base have been missing you. So now let's not hear why.
Fan base indeed. No, that's how it's
all right. All right. Let's hear from you, Joel.
Okay, see, the issue is this. We all know what Soludo is doing. And I have said it, but my own thing is this. If Soludo, everybody knows my stand on this issue. If Soludo was doing his stuff and he's telling me that power must be returned to the South, then I would, look at him and say, all right, that he's playing according to the card. I do not care what anyone says on this show. Stop telling me about Soludo. It only takes 1 year and you change your mind on Soludo. It happened with the case of Alex Ekweme. We've been on this issue for too long. When it was Ekweme's time, they said, leave it Ekweme. When Obasanjo finishes Ekweme, what happened? Things change. A day in politics is like forever. So what I'm trying to say here is this. What I am going to take is what I'm going to take now from Soludo. And I have said it, Soludo is a disgrace to the Igbo race. And if any of you wants to have him in the next 4 years, please, enigmatic, please, let me just finish. Let me just make my point. Because I'm telling you the minds of the average Southeasterner towards Soludo. Okay. Soludo has no political capital. We know how we brushed Soludo from where he was to make him governor. And the same way we brushed him to make him governor is the same way we're going to brush Soludo and we're going to put him to the trash.
Calm down.
He has done, look, let me tell you this. Let me just tell you this. It would have been nice of Soludo to stay neutral. Soludo, you have a candidate in the election. You have a candidate in the election. You're not selling your candidate, but you're bringing down someone that has carved a niche for himself. We are talking about what happened in Kogi. What happened to Tinubu in APC in Delta State? What was the crowd like? Not every state must not like you. It's not just here.
Yeah,
it's not just
yes, but
in Nigeria.
Sorry, Joel. What was particularly significant about the Kogi space was that a lot of the dismissal that people have been throwing at Peter Obi is that he's only popular within his region, and then by extension on social media, the diasporic space.
And we all know that is not true.
No, but do we though? The first time now that he's stepping out of his core base, only one man and his dog turned up at the rally. One man and his dog.
Well. I mean, it wasn't one man and a dog, but I get where you're coming from. You just tried to, but it was between 8 and 10,000 people out there. It still doesn't matter. Yes. Go and look at that video. Go and look at that clip.
We did.
Hold on. Go and look at that clip. Go and look at that clip very well. And I'm not here to tell you about numbers, because even you telling me or trying to argue with me, don't even know what the numbers are. You were not even there. So whatever you're seeing is what you saw on TV, just like every one of us. So let's leave the numbers to that. In Kogi State, he might not be strong in Kogi State. Fair and good. Who cares? That is politics for you. Some states will like you. You will do well in some states. In some states, you will not do well. That is my point. When you go to his base, he has something to offer. When you go to the South, he has something to offer. He has his base over there in South.
You know, he started canceling some of his campaigns now, because I have a schedule of his campaigns.
One man. Look, the end justifies the means, right? Whatever happens within this election period, it's going to be a lesson. If he wins, good. If he doesn't win, good. But do not come out as a governor of his own state to castigate him over nothing. What has P2B done to Soludo to get all this nonsense from him?
He did not castigate him. That's what I'm not getting, Joel. He did not castigate him.
It wasn't even talking about P2B. So you see from it, I was going to say Shori, but you understand Yoruba anyway.
You say no. You say he wasn't talking about Obi. What do you mean by he's not talking about Obi?
No. If you really delve into what Soludo is saying, he wasn't really even talking about Peter Obi. He was talking about really himself and the future of the Southeastern politics. Because I think his thinking is beyond Peter Obi already, because he knows that space is just children making noise.
Because that is the slave mentality. That's the slave mentality the Southeastern leaders has always made us to believe. Until Peter Obi came out, what we kept hearing, remember, Peter Obi has survived many hurdles. When he came out, you said, oh, they did not go for the vote for Yamiri. Oh, they not because of many hurdles, many things that have been thrown at Peter Obi.
Joe,
even during interviews, the kind of interview that what's his name, that the Arise News normally grant Peter Obi when he's on there. They cannot ask those kind of questions to the Tinubus and the Atikus. But he goes out there and he presents himself very, very well.
All right.
So I am more interested. Go ahead.
Do you believe that anybody that wants to be Nigerian president need to build bridges, political bridges across the country before coming out for that position? Do you believe that?
Yes.
Did Obi do that before coming out for the position of president?
I don't know if you say bridges. I don't know what kind of bridges you're talking about.
To form associations.
To form association, he has association with the level of people he wants to work with. And within hold on now. You asked me a question now. It depends on what you're talking about. So what we normally call our structure, which I believe with P2B is the structure of criminality, is going out there, putting people with government money.
No, hold on
now. Building of network of Ajele Koko. Let us be frank with it.
Before coming out, before going to Labour Party,
okay,
as he built bridges, political bridges across the country in preparation for his coming out for that position Did you see any sign of that at all?
Look, the man you're talking about, was in PDP on not up till like 6 months ago.
Okay.
Why he was
that
why he was? Can I finish, please?
I like that answer. So
good.
All the people that he knows,
yeah,
all the association, all the people he have had one form of political relationship with, all of them remain in PDP, right?
Okay.
And now he jumped into a party going to like 6 months now, or is it 4 months or 3 months?
Whatever.
And do you sincerely believe in the heart of your heart that a man that have no bridges built already for years can be president in that country?
Yes, he can. And I'll tell you why. The issue about Peter Obi and how he came out to contest for this presidency was a unique one. So what Peter Obi did was just simple. Let me go and test my popularity. Getting out of the PDP, where he has already said that the politics was transactional. So he's coming up with a brand new type of politics, and he has maintained that and stayed on issues. And it is left for Nigerians to say, we want him or we want to go back to our old ways. It is just plain and simple. So anyone coming to say Peter B shouldn't have done this, Peter B shouldn't have done that, the person might be living in a lot, might be living in the past. We have to start looking into the future. What if we start having independent candidates? Is that how we're going to qualify them? So the thinking of the people has to change. So if they say, Peter B has presented himself and he is doing good, very, very good, very, very, very good. For someone people have said had no structure, had no this, had no that. He had done so much for himself. Now it is left for the Nigerian people to say, we want him or not.
Jerry, can I ask you another question?
We know how well he's doing in Kogi State, but
one man, Kogi State is just one state in 37.
Oh no, I want to comment on
right. You go to Abuja. If you cannot compare Peter Obi's campaign in Edo State, for instance, with that of Tinubu, he will beat him hands down. You can't compare Peter Obi's campaign in Lagos with that of Tinubu. Tinubu will beat him hands down. So what I'm just saying is this: everybody have their stronghold. You cannot beat Tinubu, cannot beat Atiku in the north. Everybody have their own strongholds. What I'm only saying is this: allow the Nigerian people to decide who they want to lead them. Don't come out here and start badmouthing, trying to bring out like Soludo is this. Soludo has 1 vote. Even as it stands right now, Soludo has 0 votes.
Hold on, Joel. Hold on. Since Soludo offends you so much, I want to do a trade with you. I will take Soludo for Oyo-Alafe and Yoruba land, and then you take any Yoruba man you have in exchange.
One man. Give me MC. Give me MC Olomo.
Yes, you can have him. You can even have
yes. Give me MC Olomo and take Peter Obi.
If you don't want to do we will have him.
Let me say this. Would you agree with me that what Obi is doing now, all his effort in Labour Party now, and everything is doing now, would you agree with me that he is building bridges, political bridges for the future and not for now?
It could be for the future. It could be for now. Ajele Koko, this is where I'm trying. Like I said, if someone comes out to say there are only 2 front runners, that person is lying. Because in this election, like I've always said, I always believe that there's going to be a rerun. And then the likes of Kwankwaso.
So you're convinced that Obi, you're convinced that he will win, or if there's going to be a rerun, it's going to be one of the two candidates in the rerun.
If no, see in the rerun, right? A rerun is still going to be amongst two people. The two people, I cannot tell you who they are, but every one of them in this election, I just came back from Nigeria. I know what the streets are saying. I know the feelings of the people. So if someone has come out here to tell me that it's about Atiku or APC, that person is just living in the past. You need to go down there and see how the people are suffering, and see what they are saying, and see what their feelings are. Feel their nerves. Not we coming out here, we stay in abroad like Simon Ekpa and the likes of Nnamdi Kanu when he was out, and just making like projections that may or may never come true.
But Joel, don't get it wrong.
Hold on now. Babati wanted to come in.
Yes, because good to have you back, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yes, because for a second I thought you were because you were like sound like a show guy for a second when you said, well, Obi is now giving himself people now vote for him. Like, wait, because before you traveled, you are well assured like he was going to win. Now you're like leaving it up to the Nigerians to now decide what changed before.
No, I did not leave it to. No. I understand what I'm saying. I said we cannot just come out here to say it's a 2-person horse race.
Right.
That is my point. We cannot just come out here and say for me and for many people in Nigeria, it's a 3-horse race.
Right.
You get where I'm coming from. So that is why I said instead of us coming here to down any person or to start to make statement like it's the two, allow the Nigerian people to decide. That is my point. I'm not saying that I am not sure that Obi is not going to win.
Let me follow up on that, please. You know, politics is a game of interest, right? People vote based on what they are interested in. And when I talk about this house, for instance, you and I, we've had that conversation before. And I said that I don't feel like you are appealing to other people's interests that might not align with yours. So do you think that Peter Obi has done enough to appeal to other people's interests to garner their votes? Has he done enough? Because now Kogi is like in the central, right? It has more chance in the center of the north than the core north, like the south, northwest, and the northeast. And if it's already having troubles in Kogi, I'm concerned. I'm being honest with you because that's supposed to be making roads in. So
Abati, comment on the Kogi space.
Okay. Go ahead, Saki. Then I will continue.
Yeah. It is very, very. We cannot pretend not to know that among these presidential candidates, Obi has been the most frustrated in terms of campaign grounds. I watched an interview today when one of them was explaining their experience in Kogi State. They said that very ground was given to them around 7 o'clock in the night, preceding the day of the campaign, so that they couldn't even tell people, because they are not sure that they have got that very grounds, and they even had to call the governor as at that time, and governor was like saying that he didn't know that they have not signed it to them.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like there was a short notice on issue of confirming that very campaign ground, so people didn't even know that. Most people were not like informed about that location, that the location has been confirmed for the rallies, so that is why you saw that kind of turnout. So, and they have repeatedly done this to him in some states he has gone. I don't know why. You saw what happened in Taraba. Taraba was a very good show. Taraba's space was confirmed on time. That of Oyo was okay, So, but some governors, I don't know what they actually doing with giving him. Okay, the one he did in Imo was okay. He never had problem with the campaign ground. But Kogi State, they said, go and watch the interview today. They because in the interview,
I watched it. I watched it, Saki Father.
The person was explaining what happened with that stadium.
Can you have Joy just answer that North Central question? Because I really wanted, because he just came back from Nigeria. Because that's where I see Obi playing. Like the North Central is where I think he can make inroads into the north.
But this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Coming back from Nigeria, I saw a lot of things.
Right.
It's a lot of voter suppression, candidate suppression. In Lagos State, for instance.
Hold on. Did you see all this in the yacht you hired to go on a private beach? You were cruising around in a yacht and going to private beaches. Is that where you saw?
Well, I had to enjoy myself. I can't come back here myself. I can't come back here myself. But one man, this is what I noticed in Lagos State, right? You hardly see posters of PDP, talk less of Labour Party. Everywhere you go, even if you're going through the toll gate and all that, all you're going to see is Tinubu and Sanwo-Olu. They have practically grounded every other political party. Wike is doing the same thing in River State, right? Most of these governors are using state resources, state infrastructures to deny other Nigerians the right to use certain areas for campaign. It is dangerous because we think it's a Peter Obi. Probably if it's happening to Tinubu, maybe some of us will speak up. But you know what? It's a Peter Obi. So he should get it because of what? He doesn't have a structure. But the issue there is that
Obi did same at the time. It's politics. It's just politics.
Well, he did not do it at any time. So let's just leave that. You see, I hate,
and that is part of.
I hate it when that is not building no bridges.
No. Why are you asking? This is my thing with you, Joel. When you say these things, we know already. But you acting surprised that it's happening where I don't get. We already know that they're going to play that game already.
It should not be happening because no. If someone it happens, but don't stop telling me that Peter Obi. Stop telling me that Peter Obi did it in his own time. Stop telling me that because he did not do it. So stop coming up with all this. I don't know where you guys are getting all this stuff from, and that's one thing I don't like. That's one thing I don't like with some of you. You guys just come up, you just bring up something from nowhere.
I know the guy wait. I said
the same Labour Party.
I was not blaming the Labour for that. The guy wait, exactly wait. I said when you say they didn't allow them to put the poster up or they didn't give him access, why are you acting surprised? You should have known that will happen already. Anyways, it's not new.
What I am trying to make you understand is that the Nigeria we are trying to build right now is not that Nigeria we are thinking about. Things have to start changing. That is my point to you.
That's the reason why I asked you earlier that it is a game of interest. Has he done enough to convince people from other people?
It is not a question of, my brother, it is not more a question of interest. It is just a question of the elites against us.
Yeah,
that is what it is.
The interest of the poor people. Yeah, their interest. Is he appealing enough to them to revolt? Is my one I'm asking you. Is he appealing enough to them to revolt against the big men? I'm asking.
Babati, this is what I can tell you right here.
Joel,
that a new Nigeria is possible. We need a new Nigeria, and that new Nigeria is living in the hearts of most Nigerians. Now, what they are using now, hold on. What we are doing now is trying to weaponize poverty by buying up those PVCs that we are seeing right now. But the thing there is that majority of Nigerians know where they want to be. I want us to, can I finish, please? Can I just finish? What I'm just saying is this. What I'm saying is this. The people of Nigeria will decide at the right time who will govern over them. If they say it's a Tinubu, it's fine. If they say it's a Atiku, it's still okay. If it's a Obi, it's still okay.
You said before you travel, you said they are ready. Now you're saying that they might be ready. You are changing your tune.
No. Look, please stop paying attention to these nuances. I mean, it doesn't help the conversation. I've told you that Peter Obi. I've said it on this forum.
Joy, please let me finish. You said Nigerians are ready for the change before you traveled. You are back now saying that it's in their hands. What?
No, what changed? No. I cannot push. Come on, please. Come on now. Come on. I'm still as in fact, I'm even more optimistic
that
Peter Obi is going to win than I was when before I left the United States.
Before you left, you were very like they were ready. Now you're telling that it's in their hands.
What do you mean? What do you mean that they're not ready? Who's talking about who's going to be ready?
Now, before you said they're already there. You switch up a little bit. What I'm saying, you're not.
No. That's why I say stop paying attention to all those nuances. I mean,
all right. The conversation is drifting some, but Sally is even calling us to order. So let's take us directed by Sally, and let me move the conversation on to voices that have not yet been heard. Good to have you back.
One man, please. Before I leave, I want to say this clearly.
Right.
Whenever we are playing politics, let's play politics. Okay. Whenever we are talking about the situation in Nigeria, let's put politics aside. Yesterday, I was miffed. I was miffed at the likes of Enigmatic and Mr. Solomon. And the issue there was just simple. How are Nigerians faring today? Are Nigerians doing better or not? And they called me all names yesterday. They called me Obi Dog yesterday. They called me Obi Idiot yesterday. For what? Because I said what is actually happening. But when I now told Solomon, no problem. Since you say Nigeria is good, why do you want to jump out to Canada? I wish you stay in Nigeria. He said, God forbid. We have to start saying the truth. No, I know what I'm saying. We have to start saying the truth. Yesterday, Thomas also said something like, there have been beggars everywhere. There are beggars everywhere. We know there are beggars everywhere. But we also know today that a bag of rice is more than the minimum wage. Far more than the minimum wage. The people of Nigeria are suffering. So let's not play politics with that. Let us say it the way it is. And anyway, because I was in Nigeria when you guys were trying to help somebody. If I was here then, I would still put hand and help that person. So please, let's not play politics with the lives of Nigerians. Let's play politics where politics is. Then leave Nigerians and tell the world how Nigerians are feeling, what Nigerians are going through. Because we are speaking our conscience here. We are talking about our consciences here. Thank you very much.
Guys, wait, please. All I'm saying to Joel is this. I'm saying that maybe just me. Before you left, the level of confidence compared to now for Joel is not the same. Because before it's like, oh, it will win. Now they're thinking that, oh, it's open to Nigerians now. They should vote for who they want. I mean, like
Babati, my man. Obi is going to win the election. What I just said is let's not come here and say let's not come here and bring out names that does not matter, like Soludo. Soludo does not matter in the equation. Soludo does not matter in the equation.
No, guys, please now. Too many voices. Even Sally is complaining that it's too right.
I know, but let me at least just reply what you said. I'm saying that this is what I'm saying to Joel. I'm saying that, okay, you say it's a 4-horse race, whatever, whatnot. But at the same time, even you are concerned because then you speak about rigging and poster like it's something new. I'm like, why are you acting all surprised?
Let me just point out to one thing. You know, before I left for Nigeria, we started talking about, we have so much faith in the beavers. Now, if you remember, we raised up the issue about how people were able to hack in to register those little kids, right? Now, when I went to Nigeria, I saw a different part of it. They started buying PVC. So if a politician is spending money to get PVCs from people, it means that they have a way of circumventing that beavers. And that is where my fear is. Free and fair election is what we want in Nigeria. And if it's a free and fair election, I am so confident that Obi is going to be there.
There's never going to be a free and fair election. We know that already. Why are you acting all surprised? What I don't get.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
So let me just do a little bit of the super chat, and then I'll move the conversation on to let me take the conversation to Ajanle Koko, who the audience have not heard from yet. But first to the super chat, and this one pointing to Ajanle Koko. It says to get Ajanle. This is from Ola, by the way. It says to get Ajanle Koko angry, just say Chowore can't win an election. To get same viewer lens from Joel, tell him that Obi can't become president of Africa. So there it is. We know the buttons to press with most of the personalities on the platform. You know the buttons to press. So this is Dipole. Dipole. It says that did Goodluck Ebele Jonathan and Yar'Adua build any bridges? So that was to the conversation that took place between Ajanle Koko and Joel of Nashville, when Ajanle Koko was inviting that had Obi even done the necessary homework before having this ambition. And Dipole counters back, did Goodluck Ebele Jonathan or Yar'Adua build any bridges? So there it is. And back to Prince, who continues to delight in Joel's presence. It says, Joel on fire, proudly, son of the soil. So thank you to all the super chatters. So from that, let's take the conversation on and move it in the direction of Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko.
Before you continue, Joel, check the private chat, sorry.
All right. I hope you are not dealing narcotics in the private chat. What's going on there?
Joel of Nashville.
Joel of Nashville. So there it is. When Joel is around, you know. It's impossible for you not to know when Joel is around. But the conversation in the direction of Ajanle Koko, and let's kick it off with let's kick it off with, actually, let me deviate it somewhat to something totally off skill. That story that I read of a 49-year-old man in Ogun State that was it was apprehended bathing with blood in a river. So the local indigents, they apprehended him, and they rather than apply the traditional jungle justice of Nigeria, they called the authorities, who have since detained him. So the guy now is saying that the blood that he was bathing with is not human blood, but the blood of a cow. And this was what was prescribed to him by his herbalist. So is that sufficient enough of a ground for an arrest, Ajanle Koko? Surely, by instinct and history, we're traditionalists in Africa.
Yeah, thank you, Maman. Greetings to listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, subscribe. Well, I don't think that gives the authority the ground to arrest him. But at the same time, as being arrested, they can investigate. That blood can be tested to know if it is human blood or animal blood. I'm not a scientist. I don't know anything about science, but maybe Babati, who knows better, can tell us on that, how the blood look like. Maybe human blood and animal blood. Maybe there are some, what do you call it? Maybe there are some content or how do they call it? Don't let me go. I don't know.
Blood cells.
Maybe their blood cells can dictate who the difference
whether it's human or animal. Yeah.
Or animal. So, yes, government can hold him and carry out a test and confirm if what that man is saying is true or otherwise. So they cannot do more than that. But I know that there are some sacrifice that they perform. The herbalists can perform for you. Using animal blood, particularly that of is it geese? They call it what is pepper? Yes.
Duck, Goyen.
A duck, that's you, yeah. So they can use that, duck, slice the body, get the blood, and they can use it, and it's exactly, according to them, exactly like human blood. So they can use it to.
But Ajale Koko, you know what that story is? Why I was really wanting to discuss this is that it speaks to that wider space of abandoning our traditional belief system and then seeing it as evil in contrast to the Abrahamic faiths that came laterly to us. So, I mean, back in the days, seeing somebody bathing in the river as instructed by a shaman, that was never anything to even acknowledge, never mind calling the police. But now this man is bathing according to his Ababalawo, and then suddenly this is a crime against humanity.
That is shameful of us, and I think it's due to the reason that there have been a lot of cases where, due to a lot of human sacrifice that is so common in that place now, and in order to prevent that, or to, in order to prevent that, and nobody can be trusted anymore in Nigeria now because of all this kind of human sacrifice, and that is so rampant. You even see some small boys of 17 or 18 years.
Yes, so I went to a boy.
They will, exterminate some of their friends in an effort to, make voodoo for money making, and it's so rampant. A lot of cases that police are handling, for human sacrifice and stuff like that. So that is why this incident of this man bathing with goat blood, looks suspicious, and I think we have turned away from our tradition. That is number one. And religious, this foreign religion, Christianity and Islamic religion has overwhelmed us. And anybody that is trying to practice our tradition, our traditional religion, is looked as evil person. They won't want to interact with you. They want to isolate you. They want to, treat. They don't want to treat you as human being.
Yes, sir. Good point, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Huh?
Yeah. Speaking the truth.
Yes, they don't want to treat you as human being, and it's so shameful. And we believe in secular. We call ourselves a secular state, a secular country, and but the traditional religion, we want to suppress them and destroy them, and you will see the Christians, preaching hard against them, and you see the Islamists preaching hard against them openly, and you never see these people come out to preach against this evil foreign religion. I mean, there should be a law. A law should be passed that no religion should preach against any other religion. That law should be well grounded, and government should effect it at any time when they see any fanatics
talking
preaching
about
against
laws,
any other religion.
Ajale Koko, talking about laws, just to move it on from that man, and I agree with everything you said. Talking about laws and religion and how we have impacts on people, should it be the law that our mosques should not be in residential areas?
Come again? Should it be a law that what?
That mosques, the Muslim praying houses, they should not be in residential areas.
I mean, churches are in residential areas too.
You know why I said that? When they do their call to prayers at about 4 a.m. in the morning, it's good for their adherents.
Don't you do vigil as Christians? Don't you do vigil as Christians? Friday night, let's be fair now. You do your vigil. What my on Friday?
Yeah, but they don't do it. They don't do it on a megaphone. No. Do you know that these people they put 4 megaphones on the four corners of their mosque, and at 3 a.m. in the morning, they will start, they will as loud as they can, they will just start to intimidate everybody in the neighborhood.
One man,
we are sleeping. No, guy, wait. We are all wait. We are all sleeping at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you are praying, like you are praying. Come on now. Let's not play this one's gone. Come on, you two guys.
No, I'm happy for the churches not to be in residential areas. But there's a public nuisance. But do you not take the point though? Like
I see your point.
Those 3 a.m. in the morning, Allah Akbar.
One man.
No.
One man.
They even leave.
You know?
One man. Can I say something, please? Can I say something on this space, please?
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Come in then. Yeah.
See. Let me tell you, one man. It's a menace. It's a menace. Even this time around that I traveled in Lekki Phase 1, I'm not talking about mainland. I am not talking about Aja. I'm talking about Lekki Phase 1. It was appalling that I came out about 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning, and there's this loud church noise. This is the church this time around, banging till 6 a.m. in the morning in a residential area. I have said this, the noise pollution in Nigeria is criminal. Whoever gives those churches and mosque licenses to operate within residential areas are part of those people killing Nigerians, because you listen to noise from morning, even in your sleep, you're listening to noise. So this has nothing to do with only Muslims. Muslims are doing this, and the death of the Muslims is that they even put their speaker outside and start shouting for whoever that cares to listen.
Let me ask you, if you make laws to ban these things, even the people that tend to help, they'll be the one to go against the government, against what you're
definitely.
They'll be the one to say, leave them alone now. They are paying. They will go against you.
No. But see, Nigerian thinking about the religious institution is changing. They're really changing about it. The issue there is that if you tell them to have a church avenue or a mosque or a religious avenue, let them go there and build whatever thing they want to build. Leave the residential area alone. So when someone comes here to tell me that someone built a place, someone built Lagos, I have a dosage on that one, but I don't want to put it. I don't want to just put it with this one. But it is part of that planning of a city, right? If you say a city is a modern city, it should be part of the planning. But like I said, I'm going to leave it at there. I'm going to leave it at this one. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I think government should regulate. Government can regulate that religious organization from making noise, causing noise pollution, and disturbing the peace of the people in the area. But they should make a strong law that no religious body should describe others as evil, because it's so rampant with Christian and Islamic religion, calling our traditional religion as evil. They say it loud and clear, and it is, of course, in their book that whoever does not practice Islam have no heaven to go. God will not take it. It will never be given that eternity. The same thing Christendom. Whoever does not believe in Jesus will surely perish in hellfire.
But Adale Koko, are they evil sometimes? Are they evil sometimes?
What do you say?
Are they evil sometimes?
Oh, look.
The traditional one, that's what I'm saying.
Never. The traditional ones never preach against anybody. And as a matter of fact,
I'm saying evil.
Thomas, there is evil everywhere. There is evil in the church. There is evil in the mosque.
Let me help Thomas, please. Let me help Thomas, please.
Make your statement.
Let me help now because he does not know. Sorry, so everything will need balance. Even in Christian, there's a bondage. Only good they have evil and good in every. You have good and evil in everything. So they blame our own evil pẹ̀lú. But the overall act of it, of Ifa itself, is good. It's not evil. But of course, you're going to have people that do evil with it now. So you can't. That cannot be.
I agree with you. But some of them do evil. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you.
The same way they do with Christendom or Islam. That's nothing peculiar.
So, even our own traditional religion are more tolerant than this foreign religion. When the Onishogo are doing their this thing, you will see they will not do it at the detriment of Elegun. When the Elegun are doing their own, they will not do it at the detriment of our Tombo Batala. They respect each other and they don't condemn. You will never see the Onisha go to condemn the Obatala worshiper that they will never go to heaven, or what they are doing, the God they worship. They will never condemn the God they worship. But only these two religions from the foreign land that have tear us apart and destroy us as people and took everything that God has given to us away from us and make us I don't know.
Imagine
are we human anymore?
They turn Eshu into devil, which is not true. Eshu is not Lucifer, for God's sake. But they turn him into a devil. They pretty much turn into the whole culture. It's supposed to be the architect of your judiciary system. When you go to court, that's supposed to be your balance. Issue. That's what issue is for. It's not the devil, for God's sake. But okay, what is it now? Issue is the devil now. You fucked the whole system of the whole culture because of some. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So that is justice. I think we need a very strong law that can hold anybody that practices one religion, that condemn other religion. That there should be a strong law that can deal with them seriously, and they can make it publicity about it, and people can see it and stop doing that nonsense. So that's my take on that woman. So that man bathing with goat blood, as he claimed, police can investigate, take the test, and then quickly release him if they found out that it's actually goat blood that he is using to appease I want to lie. So that is it.
Kilo funny. Okay, one man here. One man, you don't see one man. One man is a year right there. But
I want to lie are people like Babatio, because he's a priest and a traditionalist.
He's a priest, though. I want to lie
one man, do you even know what's funny? Like, I don't even mind the call to prayer in the morning, to be honest with you. Do you know what I don't like is once they finish that prayer, they will not end there. You not start hearing that's where I don't get, like, enough. Okay, you have done enough. What is moved out? You said
what I really detest is all this all these merchants, that all these Christian merchants, or maybe even terror agents, that they will lay you and the ones that go around the bus stops bring it, and they even do D will tell you, engineer will tell you, they even do it here in the UK. That they go into, in some sort of promenade or square or open space.
Open space, like a park.
And then they'll be megaphoning and constituting a nuisance, harassing you. And the ones that I especially detest, as soon as they see that you are black, they will start to foist all these pamphlets into your hands and telling you that Jesus loves you. I know Jesus loves me. I don't need you to tell me. You know, I mean, they're just like a terrorist sort of people.
But one man, imagine me come to you and say, if I look once for that, yo, Mori, Afeshi, Kubiko, more, they can work.
Oh, my best friend, you're my son.
We have that here in the UK too, but they are Indians. You know, all these Indian gurus. They're the ones that there's that scam. One wrong scam, MB.
But one beer bombi no. If you go Peckham,
Motor about it now.
one beer, but I don't Peckham.
One man who red ball, you see a ball.
Now.
No, see a ball. One man, no be bad, no be good to know.
Àwọn Yorùbá ló lọ ń gbẹ́ bọ́m̀bẹ̀ ni àbí báwo.
I'm not sure that you are anybody.
My boss, my during my residency, my preceptor is a white guy from Germany. He's an Onifa now. He's a white guy, but he's an Onisese. So it's not just black people or Africans. So there are people that actually live in America or diaspora that actually practice.
Is it a Brazilian, your demand? Because I think the Brazilian.
No, it's a German actually. It's a German. So, but one man on the more serious note, many people they are having issues in their life because they have abandoned Orisha. Once you have abandoned your Orisha and your family and you have not done what you're supposed to do, you start having problems.
And you follow from one generation to pass it down, generational.
If you don't go out and do what you're supposed to do, then break it away. But if you don't break it and just leave that way, you keep having issues. But most people don't, because they've abandoned all those things. That's what they're having issues.
Baba T, forget about Orisha. Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord.
Àwọn colonial mentality.
Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord. Accept Jesus as your Lord and your Savior.
Look at that.
Oh, fi personals.
Àwọn Jew gan ò pé wọ́n pé nǹkan tó ń pè yẹn dáìí ṣe irọ́ tó ìbò tán.
Thomas is his name. Imagine your man Olukweje Thomas. Go ahead, don't worry. Okay, go ahead though.
You know, I've always had the feeling that the black the proper black Americans, the Caribbeans and whatnot. I've always felt that they should adopt African names rather than just as a pathway back to, where they come from.
Yeah,
rather than calling themselves
psychologically as well. Psychologically, that will help a long way.
Yes, I think somebody should compose a compendium of African names and their meanings, and then as a piece of work for these people. So they can name their children properly.
But woman, you guys are saying this. That even people that goes by those names that you want these people to know about, that are even changing the name. I've seen people because they turn Christian and their name is maybe it should be or something. They will change it to Oluwabi.
I have a friend that's exactly that.
But that's the mistake they are making. One man, those names are attached to something in their family. So when you change it like that, you don't know. You're pretty much messing a lot of things up. Don't let me say too much. Those
no,
names
you have a
point. They have
the name you name your child to goes a long way. When you name a child, you have to. Some people would look at somebody and say, "Oh, this person goes by this, and let me name my child this name." You will see. I've seen people will be going through the same struggle. That person you took their name and give the child, they will be going through the same struggle. There is a lot that is attached to a name. There is a lot.
Yeah, Orukoni Roni. Look at that. So, so gentlemen, I'm going to have to seek your indulgence with this particular session. Maybe I should not have started it at all. Maybe a lot of you may have noticed that over the last couple of days, I've been carrying a bit of flu. So I've been taking some things to flush it out.
What happened? Didn't you take your flu shot?
No, I didn't take the flu jab. That's the thing. I didn't take the flu jab.
Why not? Why didn't you take
Because I have an aversion for injections. I cannot bear it.
Well, how is it working? How is it working now? Your advice?
Well, not very well.
Not
you know.
So yeah.
So I've been taking all these things to flush it out of my system, and it's just made me just completely dry. I can barely keep my eyes open. All the lemsips and this, that, and the other mixed together, it's just knocked me out. So,
but yeah, that's the thing with flu. The best thing is just to get some sleep. Not like the medicine does you anything; they just make you sleep. It's the sleeping that will clear your nasal congestion.
Yes, it's just, because I took Lemsip, then I took some series of what, anyway, it's just knocked me out. So I seek your indulgence to let me round off.
Do you have Mucinex?
What's that?
Do you have Mucinex? You can buy Mucinex, so you can cough out.
I don't know what that is. If you put it in the comment section, then I'll.
It's over the counter, so that way you can cough out with all this. You can
buy because I've been carrying it for a couple of days, and then I'll think that it's gone, and then it's heavy and throaty again, and I think it's man flu though. It's proper or your man flu, so
Well, you have to drink. You have to be drinking a lot of fluid, a lot of water.
Warm water. No. I'm doing. Look, I've got 2 cups.
Oh yeah.
So it's just I just probably need to go and sweat it out in bed. So I'll take closing remarks, but apologies to the people that I did not get to. But I just cannot keep my eyes open for too much longer anymore. So Babati, let's kick it. Yeah, let's start with Babati. So Babati, sorry about that.
It's fine. Hopefully you get well. I'll put something in the comment section for you. Hopefully that will help you out a little bit, so you can be back for your usual session. We love spending time with you and everybody. Welcome back, Joel. Welcome back to the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you.
It's not in Nigeria now. It's in America.
Welcome back to the land of the free. Nigeria is the land of the free.
People are free in America. Who is free in America?
Nobody is free though. Nobody is free.
This UK last night, because I saw Joel a little bit darker, a little bit freer. I'm like, what's going on? But don't worry, you will recover very soon, because Nigeria kind of took a beating on you. I can see. I'm like, what's going on with Joel?
No, I love the sun. It was the sun, and I loved it.
Where was your sun?
Did you sweat a lot? Because I find that.
Oh my goodness, it was too much. It was too much sweat.
You lost weight, I can tell. You lost some weight. Yeah,
no, I added though. I ate everything. Crocodile joint. I ate crocodile too. I no play with food.
Where did you eat that? On the island you went to?
On the island.
Which island did you go to, by the way?
It's the Ilaje, that's the Ilaje side. So it's a lot of islands out there. One man I did not know that Lagos State.
Go on, sorry.
I did not know that Lagos State has such land. So I will forgive whoever that built Lekki and concentrate on those islands, because one man, those islands are $1 billion islands. If you have those islands in any place maybe like Thailand, I don't want to go to America. Those islands are beautiful, but
is it done up, or is it still in its native state?
It is in a native state. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. So you get to the place, and it's just sand, and you have these guys coming up with maybe like 80 cars to pick you up from the beach, from where you alighted from the boat down to the beach houses that they have over there. But if we do not watch it, it's still good. They're going to make a mess out of the place. So I mean, it is what it is.
All right, that's okay. Well, anyways, good conversation about Atiku and being. I was just listening. I was busy working at the backdrop, so I didn't really have a lot to say tonight. But good conversation. Good to have you back, Jory. One man get better. Thomas, don't worry. God be with you, and we'll talk in the background. I will talk to you. I will call you. In fact, Thomas, I need to call you, Joe. And I have your number, but I've not called, and I'm going to call. Sorry, I will reach out to you as well. Let's just come back tomorrow. Hopefully, one man gets better, and I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
All right, thank you, Babati. And Babati, you did promise us a session on all this trading something.
Yeah, you know your guy. I don't know what's his name.
Felix or something.
Yeah. You know, he pops out of nowhere once in a while. I don't. Yeah, Joel, come on.
But Babati, don't worry. Babati, don't worry. I'm back. I'm back.
Hey, let's do
So
our something now. Come on.
yeah, yeah. No,
You missed that spike. Did you see that spike today? That was a
I
wonderful.
know. I missed everything,
It
but
was
it's
a
okay.
beautiful 11-point drop. It was beautiful. I'm like, wow.
You have to recover all those billions you went to spend in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, but Babati, more than anything, please, everyone on this forum, please just endeavor and to get a beach house. I know it goes for about 40 to 50 million naira. But let's endeavor, if you can, get a beach house. It's good money to be made over there. And if you can get a boat, I mean, the boat we rented was about a 30-seater was 450,000. People are paying. A 12, 15-seater is about 150,000. So it's a lot of opportunities out there in Nigeria. Probably we'll discuss that another day.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the thing, and that
we have to do a session around because that was meant to be one of the evolutions of the platform to discuss opportunities, but we've never really around real estate, around.
There are many things like even like the people buying out flats now instead of you just buy like a 3-bedroom flat and somebody helps you with the rental and you just make your money off it. So there are many
just
things.
make it luxury, self-service apartments.
So because we in America here, we are done with all these families sending money home and them duping you. We all know how that ends. So if we can get a reliable source to come here and just tell us how we can get properties in Nigeria, bypassing all those nonsense, I think that will be a very welcome idea on the platform. One man.
All right.
Babati, grab my number at the comment section.
Oh yes, but I will call you.
I can get a guy that does that.
Oh yes, get the guy because
yeah.
Sorry.
His name is Dotun. Yeah, he sells property, land anywhere, both Abuja and Lagos.
A lot of the things I want to find out is one. I wanted to do a series on a step-by-step process from identifying the location, finding out the pricing system, and then the architecture, building planning, etc. So all the walking through. So you go from your UK, US, whatever. With the,
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, sorry. So you go from your UK, US, whatever, with your, let's say 50 million naira, whatever, you land, and then from that process, all the way through to building your 3-bedroom bungalow, your set of apartments. So I want to do a series on a walkthrough on the property space. So things like that. So, well, I've never really been able to find the person that had the expertise to.
Are you also thinking of buying one, man? Are you looking at buying in Nigeria or investing in property?
No, I wouldn't object to buying, but more so, I wanted to document the process,
right?
Just for the purposes of just to have it as a piece of work.
I will talk to the guy tomorrow and see when he can join us. Then I'll let you know.
Yes, and also all these service apartments, they come with service charges, don't they? So if it's is it a lease? A lot of questions to ask.
You buy, then you turn them to service apartment. Like I told you, like a few weeks ago, I went to Turkey with a friend of mine. Went to get furniture for a service apartment. He just bought some. He has an hotel in the Highland too. So we went to Turkey together to get some furniture to put in the service apartment. Yeah. They are making money because it's now how connected you are to get people, because most people that are coming visiting in Lagos or coming from overseas is the link and your connection to people that gives you more clients to lodge and pay, whether they are using 2 weeks. Because a lot of people are now buying that idea than going to an hotel. They rather get an apartment, like a flat, stay there for 2 weeks, do their own cooking, do party, do whatever they want on their own terms, rather than stay in an hotel and be looking for places. But I will talk to Dotun tomorrow and see when he can join us.
Yes, we saw it. We saw it with Des yesterday, who bought an apartment in Lekki, and you saw him in his apartment.
Yeah.
It wasn't a rented space. He owns it, you know.
Yeah.
Wait, there's wow. So do you? How is the Airbnb market? Because I hear it's booming a lot in that area.
Yeah, no, I think that's what I'll speak to him again because I have his contact off screen. But I think what I imagine he's doing is he lets it out during the year, and whenever he's going on a visit to Nigeria, he'll just block it off and just
stay there.
Yeah,
Look,
you know.
one man, the thing there is that you see the big boys now don't like the hotel idea, right? So the hotel idea is you don't know who to see and all that. But with all these apartments, I know I stayed in one in a VGC. Sometimes I just leave my house and go there and just stay. Don't ask me what I went there to do, but I mean
Don't
it is
worry
what it
now.
is.
The brother will not come to power. They will come to power.
So it's quite interesting though, and the opportunities out there. Yeah.
Yeah, and another conversation, because we talk politics a lot. Another conversation that I want to initiate, if there's interest in it, is how money is made in Nigeria. So of course the obvious go-to is the real estate, but we're not talking about corruption or anything. But
Maritime, one man. Maritime is money there. Maritime is a lot of money. People don't even talk about shipping out is a lot of money too. You can be like I'm telling you, it's a huge market. Maritime is huge.
Like it has not been tapped at all. It has not been tapped at all.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And with the upcoming two deep sea ports, I'm telling you, whoo, look out.
Because a friend of mine, he was trying to get ferries from Germany to Lagos to do ferry service. But I think the system in Lagos frustrated him with bureaucracy. So things along those lines. And I know somebody on this platform that goes into the north to access a particular mineral resource, and he just exports it and it's made millions. I'm not going to tell you who, but I know, and then so all those type of opportunities, we can discuss them, just for the purposes of letting the knowledge be out there for our people to but not anything illegal, of course, but
sorry, one man Mongul asked a question in the comment section about your morning session. I think he has
no, I answered him. The morning sessions are replays. I've answered him. He was asking, sometimes I replayed the sessions during the day,
All right.
So and some people, even this guy, Rudolph, he was trying to do a surprise entry into the streaming, but it was a replay. And I only then just looked and I said,
You mean your best friend, Abby?
Yeah, we're fast turning into best friends now, but so there it is.
All right, guys, have a good night.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Babati. Always a delight in your company. So from Babati, let's go on to Fatai, who I think may have left us. Fatai, an unusual session today.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a little bit late, but I would just say, it's a lot of talks. It's not, I don't even know where to start. But I think just because it's wrapping up, I just make go this one line and just it's politics, but it's going to be politics too. I think personally, I think everybody is dismissing Joel and I don't remember the other brother's name.
Saki Fada.
I think everybody is dismissing them too much. Soludo is not like Soludo is not right or whatever it is, but it's an overstatement to say there are only two people in the race, because there are three people in the race, and if the only problem Peter Obi has is Tinubu, is the only obstacle. If Tinubu does not fall down and collapse, it's difficult to see Obi winning. But for the stability of Nigeria, it's better for Obi to be in the race. If Tinubu, for whatever reason, if Tinubu cannot go on,
all the political calculation will shift. The whole South, all these people, players are going to shift to Peter Obi. I don't think they're going to, by any reason, Atiku is going to win. So Peter Obi made a smart game, played a smart game to get out and position himself to be the person that will take the advantage in case either Tinubu or Atiku cannot make it, because there was a whole lot of problem going into the primary, and he made a smart move to position himself to be the one that will take the advantage in case either of the two, whatever it is. But the way the whole thing is now, I think it's become clear now that Atiku doesn't have a path to win. But the Peter Obi's problem also is that if Tinubu keeps going stronger, it's difficult to see how Peter Obi will win. But at Tinubu, I mean, when everybody says that, he might have physical stuff and whatever, Peter Obi is like natural insurance policy. Whatever it is, I think that's kind of like the game. Everybody will shift to Peter Obi if Tinubu cannot go on. I don't think by any chance Atiku will win at all. There's no path for Atiku to win. So Peter Obi is not totally out of the game, but Soludo is just Soludo. By the way, Soludo is not speaking. It's not personal for Soludo. Soludo is speaking the minds of a lot of Igbo intellectuals who believe that the shortest distance to an Igbo president, or let's put it, let's not say Igbo, to a southeastern presidency, is for Atiku to win, so that the next go around it comes to the southeast. But it is difficult to see how Atiku is going to win. This is what I think is the short-sightedness of Soludo. But other than that, he's not speaking alone. There are many people.
Okay, Fatai, if what you've just said, if it obtains, and there's a strong argument that it does obtain, would it not serve Soludo better just to back Peter Obi, knowing that Peter Obi would not win, but also knowing that Atiku would not win, but backing Peter Obi will gain him currency in the southeast where his politics is. So has it miscalculated by your reckoning?
Yeah, it's natural. That's like a natural calculation to think about. Like you just back Obi, no matter what. But the point is, if you think if on a personal level, if you're looking at it like Soludo is speaking for Soludo, but Soludo is not speaking for Soludo. Soludo is speaking for a lot of southeastern intellectuals who believe that it is better for Atiku to win so that it can be their shortest distance to the presidency. So he's not speaking for Soludo, he's speaking for these people. Obiora, the CEO of what is that airline company? Many people,
Airpeace.
Either Airpeace or United Airline. I mean, it's a professor, or I think he got his professorship from Russia or something like that. But he's very smart guy. When you listen to him, he's a very smart person. And there are many people like this. They really believe. But the only thing is, they are making the calculation with the obese waves. If the wave is going down, then they come out and speak. But if the wave is up, you don't want to go all out against your person. They are also being careful. They only come out when they see Obi is winning. They don't come out when Obi is on the up. Because if Obi wins, it's good for everybody actually. It's good for the stability. I mean, you can't have a country because and the other I don't play down Jules' emotions actually so much, because everybody is think that the North will just embrace Soludo like that, but the North has not forgotten yet about the Civil War. So the Civil War sentiment it's not the same thing as the North. They said Tinubu should go to Southeast because they know Tinubu will get it. It's different when it comes to the Southeast, but we cannot have a long-term stability if there is a section of the country. If you are going to have, I mean, if you all did accept that it's going to be one country, if there is a section of the country that cannot be whatever they want to be, everybody should win and fail on their own terms. If Obi will win or he will not win, it should be on his calculation. If he makes a wrong game, if you play wrong games, he loses. If you play smart games, he wins. But if it's like Southeast cannot be president, long term it can't be a very stable country. You know, even whatever, even if Tinubu wins, Tinubu is a good deal maker. He will make some deals to quiet things down. But at the end of the day, there has to be, even just for the optic, there has to be a Southeastern president. There has to be in the nearest possible time. Just to remove that barrier, just break that barrier and let's think, let's go move on. Can be any.
I don't think Nigeria will ever have a Southeastern president. If you want to know my true, if Tinubu wins the presidency, and he will serve 8 years. By the way, he's not going to
For
die.
sure.
He's not going to be all of these things. None of those things will happen. He will
Sure,
serve
for
eight
sure.
years, and then the power will go back to the north. But
Yeah.
after we have had 8 years of the north, the southwest will want it back again.
No, 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 no. It will be between south and southeast. It will south and southeast.
Yeah, but
South side.
the southwest will not allow it. They wouldn't allow it to go to the southeast.
I mean, there is no big political player that you can see on the field right now who is building. Tinubu is in building these things for the
No,
last
but we're talking
two
about
decades.
we're talking about 16 years time.
Eh, it's. I don't think Southwest will get it in 6 years time. I think it will go to actually it will naturally go to southeast. But the south people by that time they will already have garnered a lot of whatever strength. And then if Wike is still in the game, it's going to tell you, hey, what's his name? Good luck was just one term. Now we don't tell us something. It will be
Some
16
of
years
these
will be
old
interesting.
guys will be vegetable by themselves. So I think
Yeah,
there'll
yeah,
be
yeah,
space
yeah,
for
yeah,
likes
yeah.
of Wiki and
Yeah, it's
those
possible.
guys.
That it's possible. But I think the
Wike's only chance will be in 2027 when he runs as the PDP candidate against Tinubu, and then that will be his only chance.
no, it's not. No, no, it's not. Yeah, it's not going to. And that's why many of these players, they know that this is essentially their last chance. This 2023 is a big fight for even coming from the primary. Everybody knows that the calculation gets tougher, so they want to get it. You know, I don't think if Tinubu wins, if he's still up and he wins, there's nobody. Tinubu is getting. He's going to finish his 8 years. It's like a standard for. I mean, it has to be a real disaster not to come back again. You know, the 16 years is everybody. The 16 years is Wike's possibility if he's still up. If you
No,
know
no.
gravity.
If it's a 16-year wait, then Wike, that's the end of Wike because he's not going to the Senate and he served his 2 term as governor. And what usually happens in Nigeria? How many of the politicians that are not apart from Atiku, who is an outlier and has always been current in politics, but a lot of these people. Look at all of the names we were discussing in 2015, Sule Lamido, all of these sort of people. When did you even they just go into they get farmed out.
No, but Tinubu didn't go to Senate. Didn't go to anything. He found a way to the
Yeah, but
leadership.
Tinubu remained in the center of politics because even though he was outside of he was never away from the epicenter of politics. But
But
we see,
also Wike will do the same thing. He will find a way to
yes,
make himself keep relevant.
yes.
And I think it's the only obstacle to Southeast in 16 years. But these big players in the Southeast, they are not think they believe there is a possible shorter distance than 16 years, and that is true. There was even a
Oh,
time they
okay.
were
So
making a deal with.
Wike is 55. So
Yeah, yeah, it's possible.
in 16 years time, how old will he be? He'll be 70, what, 2 or thereabouts.
Yeah, and everything is in the hand of God if he's still physically fit. But it's not a sure thing, you know. But all I'm saying is that he will be battling with. He will be the one, or maybe not him, somebody else or whatever. This is the only obstacle to Southeastern presidency in 16 years. But the question is for this Soludo and Co isn't it possible to have it shorter, earlier than 16 years? You know. But if Tinubu wins it, for sure is minimum is 16 years, minimum. They will have the South to contend with. The sentiment will not be the Southwest to come again in 16 years.
It will be too much. You have Obasanjo, you have Tinubu, now you're going to have it will be too much. It will collapse the unity of the whole thing.
Yeah, but if Tinubu gets in now, then it will not be too difficult for a Yoruba man to go in 16 years. You know, because
It will
like
be
you said,
impossible.
because this is the window for the Southeast now. So if they don't get it this time around, then that solidifies a second fiddle space within the Nigerian.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good chance. It's a good chance in terms of space, but it's not a good chance in terms of personality. There is no personality from Southeast today that can wrestle the presidency to the Southeast. This is the problem. So that's why all this is building up
Sorry,
towards the
Fatai.
big.
Fatai. You said there's no personality in the Southeast today, but is it personality or politics? Is it more the case that there is no politics in the Southeast today that can wrestle power? You
Well,
know,
well,
it's really the politics, isn't it? Not the personality.
well, well,
They haven't gotten the politics right yet.
Well, politics is always deposited in a personality. There is always this figurehead that all the sentiments.
No, I think it's the other way around. I think it's the politics that molds the personality. It's not the personality that molds the politics.
I mean, Peter Obi is a very good example.
Yes, yes.
The politics is deposited in Peter Obi. The major is not even irrespective of what anybody says. Majority of Peter Obi's currency is that it's a good chance for to Southeast, and that's an even if a crossover appeal even to the likes of Pade Banjo, they all we should go to Southeast. So is this politics is but the point is Peter Obi. Like I don't know who made that comment before. Peter Obi hasn't built himself up over the years. It is what it is. It is what it is.
You see, Fatai, you see, for me, Peter Obi is the embodiment of our Southeastern politics. It's the embodiment of Southeastern politics. But for me, Charles Soludo, because it plays rudimentary politics, which is somewhat almost crude. If you want to be very, very frank, but sound somewhat unkind, almost crude, the sort of politics, rudimentary politics, cutlass and hoe sort of politics. So, and that is sort of a lot of the politics. It's very visceral, very instinctual, very organic, but without sufficient enough of a sprinkling of sophistication. So I see Peter Obi as the embodiment of Southeastern politics, as it traditionally has always obtained. But I see Charles Soludo as the embodiment of what Southeastern politics should be if it's going to be a serious contender for that seat.
I think everybody's feeling about the way Southeastern play their politics. I think it's not too. I mean, I think the Southeast it's complicated for this. The landscape is complicated for the South. It's not so much that they don't play the politics right. The big problem here is the civil war. Before the civil war, the Southeastern were a major player in Nigerian politics. We had the Great Zeke. We had they produced two presidents after from independence to in 2 years they produced two presidents. So it's not really about the politics. It's about the aftermath of the civil war, and many people the divide is there. If you think you're going to that like Soludo think like as this I think it's Saki father that said it. If Soludo thinks that the next time he's going to go out is going to be embraced by the North, that he's joking. Yeah, that's a very real sentiment in the Southeast. It doesn't matter how well you play the politics, even if you build and build and build, you will not be accepted. So Peter Obi gets out, first build a national appeal, but the problem is Peter Obi, after getting this national appeal, he didn't go to create a base in the Southeast. He just keeps riding on the wave. But you don't win an election with waves. You don't, because nobody is going to give you, you're not going to have coalition with other people banking only on waves. He should have gone back to Southeast. It's not tribalistic to go to your people. the biggest currency of politics is home front. You have to charity start from you carry from home front, and then you project forward like a electric field from the center of gravity, and then you go forward. I mean, you don't be too tribalistic, but it doesn't mean you don't carry along the people. But Southeastern politics is very complicated because of the civil war. It's very, I mean, Yoruba, we were not part of the civil war. We can dream to build the bridge across to the north, and if they don't stab us in the back, we'll be fine or stuff like. But the southeast politics, you have to watch your back. I mean, if you build, and then in the end doesn't work out. I also, when what he said about Ekweme is true. There are many people in the southeast who believe that the coup after Shagari, the coup that happened was to prevent Ekweme from becoming president. But I mean, Ekweme basically gave the presidency to Shagari. You know, I mean, like it basically because Awolowo and Zik, if they made a coalition, they believed they had a chance to win. But Shagari always had Ekweme, and Ekweme was playing this politics. Like after Shagari, it will go to the southeast. But the feelings coming out of the civil war was overrode all of those things. Well, maybe it's not true. Maybe it's not true that the coup was to prevent Ekweme. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not true. But I mean, you can see how it could play into it. You know, so it's more complicated for the southeast. You know, but I don't know. But the point I just want to make is that it's me personally. I believe that for stability of Nigeria, it's good for Peter Obi to be in the game. You know, if it doesn't go to Tinubu, it goes to Peter Obi. And I said that it's not because whether I prefer Tinubu to be or not to be, but because the reality is that Tinubu has his pace. He has right now Tinubu is a machine. He's a killing machine. If he's still standing on his legs, he's a killing machine. That's just the only reason. But for whatever reason, but let Tinubu also get a fight from Peter Obi. Let them fight it out. But I don't see how Atiku will win. Soludo's game, it doesn't have an end point because other no it's hard to see. Even if Southeast all of a sudden turns to Peter Atiku, it's still not going to win. It's still not going to be enough because it doesn't have. They always had Southeast and South, and it doesn't seem we will get the South. Even if it gets to Southeast, maybe it doesn't get the South, and so there's still no path to winning for him. But Soludo is not personal for him. He's reflecting the sentiment of a lot of people in the Southeast, and I don't know, something along that line. I don't know.
I think you're not far from where it might well be because a lot of people have observed that no real senior or important names in the Southeast, they are backing Peter Obi. So you will say Ohane is Indigbo, but then they are obliged to back him anyway. But outside of that, you say Abaribe, well, it's a hardcore Southeast.
Because it doesn't have a base. That's why nobody trades their currency for something out there. It doesn't have a base. This thing that the Southeast, he hasn't built it up as his own base. It's just the sentiment that it's about time for Southeast to produce a president, and he's riding on it. Peter Obi is a very, very smart guy. He's very quick on his feet. He see what is going on. He reads the room, and before you know it, he's an insider knowledge guy. He gets the information like this before you that you have the information before you step outside. He steps outside in front of you. He saw the calamity coming with these two PDP and APC. I mean, how even Tinubu survived the APC primary is like a miracle. Peter Obi saw all of that. We saw them coming that these people are going to be a problem, and he quickly moved out. It was a smart. I think it was a smart move. To move out was a smart move, but he didn't build on it. He didn't build on it to project a strength that can attract coalition. Nobody wants to. I mean, all these youth that are saying Obi, Obi, Obi. What if tomorrow they don't say Obi, Obi again? So a Kwankwaso is not going to lose his base for some youth that you don't know. Maybe their feelings will change tomorrow. You know, it's all like
I feel Obi didn't do any groundwork because he was going to base his groundwork on the structure of PDP. But when there is no chance for him there, he quickly ran out and ran to Labour Party. But the way I see this thing right now is, I think if Obi didn't win that election, that is it for his political career. I don't think he will have space anywhere because it will be hard for him to go back to PDP. I don't think he will be welcome in APC, and I just think Labour Party will just be dead.
No, his support will dissipate because I mean the ground is already building. The likes of Soludo will blame him for letting the Southeast lose their chance to the shortest distance to the presidency. They will blame him. They will blame him a lot after the election if he doesn't win.
Woman,
But
can I interject?
sure.
Okay, but I was actually rounding off, but sorry, round off your thoughts, Fatai, in just like a minute or so. Then we hear from you, Sincere. Yeah, round off your thoughts, Fatai.
Yeah, I think I mean for the time left, I think that's about how much. There's no need to open up new areas. I think I think that I wish Peter Obi good luck, but I don't want him to be out of the race. I don't particularly agree it's a two-man's race. It's a three-man's race because saying that it's a two-man's race is all in all conditions. It will be either Tinubu or Atiku. No, it will be either Tinubu or Peter Obi. All the southeastern big wigs, they will rally around Peter Obi if Tinubu cannot go on. It is Tinubu is the factor. I don't think Atiku is a factor at all. If even for the stability of the country, Atiku cannot be the factor.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Fatai. So we go from Fatai to Sincere. So Sincere, we are just about to shut down, but let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you, Woman, and every panelist. I think I will also stand on the basis of politics that have been discussed today, and I will go back to the Soludo factor. I think I remember vividly in my premier statement when I joined, when I come on board this platform, that
when you stopped insulting us on Facebook and decided to join us, huh? I'm only joking. Carry on.
Now, I said one thing, that if Peter Obi did not win this election, he's going to take the Southeast back to the pre-Civil War period, and they are all going to start all over again in the integration to the Nigerian nation. Because he started with a wave because he played on the intelligence of the Nigerian space that would desire exchange, looking at the status of what the current governments are doing. So he played on that trajectory to launch a wave against the existing government, not basically because he has a base. And that is what a Soludo is trying to make the Southeasterners to see now, but which they are against him. I don't see how a Peter Obi would achieve what Tinubu have been building up in 23 years in 23 weeks. I don't see how that can be possible. Peter Obi has never built bridges. The wave about the obedience, even for themselves, saying they are different from Labour Party, that they have a movement, already distinguishing themselves even from the Labour Party, which is the tool they want to use to achieve this aim. Now, number one, that will not work for them. Then, if Obi did not advance to clinch this ticket or win this presidency, he's going to, one, ridicule the Christian faith, who have vehemently come out to support him, either we like it or not. The Christian body are routing for Obi, and also the Christian middle belters are also coming out to claim they are routing for Obi, although knowing fully well that the big player in the middle belts are actually pursuing their personal interest and agenda. And that is why the Dogaras, what's this former SSG, basically go their different way, and they could not agree because they were actually pursuing a personal agenda and interest. then a Soludo is making them to see reason, because if you look at the way Obi came out, up to present, you will hardly find a key Eastern political figure who has basically come out to identify with a Peter Obi. Ohaneze was forced to come out at the twilight because groups like Middle Belt, groups like some part of Afenifere already coming out to identify with Obi. So it will serve rush short of them if they didn't actually come out as the social cultural organizations of the base where Peter Obi is actually coming out from. So I guess they were just forced out to join the trend to come out, not simply because they agree that Peter Obi is going to go anywhere in this election. And I can assure you, Soludo is very, very right to say this race is a two-horse race. Either we like it or not, it is a two-horse race. I'm not seeing any chance for an Obi. A dwindling Atiku is too brighter chance than an Obi. Either we like it or not, because he still have these structures working for him. These structures, as far as Nigerian politics is concerned, are very key. And we are already seeing the effects even on the campaign of an Obi now, because the more they go, the more is support base getting depleted anytime they are moving to an unusual terrain. And that is why we are seeing the likes of Kogi. Many of such will still come when they begin to launch into an unusual terrain. Now Obi himself has shut himself out of the core north, because basically he knows there are no chances for him in all those regions.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Sincere. So thank you. Join us again tomorrow, where hopefully we have a lot more time. It's just I'm pushed, just to go and relax.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. Thank you. So thank you. So let's go on from Sincere Conscience, who is a new voice that's developing on the platform, to an already established voice on the platform, Joel of Nashville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woman. Just to talk to Sincere, the only thing sincere about what he said is his name. Every other thing,
my God, man, you have no chill button, no chill at all.
That's the only thing that is sincere about what he said. It's just the name, and it was spelled correctly. And one man, the issue here is that, like I said, whatever permutation you have, allow the Nigerian people to make that decision. Whatever thing we're going to say out here, together here we're about 6, 10. We have 10 votes. Soludo, if you add Soludo has 11. If you add Nnamani has 12. It's 12 in total. The people of Nigeria will decide their future, and they are going to decide it in a way that will be surprising to the world. Now, coming to the people of the elites in Southeast not supporting Peter Obi, I have said it to Nigerians. I have said it on this platform, that the problem we have in Nigeria is the problem of elites. The elites in the Southeast are corrupt, and they will always go for those structures that has kept us where we are. For instance, yes, I know that the Southeast has been marginalized, but I keep asking the question, don't we have allocations coming to the Southeast? We do have allocations coming to the Southeast, but we knew how this money is being shared, just like it's being shared in every other part of Nigeria. So the government today we have as government is corrupt. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave the Peter Obi space. And I just want to talk about this one man. In this era where we are talking about politics, please, I want to reiterate this. The people of Nigeria are suffering. We have to start making difficult decisions, taking difficult steps, taking difficult routes. If we are all saying that, oh, we should have an Atiku or Tinubu, we are still going back to those eras
or to those governments or those persons that kept us where we are. But today, for us, probably because of where we stay, then we can still, still align ourselves with those criminals that have kept us where we are today. On a lighter note, Peter Obi has come and presented himself. He has debunked all those, baggages, all those roadblocks that used to live in our imaginations. A civil war that has been fought over 60 years or 40 years ago we are still reminded that, because these people fought a civil war, that no, they cannot get anything from Nigeria. But I keep asking this question. Who was stupid for going to civil war? If the reasons for going to civil war was political instability, extrajudicial killing, the corrupt politicians, corruption in general, have we had it any better today? The answer is no. It has gotten worse. So when you are looking at the Southeast and looking at them because they went to war, it means that most people that went to that war are more reasonable, far more reasonable, have more foresight than most politicians and most Nigerians that we have today. So my thing is this. Let us keep speaking to the issues. The issue today is that we have poverty in the land. The government is not working. For those of us who say Tinubu to Lagos State, I'm going to give you a dossier on how Lekki is. And you tell me, if someone that built all these places or allowed these places to decay should be considered as the number one citizen of our great nation. And I will tell you, going by that is a big no. Atiku, on the other hand, has not done better either. So the option we have today is a Peter Obi, and I'm going to rest it on that one man. Let us allow Nigerians to make the decision. Thank you. Good night.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Good to have you back, Joel. So thank you, Joel. So from Joel of Nashville, let's go to DOG of Uptown, UK. So DOG, that time of the day again. Sorry you couldn't get the spotlight, but you know how it's gone today. D. All right. From DOG, let's go on to Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Here, please.
All right, brilliant. Thomas, so closing remarks. We're taking closing remarks.
Joel, welcome back. Some people went to Nigeria. They can't go to their state of origin. They are condemning Lagos, but they still stay in that same Lagos, condemning Tinubu that built the Lagos. It is well. One man, thank you. God bless you. God bless Nigeria. Bye.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So Thomas has been showing off his wares that he got from Lagos. So from Thomas, my voice almost as deep as his, only because I have a flu, but it comes to him naturally. Saki, father. Saki. Oh, look at that. After all that build-up. All right, thank you, Saki, father. He did say that. Oh, he is there. Are you there, Saki?
Yeah, one more.
Yeah, we're taking closing remarks.
Yeah, it has been a very frank conversation, you know. To the speaker that spoke before Joel,
yeah,
you know, I want to let him understand that there is nothing like another civil war. So you shouldn't think about it happening in the Southeast again or in Nigeria. You know, everybody is more aware the consequences of what civil war can do to people's life, and we don't pray about it. All in all, it's a very frank conversation. Tomorrow we'll come again and discuss again. We should make the public be aware of things to do to make Nigeria work again. Thank you very much, man, and let me leave you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that was Saki Father. So Saki Father. So from Saki Father to the father of the bride, the man with the golden gun, Ajale Koko.
Thank you, one man. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. this session was quite a special one. Very a kind of great analysis on every topic of the day. And I will thank Zaki Fada for standing firm for his candidate, Peter Obi. He was able to, he tried to convince us that Obi's moving from one church to the other does not represent, does not carry political image, but rather what he has been doing for years. But after several pressure, question from myself and some other, he didn't yield ground. He stood firm. He defended his candidate in a very civil manner, no foul talk, no abusive statement by anybody whatsoever. This is how it should be. So I really thank you for presenting a very good position for your candidate. Everybody should emulate Zaki in this manner, and I really admire him for the way he was able to, market his candidate. He marketed him well, and I really admire the way he did it. And I will thank Fatai as well and Sincere Conscience for, being with us for all the way from the beginning to the end. I mean, their contribution was very meaningful, quite, you are very engaging, and, we really appreciate you guys. I hope you will join us tomorrow so we can do another round. I thank Engineer, I thank DOG, Thomas, our good friend from Australia, and welcome back. Welcome to base. Welcome to duty, Mr. Jewis of Nashville. So I can see that you are back to work. So play don't pass. You are back in America. You resume immediately to duty, and the struggle continues from there. So, but I believe you really enjoy your time in Nigeria. So, well done, and welcome back. So, and other than that, our brothers at the comment section, thank you all for being with us from the beginning to the end. You are the strength of the platform. Keep on doing what you know to do best. Come back tomorrow and let's do another round with one man. And our listeners, do it right now. You know what to do. Click on the like button so you can propel the YouTube algorithm of the platform. One man is another 5 hours, 57 minutes with the flu, and for you to still bring us together and take us through for 6 hours. I thank you so much, and I hope you will get better by tomorrow. If possible, you're going to come back with something new to us tomorrow. if possible, if you feel better enough to bring it. Guarantee you we shall join you and we'll continue the struggle from there. The Eagle, good morning to you in Great Britain. Good night to Americans and Canadians. See you guys tomorrow, and God bless.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Thank you, Ajale Koko. And of course, after Ajale Koko speaks, the curtain falls. So thank you. Let me switch on my camera. So thank you, Ajale Koko, and straight to bed for me. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Almost certainly I will. But let me get to bed. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation and comment section over here. Say peace.